Fáilte Reich go Bell first year. Welcome back to Belfast, day 2 of Emtech Europe 2021. Yesterday we had moderating William Crowley of BBC fame. Today you're stuck with just me, Marcin O'Mullure, host of Emtech Europe 2021. We had some marvellous treats for you yesterday. Perhaps the highlight was the address by Dr. Sahin, Dr. Terechi, the founders of BioNTech. But we're going to scale those incredible heights again today. We're going to go halfway around the world, meet some of the most brilliant minds in innovation and emerging technology. And of course, there's no audience here today in this magnificent building, Titanic Belfast, the premier building of Belfast. And we've no audience because of this awful pandemic. But we have been really highlighting the fight back, not only with the BioNTech founders, but also the Pfizer company were with us at the end of the day, and before that we'll introduce and you'll meet Kenneth Chen, one of the co-founders of Moderna, who will be joining us at the ungodly hour in Boston of 4:25 in the morning. Before that, let me thank some of the wonderful sponsors who have made Emtech Europe in Belfast possible. Of course, Belfast City Council and InvestNI, the economic agency here, who are two big sponsors, but also Matrix, the industry-led panel which advises on science, research and innovation here. There is also a group of companies in Belfast, software companies, who stepped up and made it possible for us to put Belfast on the map, on the tech map again. And they are, and I'll name them, we call them the Magnificent Seven. They are Uno Square, Liberty IT, KPMG, Rapid7, which has a Boston connection as well, of course, Bazaar Voice, Nueda version 1, and that's how quick things move here. Nueda was just acquired last week by version 1, and Aflac NI. So to get us started today, we're delighted that we have the Economy Minister, Paul Frew, MLA, who's joined us to cut the ribbon, as it were, on day 2 of Emtech Europe 2021. Paul Frew.
I am honoured to have been asked to provide the opening remarks on this day 2 of the Emtech Europe conference in Titanic Belfast. It is truly exciting and fitting that Emtech has chosen Belfast to host this event for the next 3 years. Emtech's world-class reputation for inspiring innovation and bringing life to ideas has found a home, for the next 3 years at least, that shares its ambition. Ensuring we are innovative is essential to meet the challenges not only of economic recovery, but those of a social and environmental nature also. The representations we will hear today are from true leaders in their field, from across the world, at the cutting edge of technological innovation. Understanding how this innovation can be harnessed as a force for positive change is crucial as we plan for the coming decade and beyond. In May, my department launched our vision for a 10x economy, which sets out a bold ambition to build a 10 times better economy through a focus for a decade of innovation to benefit all of our people across Northern Ireland. Our economy is adapting to the once-in-a-generation events of the COVID-19 pandemic and Northern Ireland's exit from the European Union. We are also exposed to the impact of the climate crisis and dramatic technological advancements. Although each of these present a challenge, there is an opportunity to make real, positive, long-lasting change to our economy. The 10x ambition set out in the vision is about creating a step change in how we think about our economy. It is not about multiplying everything by 10, but a representation of the ambition that lies behind our vision. It is about fundamental change, challenging the ways of the past, and setting out our ambition to be one of the elite, small, advanced economies of the world. Our people are our most important asset, and I want our new vision to not only transform our economy, but transform the lives of our people in a meaningful and sustainable way. Our vision is built upon 5 steps to success. We must focus on the areas where Northern Ireland has strengths and where we already or can be world leaders. Our vision outlines priority clusters and technologies such as cybersecurity, fintech, and life and health sciences that can support the economy and provide opportunities for all our people. Over the course of the 2 days of the conference, you will be hearing firsthand about the exciting opportunities for technology leaders, researchers and innovators. Here in Northern Ireland, we have proven technology experience and capability and enjoy an international reputation as a region of expertise with one of the fastest growing tech sectors in the UK. It is that expertise that through the implementation of my department's economic vision, we are looking to build on to create competitive advantage. Our vision sets out how we must invest in and support our people, ensuring that everyone has opportunity to thrive. We need to ensure that there is a talented pipeline of skills to meet future skills needs within our tech sectors. That is why developing a highly skilled and motivated workforce is at the core of our economic recovery and plans for long-term economic growth. We must ensure that innovation is diffused across the foundational economy so that it provides opportunities for all sectors, not just those at the cutting edge. And we must focus and capitalise on what makes Northern Ireland unique, including being a world-class visitor destination. Our inspiring innovation ecosystem and using programmes such as the City and Growth Deals to develop our innovation infrastructure across Northern Ireland. Above all, we want to ensure that our focus on innovation addresses issues that really matter and will make a lasting and positive difference in people's lives by delivering positive economic, societal and environmental outcomes. My department is committed to working with key partners such as Emtech and the business representatives and innovators gathered here today to co-design and deliver a work programme to deliver our vision and signal our direction of travel over the next decade. Northern Ireland has a strong and proud track record in research and innovation, with many world-class scientists and innovators involved in technological fields. But we recognise that it is vital for our talented people to collaborate with the best researchers and innovators across Europe and beyond, as we implement our vision for the next decade to maximise global impact. That is why our vision is centred on co-design, with government working with industry, academia and experts in the field throughout the implementation process. My department has already launched Skills for a 10x Economy for consultation, which is running until the 19th of August. We have some exciting initiatives being taken forward within my department which aim to increase skills and opportunities in the technology sector. STEM skills, including technology, is a pivotal part of our new skills strategy, and we want to encourage more in-demand STEM subjects, including engineering and technology, particularly in groups currently underrepresented, including females. I would strongly recommend all interested parties respond formally to this consultation to ensure we understand, from an industry perspective, what the challenges and opportunities are for our businesses within our tech sectors. We have also launched Trade and Investment for a 10x Economy, which sets out how we will harness trade and investment as a catalyst for inclusive green growth in Northern Ireland. As we move through the development of our 10x work programme, we will continue to set out priorities and develop policies and interventions across the range of economic policy levers required to achieve success to deliver our vision. These will be shaped through extensive engagement with experts in the field, and I would welcome the inputs of those here today as we progress our 10x economy. I truly believe that the next decade will define us, and this vision will transform our economy. By working together, we can build a bigger, brighter and better future. I note that Marga Hoek will speak shortly on tech as a force for good, and I can think of no better topic that highlights how we are joined today in a common vision for a better future. Thank you for listening, and I trust that this is only the beginning of many bright ideas.
Thank you, Minister Frew. It's a great honour to Emtech to have had the First Minister, Deputy First Minister, and now Economy Minister join us here today. As I said previously, we have no audience here, and if we had, we would present them with a book by our next speaker, Marga Hoek. Before we get to that, I do want to thank some sponsors who've made it really possible for us to have a great focus on artificial intelligence and health tech today. Those are going to be our priorities as we move through the day. Sustainability was day one. Today is going to be health tech, connected health, and also artificial intelligence. And Kainos, which is our most successful software company, has a special focus on AI and has had for some years. And Chief Curator of Emtech Europe, Tom Gray, will be joining us later on to present that. So thank you to Kainos. Marga Hoek is from the Netherlands. She is in Spain today. And she's the author of The $1 Trillion Shift, which is a book which really looks at the UN Sustainable Development Goals and how business can help contribute to reaching the targets set by the UN with the Sustainable Development Goals. Her strapline, I suppose, is that business for good is good business. And in fact, she's now working on a second book called Tech for Good, and we look forward to that. We are delighted to be able to present this to our speakers who come here. And though we have no audience, we have a small number of speakers who have come in today. But we hope to see Marga next year in Belfast. But for now, thought leader, author, someone who's really at the cutting edge of thinking on how we can combat all the challenges we face, in particular the climate crisis. Here is Marga Hoek.
Thank you so much, Martin. And it's a great pleasure to be with all of you around the globe, all digital. I mean, you had to adapt very quickly to all digital again, but nevertheless, we move forward. So it's great to be able to talk to you about the combination of sustainability and technology, because that is the specific topic I would like to address. And it's a great opportunity because many of you are very innovative entrepreneurs and people and really motivated to take up on all of the opportunities at this time. And at this current time, we find ourselves in a specific moment because thankfully, we're more or less phasing out of the pandemic currently and still with hiccups and still not easy, but phasing out. And of course, it has been a very, very difficult period for many, and it has been difficult for many of you, suffering in businesses, suffering from personal losses. But let's also spend a moment of time thinking about what we've learned. We've learned so much. We've learned, for instance, that when we are in a lockdown, the planet can recuperate much quicker than we ever thought. We have seen rivers in India, for instance, clearing up. We have seen skies in Asia for the first time being more healthy. We've seen cities that were much more livable than before. So it was indeed a wake up call, so to say, how to take care of not only ourselves, but also our planet. At the same time, we've seen technology being extremely helpful throughout this pandemic. And I sincerely hope that trust in technology, which has grown because of the application throughout the pandemic, will stay, because that's one of the problems we face currently, that people generally, and even more so younger generations, lack trust in technology, which is of course very important to be able to benefit from all of the technological advancements. But we have seen robots that could clean hospitals when people couldn't, because we are vulnerable to being infected. We have seen drones that take medicine and supplies to places we couldn't come. And we've seen a lot of innovations around the vaccines and the testing that weren't there before. We have seen great inventions how to provide for more oxygen throughout the pandemic, and so on and so on. So actually, the two angles we'll discuss right now have been demonstrated like never before throughout this pandemic. And I hope that good things come out of that and will be there to stay. Because, ladies and gentlemen, currently we have what I call a window of opportunity. We are at a stage where we really, really drastically need to improve the state of the world. And then I talk about both planet and people. And there's a period where we have moved out of the third industrial revolution and moved in the fourth industrial revolution. And now we're in an era where we can blend digital and physical technologies as to create great solutions for the planet and the people. And I very much hope that you all listening to this keynote and attending those 2 days are very much motivated to do so, because we need you all, regardless of your specific role, your specific place in the earth, or your specific company. Now, allow me to show you the SDGs, or the global goals or sustainable development goals as they are addressed. I'm not sure if you are aware of these. If you're not, it's very helpful to know more about these 17 goals. They are actually what I call the new definition of sustainability. It are the 17 things we need to solve by 2030. Imagine that in 2015, actually 193 countries signed up to what I call the new agenda for the world, the new moral compass, so to say, the new way forward. And at that moment in time, those 193 countries, and imagine that is a huge moment in time, because rarely do many countries come to concrete solutions together anyway. So this was a huge moment in time, and they are all still in. We defined that we want to have a world in 2030 where we have ample poverty, where we beat most of the poverty around the world, where we make sure that young children don't die because they don't have access to medicine or food, where we beat the current problems in terms of health and well-being, where we make sure that every child in the world has access to education, where we beat inequality around the world, whereas now, for instance, we talk about inequality in the Western world, in Europe, as in females in the top of organizations, for instance. But imagine that in rural South African countries, most women provide work but don't have an official status as such. So we want to beat climate change, obviously, and so on and so on. These 70 goals are actually intertwined. And though it may daunt you in the beginning saying, well, these are too many things, I can't deal with it, You don't have to. Choose a couple you can address. We'll go into that later and make sure you have positive impact on that because we need to make great progress. We lack progress. And of course, the pandemic threw millions of people back into poverty. We were really on the good way forward. But of course, it was a huge throwback throughout the pandemic. And now we have to work to come out of that situation again. These 17 goals are described everywhere. You can read up on it in my book, The $1 Trillion Shift, which I'll show you later on. But there's also many very accessible apps to download on your phone or your iPad or whatever. And you can find there the 17 goals, their targets, very specific targets, as well as their indicators. So it's actually quite helpful to work with. It's also a great branding opportunity, a great opportunity to make clear with your company what you contribute to these goals. And that is very important to communicate to all of your stakeholders. Now, but it also taught us that when we see what we need to do by 2030, when we see that we have way too much carbon in the world, a topic you've been talking about yesterday in a very innovative way, how can we solve all this carbon that is in the world? On the one hand, stop it coming into our world, but also disseminate the majority we have and we don't need. But it made us realize, and when I say it made us realize, I mean the front runners, because not everybody does, of course, by now. But we've come to the realization that it's not good enough to just mitigate your impact. It's not good enough to reduce. It's not good enough to follow the incremental path, so to say, and to say, oh, well, I'll do a little bit less bad. It's not even good enough to say, I'll reduce to zero. So for instance, I will have no CO2 impact in the world anymore. Allow me to give you an example. You see an image here of the ocean and you see the ocean cleanup, and hopefully you know what that is. It's an invention of Blind Slut, a Dutch guy that made this invention. But imagine that our oceans with no action will have more plastic in the sea than fish in 2050. Imagine you fishing, the chance of you actually getting some plastic is higher than you getting any fish at all. So that means that that plastic will stay in the sea for 500 years because it's decomposable. It will break up in little bits, get into the sea, get into the fish, get into everywhere, and destroy a lot of value of the nature. So imagine if we don't produce plastics anymore, we're still with a plastic soup left over the size of Russia in the oceans. So we actually have to get it out. So that means that the way forward is actually to create positive impact. So the way forward is net positive impact, meaning that your company or your initiative or your city has a positive impact on the world. Now, recently, we have been talking about disconnecting growth and impact, and you might read about those sentences saying, well, our company will grow, but our negative impact will grow less. But actually now we should reconnect growth and impact and saying, the larger my company is, the larger my initiative is, the more scale I have, the more positive impact I have. And that is a company or an initiative that serves the world and its people and actually is part of the solution rather than the problem. Please keep that in mind. That is absolutely the way forward, and not only because of moral and sustainability reasons, but also equally for business reasons. The more innovative you are, the better it is, because it's radical innovations we need. Now, there is a price for that, and we've done a lot of research, and these are some results of the Global Business Commission. We researched that in total, we can expect a price of $12 trillion markets to be unlocked until 2030. I mean, these are numbers that are actually unimaginable, and it doesn't matter if it's 11 or 13 or whatever. The fact of the matter is that there's a lot of new markets to unlock for those that come up with positive impact solutions on these SDGs, because in the end of the day, The world needs those solutions. The markets, the economic markets, play a huge role in that. So companies addressing that will indeed be successful. And throughout the pandemic, we've already seen that positive ESG companies and investments have been much more resilient and much more popular and were on a great rise, especially ESG investments grow with staggering numbers throughout the pandemic and will continue to do so. So tied into the $12 trillion markets is 350 million additional new jobs around the world because it's new jobs, it's new work, it's new opportunities in those new markets. Now, this might seem easy, and then you might think, well, I'm an entrepreneur and I don't find it that easy. And you're absolutely right. It is not easy. Currently, for instance, we don't internalize external cost. We ample put a price on CO2, and hopefully this is going to change quickly. And we don't put a price on the use of raw materials, resources, or pollution, even other than CO2. And we've also researched that, and we came to the conclusion that if we would do that, if we would include all those externalities, the average sustainable business case will improve, and you won't believe this, with 45%. So imagine if you're having a difficult time now because the price of your product is still higher than the non-sustainable price in terms of, for instance, if you have a recycling product, then the future is on your side because it's not a matter if, but it's a matter when. And when the shift happens, then you'll be on the right path to the future. So it's only thinking about short term or long term. And currently, sustainable solutions get cheaper and cheaper. So the shift is already happening. Now, those market opportunities are in what we call four economical systems. This is just a difficult word for broad defined sectors. And have a look if you feel at home in one of those four. And of course, there are vast descriptions, but that's where all the opportunities arise. For instance, cities in the future will be like a marketplace of resources because a lot needs to happen to not use virgin materials anymore, to not use fossil energy anymore, to provide for all the food in the city that is necessary, and to provide for all the energy and infrastructure and mobility. Energy materials goes without saying. Health and well-being is a vast market already and will grow significantly because we need more healthy food, but also we need more well-being. Currently, we waste and lose over 1/3 of the food that's being produced, which is in the end not consumed. But at the same time, we have more people dying from obesitas than people dying from lack of food. So these are all huge problems, and positive impact business will address those problems and come up with solutions and then have a good business case out of that. A lot has been said currently about purpose, and sometimes rightfully so, and sometimes it's more of a fashionable word to use, but it means reason to be. A purpose-led company has a true, authentic reason to be, and so it ties into the positive impact companies because a purpose must be something positive you create in the world. It only works if you mean it. It only works if you're truly authentic about your purpose. It might be worthwhile to have a think about it. What is the purpose of your initiative or your project in a city or your company? If you know that, and if you work with that purpose consistently, if you then relate it to having a positive impact on these SDGs while leveraging your technology, and we'll get to that in a minute, then you can be absolutely successful because that works. Even more so because in the near future, we have new generations phasing in like the millennials and Generation Z. And in no time, they'll be the majority of your market, as well as your employees, your shareholders, and your other stakeholders. And this generation, and you see in the slide, hopefully you recognize her, Greta Thunberg, who around the world is telling her story that she's fed up and doesn't accept inaction on climate change. And it's just an example, but these generations are not going to sit back. These generations want action, but they also vote with their feet, you could say. These generations are willing and able to pay more for sustainable products. They prefer biological and natural food and products. They want to work for a purpose driven company, and they want to relate to purpose driven companies, being an employee, being a client, or in any other way. So make sure to address that generation and think about if you communicate from your company or your project or initiative to address those new generations because they're there to stay for the longer term and phasing in. A couple of examples from my book, The $1 Trillion Shift, how companies do this. Interface, for instance, is a company based in the US, which is a carpet tile company. And you could say, well, carpet tiles is a really boring product. And right, but they made it into a huge story because they said after having achieved their mission zero, meaning having no impact in terms of climate change, they said, no, we want to have a positive impact, just like I explained just before. We want to be part of the solution in this world. So we want to get rid of waste in the world. And to give you an example, they started their networks, which was a global project to use discarded fisher nets in the sea as input for their production cycle. These discarded nets in the ocean did a lot of damage to the coral reefs, to fish, etc. And they solved that problem. It might seem small, but we're talking about millions and millions of those fisher nets. They have another project called Climate Take Back, where, and you've heard some examples like that yesterday, they use carbon as their friend, so to say, and make it into a resource for their carpets. So they're actually cleaning up the air, putting it in their carpets. And of course, that is a fact and something that really helps the world. But imagine it's also a story. It's something that people can relate to and people like, being it employees or clients. So they have seen huge growth around the world with all of these new initiatives. The brand has improved, they have improved their value on the stocks, and they're a really popular company for people to work for. And of course, many amongst you do similar things the same. It's often said that listed companies can't do it. And I just want to address very quickly DSM, which was originally a coal mine. So it can be done. A company can repurpose. It means shifting from thinking, what is your product? So, for instance, coal mines in this case, or any other fossil energy or any other non-sustainable product. Thinking about, but not so much what is our product, but what are our competencies? What are we really good at? And DSM found out that we are really good at science. And we can use that for other things than fossil energy materials. So they changed, they completely shifted in the end to resource, health, and material science company, bringing forth solutions that have a positive impact on both planet and people. And they did that consistently. And they were able to convince investors as well. So that really works. In fact, Cybersma, its CEO, which is a good friend of mine, really demonstrated that purpose-driven and performance-led really works. Now, I mentioned we have a window of time, and we have a unique moment in time where we can actually synergize technology and sustainability, and that is absolutely the way forward. And it is also the only way forward because those huge challenges I demonstrated with the SDGs, we can only solve them if we use technology for good. It's the biggest accelerating power we have. It makes more radical solutions possible, and it makes it faster available, and it makes it possible to create far bigger impact and larger scale. So the way forward is to really use these new advanced technologies to address sustainability challenges. And this is a very simple model I use in my new book, Tech for Good, to show that companies should be high on both sustainability as well as technology. And this doesn't apply only for tech companies, it applies to every single business, regardless of the sector, because you can always integrate possibilities of technologies, regardless your sector. This is a brief image of 8 advanced technologies I have identified to be very influential in the next decade, like advanced robotics, 3D printing. To give you an example of the 3D printing, I told you the story about Interface using the discarded nets in tropical seas for their carpets. Equally, 3D printing can now restore coral reefs because we can print out masses to integrate in the coral reefs, and thus we can win time, hundreds of years literally, which it would have cost nature to recuperate. We can have technology speeding up the recovery process enormously. So the impact of technology cannot be overestimated. And I ask you all, regardless of the sector your initiative, project, city, whatever is in, to really have a good look at what technologies are there that could help you in your mission, in your purpose of your company, and apply it to its maximum. And don't think it's something only to do for large tech companies. No, it's equally important for mid-sized companies, startups and scale-ups that can start purpose-driven from scratch, but also large companies need the innovations from small companies because a speedboat goes much faster than a tanker. Bear that in mind, you're equally important. Now, these 2 days, you'll hear a lot about significant examples. This is one I specifically like. For instance, it's called La Torre de las Especialidades. It's a hospital in Mexico that applies a Prosolver German technology to build a smoke eating front. It's a facing of a building that served the purpose of cleaning the air. It's another example on how business can be a force for good and technology can be a force for good. I can give you many other examples. I lack the time for now, but I want to leave you with the thought that really technology, we must take the responsibility to have it serve a purpose and to serve the purpose of improving our world. We have only one planet. So we don't have a plan B because there's simply no planet B. We have only this place and we have to do with that. And I hope I gave you a bit of inspiration additionally to your mission, to your purpose-driven initiative or company, to your opportunity to synergize technology and sustainability. I wish you a great second day of the Emtech Day, and back to the studio, back to Martin right now.
Margaret, thank you very much. You, of course, are on an open invite to Belfast in 2022. Thank you for giving the keynote at the second day of Emtech Europe 2021. I didn't say earlier that Margaret's book is on sale, thanks to Margaret, heavily discounted on our website, emtecheurope.com. So the $1 trillion shift, when Margaret comes to Belfast for Emtech Europe 2022, hopefully Tech for Good, her next opus, will be available. I do want to say before we move to our next section, thank you to Belfast Harbour. We're in some of the 300 plus, 3,000 plus acres that Belfast Harbour owns in the city of Belfast, in Titanic Belfast, and Belfast Harbour is also leading the Innovation City Belfast Drive and is a sponsor of Emtech Europe 2021. Now we're going to move on to health tech, connected health, with some amazing speakers from right around the world. But we have to start, of course, we have to start with a Belfast man. And Brian O'Connor is in the Isle of Man. We were yesterday in Andorra, population 77,000. Isle of Man, just less than 90,000, maybe 86, 87,000 people. But in there is the person who's at the absolute nexus of the connected health movement around the world. The European Connected Health Alliance is, of course, not a European Connected Health Alliance. It's a global Connected Health Alliance. And we're delighted that Brian O'Connor, who heads the European Connected Health Alliance, and not only is going to introduce the health track, but over the last 2 to 3 months, his team, which is right across Europe and across the world, has been instrumental in delivering for us a stunning series of speakers on the health track. So a short video, and then you're going to be introduced to the man himself in the Isle of Man, Brian O'Connor.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you, Martin, for your usual over-the-top introduction of another guy from Belfast. When I received this invitation, my first instinct was to say yes, simply because on a selfish basis, it allows me to return to my hometown of Belfast, albeit virtually this year, but obviously physically next year and the year after. Secondly, because the company I represent, the European Connected Health Alliance, was actually established there 10 years ago. It was established by me out of a sense of frustration and anger, actually, because everywhere I went in the world, I met people, I met, frankly, really smart people who had the most wonderful innovations, the most wonderful ideas, but lived a very frustrated life because they could not get access to others in the many silos that are being created in the health care and well-being space. I decided to do something about that, which a friend of mine, he's still a friend of mine, did say to me, "You're crazy." I sometimes wonder, that maybe being crazy is a good thing. You can think about it. What he meant by that was, at that time, the ECH Alliance consisted of me. But I determined at the beginning, we were not going to be only a Northern Ireland entity. We were going to be at the least a European entity, because we cannot sit in any silo anywhere. I do not like silos, as you probably have worked out already. So what we have done is we have created what is now a global organization. And thinking back to the speaker just before I started to speak, and I listened very carefully to some of the lessons and some of the challenges in that, and some of the examples of successes. I want to use this last 10 years of experience to tell you of some of our successes and failures, not so much to promote our own organization, but to perhaps explain to you some of the lessons we have learned. First, there is no difficulty about innovation. I was asked recently at a conference, do you think we will be able to innovate our way out of this? And I smile because even in the current pandemic, think about what has been achieved. Think about the people who spoke recently about the vaccines. Not only the scientists and the geniuses who produced those, but let's give a thought to the regulators. It used to take 10, 15 years to do what they have done in less than a year. Look at the people who currently today are using telehealth to talk to their doctor and other people. I know from experience that same technology of telehealth has existed for 10 or 15 years. It's only come to the fore and is only being used extensively across the world now because of the pandemic. The second thing I realized, of course, and have experienced is you need all the pieces of the puzzle. We call them ecosystems, which are permanent, because that allows you to build relationships. Second, they have to be multi-stakeholder. Multi-stakeholder includes all the players in an ecosystem: national governments, regional governments, council organizations, all the health systems, whether they be publicly funded or whether they be insurance-led. You have to bring in industry, both from a startup point of view, right through the global players. You have to as well bring in patients. And I know that sounds so obvious, everybody goes, yes, yes, yes. But reality, my experience is, patients are often excluded until it's too late. The number of patient groups that we represent who have said that they know nothing about the latest inventions or the latest solutions which they're asked to buy, the first time they hear of them is when they're asked to buy something. They're never included in the co-creation. So what we do is we bring together innovators, entrepreneurs. We bring together actual real patients. And we say to the innovators and entrepreneurs, don't talk for the first 30 minutes, just listen. And when they listen to the activities of daily living, when they listen to the needs, the real needs of these patients, they can then design and produce solutions for those patients. We also bring in a very important part, which is the economic development agencies. From my personal experience in Northern Ireland with Invest NI, for example, they recognized many years ago that they should be in partnership with the local Department of Health. Up to then, the attitude towards health budgets, not just in Northern Ireland, but many, many other places, was exactly that. Oh, health is a burden. We can't afford any more. This is absolute nonsense, because the way to look at health and care budgets is this. These are economic engines for growth. Who are the biggest purchasers of almost anything in any of our systems? Health and social care departments. Who spends the most money? Who buys the most things? Who employs the most people? These are, if they were a company, if you look at them as a company, they would be treated as gods in the sense of delivering on our economic benefits and growth. Look around the world. This is true all over the world. It's one of the biggest industries in the world of health, care, well-being, pharma, tech. What we discovered over the last 10 years is the thing that was missing and is missing is the ability to connect the dots, to actually say to each of those players I've just mentioned and many others, and say, why don't you talk to, why don't you actually listen to other people? You have to listen to the need. You have to understand the need before you can start trying to innovate, create a solution. Technology is incredible. I have no concerns at all about the ability of the innovators in the tech world to produce solutions. What I do have a worry about, a continuing worry about, is the inability of institutions and organizations, particularly place governments, to actually grasp and understand that they are not everything. They are part of an overall ecosystem. They have responsibilities, and they can fulfill those responsibilities to their citizens and so on by embracing external, whether it's business, innovators, whether it's social impact organizations, etc. So our role in the world, as you'll hear during the day, was literally to connect the dots, to actually make sure people listen to each other. So to do that, we created a series of ecosystems, something like 65 ecosystems across the world now, where they gather on a regular basis, either virtually or physically, where they understand each other's problems, and I keep saying, listen to each other. And as a result, we transfer that knowledge of success and failure across our network. That is why during the pandemic, we have such a huge surge in growth in membership, number of meetings, probably 200 meetings a year in Europe alone. And what is the outcome? What's the point? The point is our role has to be, and we all have this responsibility, to actually improve care, improve the well-being, improve the life of every citizen. It's a huge goal. You think, oh, but don't take the attitude, oh, it's too big, I can't do anything about that. As the last speaker said, we each should select a few areas that we can personally and organizationally contribute to and help solve some of the problems. It can be done. We are doing it. We intend to go on doing it. And what I would say is you listen to the speakers I'm about to introduce, and you think of all of those minds which are focused on making sure that we all as human beings live a better life, a calmer life from a mental health perspective, but above all, to help those who perhaps need help more than we do. Final thing I'll say to you is this: we should look around the world. We have to look around the world. We have expanded globally during this pandemic because of the pandemic to like-minded organizations. What is fascinating for me is the lessons I have learned, the knowledge I've gained from talking to our friends in Africa. There they do what they call frugal innovation. They can produce innovation there, which would cost us in the West, the developed countries, as they call us sometimes, for a fraction of what it costs us. They don't have the obstacles. They don't have the inherent obstacles and difficulties of accessing customers and people. We should learn lessons around the world, but don't just learn the lesson. Don't just plan. I prefer to do and plan in parallel. And I'll leave you with this thought. 10 years ago when I started this and being told I was crazy, We don't look so crazy now when you look at the map behind me. We don't look so crazy now when you listen to the people we have assembled today. This is our contribution to the overall picture. But today, I want to say to you, each of you have a responsibility. Each of you have an opportunity, and it's exciting. So I'll finish with that and say thank you again to the organisers for having the initiative, the courage to put this event on this year. I look forward to being back next year in Belfast and stand in those famous stairs, if you'll let me do that, and to work with Martian, Conla and the team to make sure that we all, with MIT, work together to make a better world. Don't let that just be, oh yeah, we all say that, don't we? Let's do something about it ourselves. So I think my next happy role is to introduce you to the first phase of our health track today. And that is to introduce to you my colleague and friend, Blethen Rees, who's the Deputy Chairman of the ECH Alliance, but also the Chair of the Digital Health Society, which we have created in conjunction with some of the leading governments in Europe, including the Estonian, Finnish, and other governments, to look at what do we do about data? How can we use it to oil the wheels of innovation and invention, and above all, of care? Thank you very much indeed for listening.
So thank you, Brian, and good morning. I'm Blethen Rees, and I'm the moderator for this next session, which is telemedicine and connected health. AI, blockchain, chatbots, personalized apps are among the advances in technology being utilized to transform healthcare. This morning, you're going to hear from experts at the front line of the healthcare revolution and hear about the innovative work making a real difference in the lives of patients. I'm sure many of you will have seen Christian Eriksen and the heart attack that he had on the football field. And some of you will know that what saved his life was a defibrillator. What many of you will not know is that the defibrillator was invented in Belfast and Northern Ireland. So it's very fitting that this morning we should be coming to you from Belfast. So the pandemic has accelerated much adoption, virtual GP and outpatient appointments. But the interest in the R number and health data and predictive models and AI has also taken off. This is the perfect backdrop for this session. Introductions. First of all, we've got Professor Rachel Dunscombe, the CEO of the NHS Digital Academy, an advisor to the Secretary of State in the United Kingdom. A digital and IT expert, substantial hands-on experience at the Royal Salford Hospital, extending to community and social care. Passionate about AI and health, and the health representative of the UK on the AI Council. Second, Thomas Gornak, founder and CEO of Better and co-chair of the Open EHR Foundation, a 30-year veteran of world-class software development, and who at Better has done some amazing work, which I'm sure he's going to talk to you about in Russia and South America, to name but two. And then finally, Liz Ashall-Payne, the founder and CEO and also of Orca, as well as being the vice chair for standards for the British computing industry. A mission to unlock health assessment and distribution services in 11 countries. Award-winning missionary work. Liz is a clinician by background and a digital health entrepreneur. After each of them have presented, we'll have a question and answer session. So now, without further ado, I'll hand over to Rachel. Thank you.
Thank you, Bledin. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the NHS Digital Academy, which indeed provides the senior leaders in the NHS in England, Northern Ireland, Scotland and Wales for all of our NHS organisations. So skills are going to be the rate limiting factor for transformational change in our healthcare systems. And within the UK, this has been a journey and a learning that we've been on. So I just want to go back, first of all, to the NHS's constitution, the constitution of the health system that is very similar to the aims of other social healthcare systems across the globe. Our constitution says that we're going to work at the limits of science with the highest levels of human knowledge and skill, and that we're going to serve our patients and public. So they're very important words, because the limits of science and the highest levels of human knowledge and skill are about bringing digital to actually benefit our, our populations that we serve. Now, when these words were written here by Nye Bevan, that would have been, 1940s. Those words would have meant medicines. They would have meant, early X-rays, but these words now mean digital health technologies. And this is something we take very seriously in the academy, and we teach people how to actually manage the opportunity around digital health and make sure we leverage it appropriately. So to talk about the digital skills emergency, as I said, we have found that skills are the rate limiting factor, and the academy that I lead provides leadership. They go through either a PDIP or an MSc program from Imperial, Edinburgh and Harvard. And 125 of these great leaders every year are going into the system to actually lead transformational change and to make sure that we are leveraging that opportunity of digital within our healthcare systems. Not only are they doing, AI, not only are they doing data science, not only are they doing co-design with patients, they're also working out how to make the economic case, the social case, they're learning about ethics, and many of them are actually clinicians as well. So it's the most wonderful place for us to progress the science of digital health within the NHS. Why did this happen? Well, we've had a lead-in of about 5-6 years to where we sit today. The first thing that happened was the WACT review. Wonderful doctor called Bob Wachter from the US, who is also a professor, who undertook a review for Jeremy Hunt of where our healthcare system was. And he made 10 recommendations, but with a backdrop of skills. And he was the first person that drew attention to the fact that leadership and skills were going to become the rate limiting factor for transformational change. I put a link there to the WACT review. It's well worth looking at for all healthcare systems globally. Following this, we had the Topol review. And again, I was lucky enough to be part of this. This is a really great report if you take a look, because it looks at the future careers. It looks at what clinicians will be doing, what technologies they will use, how their working day will change. And it has some very beautiful vignettes of future careers. And this has been very important for us because it focuses both on the new role of the patient and how we include the patient, the role of the clinician and how we use technology to free up their time and give them a more caring experience for their patients. And it also shows us how we can actually develop our workforce towards the future. So the Topol review is another sort of guiding light towards what we have done. Just want to share with you a little bit about the journey actually that everyone goes on within the academy, because I think it's quite important to understand what we do. Firstly, we look at health systems. Many people don't understand the system they sit within. So health economics, how money flows, how things are commissioned, how to make economic cases. We then look at governance. We look at innovation and commerce, commercial models within Module 2. Module 3, we look at health systems and technology, so all of the standards in health technology. Module 4 is user-centered design and citizen-driven informatics, and very much here people co-design with patients. It's very hands-on, in particular from this module onwards. Then Module 5 is decision support, knowledge management, and AI. Again, people get very hands-on and learn a lot about AI, not just the very technical bits, but also the ethics and the governance. And then the final part is developing each and every leader that we have within our system to make them one of our future leaders for the NHS. So I'm really proud of what we've done in the UK. This has been evaluated by the NHS as being something that is part of the future, and it's been enhanced in its commissioning. And I would welcome you on any of the Twitter handles we've got here to reach out if you do want to know more about digital health education. But certainly, we hope that we're leading the world in actually taking digital health education to leverage the opportunities that these technologies can bring for humanity. Thanks, Blyden.
Rachel, thank you very much indeed. Fascinating. And that's setting the scene for everything else we're going to talk about in this session. So if I can ask Thomas if he would now present. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Blyden. Rachel talked about an important aspect and a prerequisite to actually digitizing healthcare. And I think the second one is data, and that's what I'd like to talk about. So we see several trends that have been accelerated by COVID, and I'm sure you're familiar with the fact that healthcare is shifting from hospitals to communities to the home, that citizens want to be more engaged and they're demanding access, not asking for it, but demanding access to their health record. And of course, that COVID gives us opportunities to really change the care delivery. So on the other hand, we have existing systems. And I really like this quote by the head of strategy for Catalonia, where he says that basically we've been trying to do interoperability for the last 25 years. Unfortunately, it's not working. And the only way that the data follows the patient today is if he carries it around in a box in paper form. So there is a big need to do things differently, and I'll try to show you what can be done. On the other hand, governments, in this case, the UK, has started to talk about the issue of data lock-in by the vendors, having data in systems that are struggling to share this data, and how that is a barrier to research and innovation. And Matt Hancock goes on to say that the solution to this is to separate data from applications, and even talks about a consistent data platform across the NHS. And this was recent, and I would like to think that it's really the result of the learnings from COVID and how not enough data was available to make good decisions because it's locked into disparate systems. So let's talk about data. This is a quote from a research paper that Rachel did with EY, but I really like the word data for life, because it's not only that data is necessary for performing healthcare, but it also has to stay there for the lifetime of the patient. Having access to data, even from birth, is important throughout your lifetime when you're trying to get care. So the way to do this is, as Matt Hancock said, to separate data from applications. So instead of building it like we have up to now on the right, where we have data applications and logic grouped together in silos, the idea is to move the data to the center, to provide a vendor-neutral data core, and to build applications, algorithms, connect devices around that core, but to a consistent patient record. Now, this is all very recent. This was published last year, and it was followed by the Gartner Group report research, which actually talks about exactly the same thing: a data repository, an application inventory, and then a user interface on top of that, layered out instead of in silos. So this concept is not new in healthcare. If you think about it, the imaging industry, the PACS, have been doing this for 30 years. DICOM is a vendor-neutral format, and every modality knows how to write, and every application knows how to read DICOM images. PDF is very similar, but unfortunately, the structured data, the data we depend on for what we're talking about today, which is AI and telemedicine and chatbots and so on, that data is still locked in the applications that produce the data. So this needs to be taken out. And an organization working very hard to make this happen is called OpenEHR. And it provides vendor-neutral specifications on how to manage clinical data outside of the application, separate from the code. So it's really taken off in the last few years. We now have over 100 countries involved, 1,500 clinicians, who have built models, and all of these clinical data models are free to use. You see some of the countries that are most active depicted by the size of the flag. So where do we begin? So obviously healthcare has a lot of legacy. And it's not only the legacy that we think of as the core system, it's also a lot of other applications, a lot of other systems which have been built through the years. There's trusts in the UK that claim they have thousands of applications. So how do we solve this problem when we move to this new architecture? So the idea is to, when you're about to build the next new application or app, build it on top of this new architecture, a vendor-neutral data platform. And as you move some of the data from the legacy system, you keep adding applications which work very differently. They do not store their own data. So you are not replicating the problem you had previously when you're building this new ecosystem, as we call it. And you end up with, through time, in what we call bimodal world, where you have the old legacy running, but at the same time, you have an innovation platform where you can quickly innovate without hiding the data in a particular application, having a consistent longitudinal data for life record of patient data. Okay, so if we move outside of the institution into a region, some things like the ICSs in the UK, but cities or states in the rest of Europe, we see that we can do the same thing. We can normalize data on premise and then start querying this data. As long as it's on using the same data models, we can create a virtual patient record, even if we don't centralize the data. But the whole concept is based around the one patient, one record. And you can see the value of this if you're trying to build algorithms, use AI, of having consistent, high quality, validated data to build these algorithms. So the other idea here is that if you build to this model, you can actually start sharing applications because they are pre-integrated to the data models, which are shared by the institutions. Now, in some cases, of course, it makes sense to centralize. This is an optimization, which actually logically means exactly the same. But of course, it's a little bit more efficient if you can do that. Some countries can, some cannot. Now, we as a company are very proud that Gartner has selected us and put us on this slide of having a digital health platform as defined by Gartner among a group of obviously very large companies. Now, who is leading? I'll finish with some use cases. So the largest system currently is Moscow City, who has built a centralized patient record for all 12 million citizens. And you can imagine how handy that came when COVID struck. They were able to quickly centralize testing, vaccinations, make decisions based on a consistent care record. Obviously, they're using this approach, which I talked about before, a centralized one. On the other hand, we have 8 leading German university hospitals, which are connecting data they need for research, normalizing it on premise, and then sharing it through querying, and they're using this approach. And these are all the largest German university hospitals who are involved in this initiative. So another aspect is, of course, the vendors. And I said in the beginning that the vendors are locking data in. Well, the most advanced vendors, like the Nordics, all 4 of the leading vendors in Sweden, Norway, and Finland, are actually adopting OpenEHR and offering open data to their customers. So this is quite unique. Obviously, the Nordics are quite advanced in healthcare IT, and it's really refreshing to see this different approach. In the NHS, it's really ramping up. So there's over 30 NHS trusts who are doing this now. Wales was the most recent example, which is basing the National Data Resource Program on this open data concept. And finally, just recently this year, the Catalan Health Service announced they will base all their standardize their health data on OpenEHR for the entire healthcare system. This is going to be a really interesting project to be done in the next few years. Okay, I will just summarize. Obviously, the current systems are impeding digital transformation. Data is for life. Applications will not last that long because they need to be changed every so often. So we need to separate the two. Digital health platforms offer three things: personalized UX, low-code tools to quickly build applications, and a vendor-neutral data repository. And Open EHR is now widely used by the most advanced health systems. So with that, I'd like to thank you and turn it back to Bledim.
Thomas, thank you very much indeed. And so we've been through digital skills to data and a platform, and we now move back to looking at digital health assessment and distribution services. So Liz, over to you.
Thank you so much, Bledim, and thank you for inviting me today. It's a real pleasure to be here. So I'm going to talk about how we can support the digital citizen or the digital patient through digital health solutions, being apps or web-based products. So the first thing just to say is that we currently have access to over 370,000 digital health solutions. And every day, what's been fascinating to track is the number of these products that are being downloaded on a day-to-day basis since the start of COVID. So every day now, 5 million people will download a health app. And that's increased by 25% since the start of COVID. And what that's telling us is that people are looking to digital health to support them and their loved ones with their health or a health condition they may be living with. What we're also seeing is that healthcare providers and policymakers and ecosystems are really seeing the opportunity. So we've already heard there about policymakers and the direction of travel, but healthcare professionals who are on front line are also seeing the opportunity that these tools have in supporting their patients. So over 90% believe that these products can improve patients' health, and over 80% of healthcare professionals are already using these solutions in practice. So that gives us a real indication that this is an ecosystem that is being used by our citizens, embraced by our healthcare professionals, and policy, including the World Health Organization, are really pushing for activation of these products. However, there's a really big challenge in this space. There are lots of challenges, but the ultimate challenge is which ones can you trust? So of that huge volume of digital health solutions available to us, how do you know which ones are safe, effective and suited to your patient? Our research at Orca has found that only 20% of the landscape of digital health meets standards and regulations, which means that for those 5 million people every day that are downloading a solution, most of them are downloading unsafe and unregulated products. Now, just imagine if that was the same for the world of medication. And Orca has been created to try and make sense of this landscape, to help people find and use high quality digital health. And because trust is the biggest barrier, you have to start with that. How do we start to build trust in this confusing landscape? Well, if we just start by looking at the regulations out there available to us, there are lots and lots of regulations, standards, best practice and policy guides around what good looks like. But it is a regulatory puzzle. And the reason it's a puzzle is because there are lots and lots of standards in 4 big domain areas. And the first question is, well, which of these standards and regulations should be applied to the product? Because in the world of digital health, we have some solutions that are very simple, for example, digital recipe books. And at the opposite end of the spectrum, we have digital health solutions that interoperate within clinical environments, that are built on clinical algorithms, that are medical devices. So you can't assess and evaluate products in the same way. So the first challenge is which of these regulations in these 4 domain areas, data privacy, data security, clinical assurance and user experience, need to be applied. The second challenge in this area is new regulations are emerging all the time. So we've just heard about Thomas's work, and we're starting to see new regulations emerge around interoperability, authentication, consent, verification, etc. So this is not a static landscape. And the third big challenge is that the product or the digital health solution itself will keep changing and updating. And we want that to happen because it's responding to user and feedback from the health and care system. But how do we manage that as a process and a system to build trust? Well, what we've been doing at Orca for the last 6 years, both here in the UK, but also across Europe, North America, the Middle East and Australasia, is we've aggregated the duplicated effort across all jurisdictions. And what we've built is a foundation or a baseline review process. Now, the answers to these questions are answers that everybody on the planet wants to know the answers to across those 4 key domain areas. And it's run by people and experts, but we use technology, which means that we're able to use a technological platform that allows us to only apply regulations and standards in a proportionate way to the product that's being assessed, and really importantly, repeatedly, so that every time the product updates and changes, the process of review is undertaken with any changes that have emerged. Now, the reason this is a foundation level is because there are differences depending on where you're working in the world. So you can see here across the horizontal area, the Orca baseline assessment, and everybody's using that as the answers to that question as a foundation layer to the standard that they have in their country. Now, here in the UK, in the NHS in England, and we have the NHS DTAC, which is the 4th vertical. And you can see that on top of that Orca baseline review, there are some very, very specific criteria, for example, around clinical safety, and a standard that's very specific to the NHS called DCB 0129 that is very relevant within the NHS. However, other jurisdictions wouldn't necessarily need to know the answer to that question. Now, what this means is that as an organisation that assesses and evaluates products, we only have to do the bulk of the questions once, and then we're able to talk to the innovator community to let them know what good looks like in the other verticals. And therefore, there's real economies of scale, and we can all learn what good looks like collectively. Now, obviously, knowing which products to trust is critical. But what we're really obsessed with is helping improve the lives of people and patients. So once you know which solutions are great and meet quality standards, you then need to tell people which solutions are good. Now, the way in which we do that is we work with partners, healthcare providers, healthcare payers, and other organisations working in the digital health space to create digital health libraries that get promoted in a very targeted way to specific populations. And what this does is this reduces the opportunity gap that we currently have, where people can now go to a trusted environment and search and find a list of high quality tools. They can then also filter according to their personal preference and need. So it's not enough to know which products are good. We also need to share with people how to search and filter according to their own personal preferences and needs. So for example, if we have a teenager versus an adult versus an elderly person, all living with the same health need or condition, it's highly likely that they're going to need a different intervention. So these digital health libraries are highly configured search engines with a highly sophisticated filter option. But that isn't enough. What we know is that the people who are interested in using digital health are probably already activated to look after their health and are probably already interested in digital health. So how do we activate our unactivated communities? And this is really key. We have to work with healthcare professionals who have touch points with those communities. Because if a healthcare professional recommends something to us as patients, we are 70% more likely to do that job. What that means is we now have on the library side a formulary. And the formulary allows, first of all, healthcare professionals to be trained in digital health and then use this platform to recommend or prescribe via text message. Just very quickly, I wanted to share some of the data that's coming out of these platforms. So since the start of COVID last March, we started to see significant changes in what people were searching for, and you can see how that was changed over the course of the year. And then more recently, we've started to see a significant demand for digital health solutions to support long COVID symptoms. And you can see on this heat map that as the time progresses, the more intense those searches are. And what we've also seen as a consequence is that digital health innovators are responding to that need. And in the bottom graph, you can see that there's been a significant increase in products being available to support long COVID. So I'm really looking forward to discussion, and I will hand back to Blevin.
Liz, thank you very much. Fascinating to hear all about how digital health is being unlocked by Orca. So this leads us to the question session. So my first question to all three of you is: technology has promised to revolutionize healthcare for patients and for staff for perhaps the last 100 years. And I can remember seeing some funny slides about the invention of the radio and how that was going to transform access to GPs and outpatients. From everything then to the invention of the computer, to the IoT, and to AI more recently. So is healthcare, in your view, a technology laggard? And if so, what should we be doing about it? So who's going to jump in first?
Well, I go first on that, Blevin. That's a really interesting question. Are we a laggard? We should not be at the absolute bleeding edge of every technology, because that risk opportunity balance and the safety that Liz has talked about. But what I would say is that health is a very complex business, and this is about changing how people do their jobs. This is about changing how our patients work. And this is one of the most complex system conundrums we have in terms of how we change. It's all about people before technology. It's all about our clinicians, our patients. And so we are not going to move at the pace of, say, retail. We're not perhaps even going to move at the pace of banking. But when we do move, there are much bigger prizes, because the prizes here are about improving lives and saving lives. And so I think we are seeing now what I'd say is a consistent, well-led pace of technological uptake, particularly with COVID. We've proved we can do it during COVID. But I would never expect us to be at the pace of some other industries, and rightly so. That's my view.
I would just add that historically investment in technology, I mean, if we're talking about IT technology, has been low for healthcare compared to other industries. So there is a backlog of things that need to be adopted. It's now obviously increasing, in some cases a lot due to COVID. But I think that's one of the reasons, definitely. The other one is what Rachel said. We don't need to be bleeding edge, obviously, in this case. But I would argue also that, I come from telecoms and finance, and it is much harder than it looks, healthcare itself, in terms of IT. There's, you think that you could adopt technology from other industries directly, and you see that there's so many dimensions to using it in health that it makes it just so much more difficult. And just to correct you, Blevin, it's 140 years since the Lancet published that the phone could be used to reduce primary care visits.
Liz.
I was just going to just add one other thing. Completely agree with what's been said. Obviously, one of the things that we need to make sure with any intervention within a healthcare context is the evidence is there, and it takes time to build evidence. And in an innovative, fast-paced environment such as digital, it's going to take time. Most drugs take 17 years to get to market because they're building the evidence of impact. And quite rightly so, we are risk averse as healthcare systems, because we're not just talking about an impact on, say, our revenue, we're talking about an impact on people's lives. And so we do need the time to build the evidence. Yeah,
and that's a great point, isn't it, for all the startups and the small SMEs out there that are looking to innovate in healthcare. The fact that evidence is really important. And perhaps one of the things that we're all trying to do is to allow those startups and entrepreneurs greater access to the system to be able to actually generate that evidence. So if I move us on to the second question, which is from a patient perspective, which technologies are most exciting you right now? So Liz, do you want to start?
Yeah, I'm really happy to. So I think it's interesting. I mean, I shared some of the data around which areas are being most viewed and downloaded and recommended. And the biggest area by a significant mile is around mental health. Now, mental health has always been a hot topic because our capacity to be able to deliver to meet the demand of our populations has always been disconnected. And what we know since COVID and the pandemic is that mental health need has significantly risen. And I think that one of the things that we want to be able to do is get digital health solutions to support people who are experiencing mental health. And where we've seen even more significant rise is around our teenage populations who are digital millennials and ready to embrace these technologies. Obviously, I'm going to say this, this is about high quality digital health solutions, not just throwing technology at things. But as Rachel said, we do need to then think carefully about our systems and processes. And just finally, the other areas around diagnostics. So we've got a huge backlog of patients needing diagnostics, and we can use amazing digital health interventions to support that backlog if we know which ones are safe.
Thanks. Thomas?
Yeah, I mean, just the ability to have a lot more data from devices, I think, is a game changer, because it's really hard to get feedback in healthcare. And of course, the body can give this feedback using wearables, continuous monitoring, and so on. And we can close the loop on what effect a certain procedure or treatment has on the patient. Now, of course, there's still a long way to go, but I think just this feedback loop is what I'm most excited about.
Great. Rachel?
I like the personalization of experience to motivate people to engage. I think what we're seeing here is sort of a recognition that one size does not fit all, and we don't care by rote in future. And I'm seeing digital health solutions that enable patients to participate in the way that is best for them. Been involved, in a couple of pathways where that's happened, in different age groups, different demographics have had different interventions in terms of an experience. So for me, I think that this move towards, individual participation, which then means that you can lift some of the weight from the system, or certain demographics can move the weight from the system by self-caring and self-managing. That's starting to become a reality. And that for me is very exciting, because it means our effort can be put with people that really need our effort, as opposed to seeing everyone on a regular basis when they could self-care and self-manage.
Thank you. So pharma, technology, medtech, telcos or telecommunications, all global industries, yet healthcare remains national. Do we think that that's the barrier to innovation crossing borders? And I mean, interestingly, all three of you have given examples in your presentation about international innovation and examples. But how do we tackle this problem that innovation seems to be slow to cross borders?
I can have a go at that. Obviously, the payment systems are national, right? So, and they're very different. If you want to have the adoption of innovation, you need to adapt the payment systems, the financing. We see time and time again, great innovation not being able to break through. Insurance in the US, out of pocket covers a lot more than in Europe, but in Europe, people actually expect the healthcare system to provide for payments. And I think this is very fragmented across, obviously, Europe. So I see that as a major barrier to have pan-European success with digital innovation.
Right.
A couple of interesting things to me, actually, reflecting on what Tomasz said about converging on, standardized data, and also what Liz said about 17 years to on medicine. As we standardize our data and our approaches, we can create real world evidence. And I was very lucky to be involved in the Salford Lung study, which, was one of the first on the planet to take real world evidence. But now what I'm seeing is that learning health systems across the globe, as they share standards, can work together. I'm seeing, Australian institutions work with UK institutions, German with UK. And so what I'm seeing here, I think, is a possibility, and we need this because with rare diseases and cancers, the groups that we are going to be dealing with a common genome will be smaller and smaller, and there will be a global cohort potentially that will want to work together with life sciences or pharma. So for me, I think that speed to evidence, the speed to access of real world data, and an agility of our healthcare systems is coming, but it does rely on data, and it does rely on international collaboration in a way which is conducive for disease groups.
Really, really great points. I mean, I was going to say it's about sharing, and the biggest challenge that we have is people aren't aware of what exists. And so we have to get better at sharing and having organisations and repositories of information that we can share access and awareness with.
Yeah, great. And a snap question to end our session. Bearing in mind all the knowledge that the three of you have about health technologies and what's good and where it comes from, which country do you think is the most innovative in healthcare?
Oof. Healthcare IT, you mean? I mean, the digitalization.
However you want to interpret it. Yeah, however you want to interpret it. Or if you were ill, which country would you want to be treated in?
Oh, there are two different answers, I think, for me, but I would say most definitely Europe and the UK would be where I prefer to be treated, because I've had very good treatment in European countries and the UK. I am absolutely biased, but I believe that in the UK, we are growing a cohort of digital health talent that nowhere else in the world has, and that will come to fruition over a number of years. And I'm very proud of that. So I would say the UK on that basis.
Yeah, I would agree. I think you have to think about whether it's cross-nation or pockets of innovation, and that changes things quite a lot. In terms of doing everything for the entire population, I think the Nordics are quite advanced. But of course, if you're looking at a specific hospital, and you can find them all across Europe, I think Karolinska was just named top 10 in the world just recently in digitalization. And I've been there. I've seen what they did with the new hospital, and it is leading edge.
Yeah, just quickly. So my answer is it depends on the clinical area and the area of technology we're talking about. I see amazing innovations happening in lots of different countries, even in areas such as third world countries like Africa, because they don't have some of the barriers to adoption around infrastructure. But like Thomas says, the Nordics, I think here in the UK, we've been driving this for a long time. And as Rachel said, will be coming to fruition soon.
Thank you. And for the ECH Alliance, I think we would absolutely agree with that, Liz, in the sense that we find best practice in some strange places where you would never think it is. And the point is, no one has a monopoly of good ideas and innovation. So I am being privileged to chair the three of you. Thank you very much indeed. And I wish the conference the best of good fortune for the rest of the day. And with that, I'm going to hand back to the studio. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bledden. Welcome back to Titanic Belfast for Emtech Europe 2021, the second day. And it's an absolute honour now to welcome from our sister city of Boston, to welcome Kenneth Chen, a co-founder of Moderna. Our apologies, because in Boston it's just after 4:30 in the morning. My blessed mother, Kenneth, likes to say that if you can get up early in the morning, your entire life will be a success. I presume you're now the proof of that.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I hope my comments are lucid this early in the morning, but I'll try my best.
Well, look, it's really is an honour. You're at the cutting edge of the greatest breakthrough in health technology, certainly in generations, and it's making a real difference. When they come to make a movie of this Moderna story, and we're here today to discuss something else and move to another country, but on Moderna, when they come to make a movie of this, where will it start? Where will that first scene? Will it be in a cafe in Cambridge, or will it be in a lab?
Well,
for you, anyway.
Well, anyway, for me, it starts at, I'd say, in many of these stories, it's kind of one dose of serendipity and one dose of science. The serendipity was at a wedding, Derek Rossi, who really deserves credit for the initial formation of the team that formed Moderna. And in fact, he actually named the company. We met at a wedding. We had been colleagues at Harvard, and he asked me if I'd be interested in helping him and hearing about a company he was going to start. And then we had a follow-up meeting, and my favorite watering hole, at least in the pre-pandemic era, at Henrietta's at a local hotel here, the Charles Hotel. And that's where we first met and discussed the potential for a company based upon observations he'd made that mRNA could actually be used to reprogram a normal cell back to a stem cell state using the Yamanaka technology. And then he brought in Bob Langer, and then Bob brought in Newbar, and the rest is kind of like history. That's the serendipity part. The other science part was that, of course, I'm trained as a cardiologist to make my living at the intersection of cardiology, molecular biology, and biotechnology. And the heart cell has been my favorite cell for decades. So the first question was, what would happen if mRNA was introduced to a heart cell? And I was just absolutely stunned by the result, because it turned out that the heart loves mRNA. And I'd never seen anything like this before in my 3 decades of working in the field. And so this was just in vitro, and then quickly people in my lab and his lab worked together to do the first experiment that actually was done in our shop. And I got an email at 3 in the morning that essentially said, "You're not going to believe this, but we have dose-dependent expression of, in this case, a reporter, luciferase, in skeletal muscle and heart muscle." And I immediately realized that this could be a game changer for a number of different approaches, potentially a new therapeutic technology platform. That turned out to be the case, and a team was built around it, and which I think is another important take-home message. You need a team, and it certainly was a team effort.
And you were, this moment of clarity, if we could call it, not only would it make a difference in certain sectors of medicine, but for humanity, was that clear as well, or it's pre-pandemic, of course?
I think, well, early on, I think what we thought, and this is, I'm speaking on behalf of, the other key individuals in the company. Of course, my co-founders were Newbar, Thayan, and Bob Langer, Derek, and myself. I think all 4 of us believed that this technology, if its full potential was unlocked, that it could be transformative, it could be disruptive. And at the time, there were other companies working on it for vaccines. Actually, CureVac already was employing mRNA for vaccines. Our vision at the time was mRNA as a drug, as a therapeutic. And I think that's the thing that really propelled the company and prepared it to do something that the technology is actually well suited for, and that's vaccines. But our aim, and it continues to be the aim of the company, is therapeutics. And I should say at this stage, I'm what would be known in the vernacular as a proud parent of Moderna. I'm no longer, I stepped down from the advisory board several years ago, and the company is in good hands. And like in parenthood, your kids eventually grow up, they don't need you. They're doing quite a good job, and I'm quite proud of what the whole team has done.
Well, in any country, anywhere in the world, that's a kind of an A team that they gathered for Moderna, and I think it's important. We thank you, not only you, the team, and everybody that's there today. Moderna's being delivered right across the island of Ireland. We're rationing here in the north. We're rationing supplies at the minutes because we're keeping it for the under 40s. But the success of the company, not only in creating this breakthrough technology, but making sure that it's delivered hopefully across the entire world, is absolutely crucial. So congratulations. Has it changed your world? I mean, you're sort of a calm, measured individual, but there's a lot of fame associated with this and a lot of intention. Has it changed your personal world, this Moderna breakthrough?
Well, I think, I feel, obviously humbled and honored at the same time that, some of the core technology and applications that we use for mod RNA for trying to create an mRNA drug could position Moderna to very quickly pivot and work on COVID vaccine. That decision, I think, so just to kind of recap what my contribution was and continues to be is to try to push the first mRNA drug, not vaccine, which we were successful with Moderna and AstraZeneca, of course, based in the UK and Sweden, to be the first in human therapeutic mRNA for patients with heart disease, which has continued now and just recently completed phase 2 in patients with heart disease and open heart surgery. So it's moving forward. But the experience of that, and actually the study was published about a year before COVID broke out in Nature Communications, a team effort of my group, Moderna and AZ together. That experience, I think, helped the efficiency of transitioning from an mRNA drug to an mRNA vaccine, which Moderna had already started. But the daring decision to put all the chips of a young company just starting with no other product and to put everything on the COVID vaccine takes a lot of courage. And Stefan Bancel, the CEO, really deserves credit for that. So what helped Moderna enormously is because you need to make so much mRNA for a drug versus a vaccine that Moderna had decided, and again, this is Stefan's decision, to build a plant that cost hundreds of millions of dollars to make mRNA, which at that time wasn't even a product. So which young company with no product would start to make a manufacturing facility costing hundreds of millions before the product was approved? But that capability and that scalability really helped Moderna to respond to this crisis. And so there were a number of decisions pre-COVID that were made. And of course, Moderna was working feverishly, hundreds of individuals working on every aspect of mRNA, from the payload itself, optimizing it, to the lipid nanocarriers, lipid nanoparticles that are used to deliver it to its clinical regulatory applications. So they were in excellent position to do this, and they executed it.
Well, look, we're very much still in the middle of this pandemic. We're in Belfast Premier Building with no audience. The reports from Australia, even from America, we're certainly not out of the woods by any means, but I do hope by Emtech 2022, and we'll have to bring you over, but hopefully we'll see more applications of mRNA and other areas of medicine. But I presume people need to.
Yeah, well, I look forward to that. I think you're going to see some very exciting developments in the field. Just recently, another company, Intellia and Regeneron, showed that you could use mRNA to actually as an essential delivery tool to get the first in human targeted gene editing that actually corrected a major genetic defect in a very subset of patients with a rare disease. it's a very exciting development.
Well look, let's go virtually to Sweden, because one of the things we've managed to do at Emtech Europe is bring people together from every corner of the European continent, people who are involved in emerging technology. Yesterday we spent a full day on sustainability, and we did go to Sweden. We visited a young man who is manufacturing and inventing probably the first regional electric aircraft in Europe and the world, I would say. But in your case, you're a big fan of the Karolinska Institute, which is this powerhouse of learning, education, a medical university in Stockholm, long heritage, several hundred years. Each year they select the physiology or medicine Nobel Prize winner. They have had 5 prize winners themselves from the institution. And I wanted to talk a little bit about, where does this innovation come from? Moderna is an American story. AstraZeneca, of course, has a Swedish connection as well. But what is your great, and you haven't been able to travel to Sweden, of course, but what's your great affection for and respect for the Karolinska Institute? What does that come from?
Well, I'd say, let me talk about this in general. I think I'd like to address your question, which really gets to the point of, okay, Boston is the probably epicenter for biotechnology now in the world. And of course, given what's happening, it's natural for people elsewhere to think, okay, how can we also join in this sort of new era of medicine? And I think, in thinking about this deeply, I think there are a number of factors that are in play here. There are macroeconomic factors, and I think the first one that I would point out is that I think the average public person's viewpoint of a technology that changes their life. I think if you'd asked individuals pre-COVID, they would say it was IT, of course, the internet, iPhone, etc. And that's pretty clear. But after COVID, I do think you'd find a substantial number of people to say biotechnology changed their life. And I think that public perception is very, very important. And it's a perception that I think is shared by the investment community. I've never seen the kind of capital inflows into the field of biotechnology as we see now. When Moderna started out, it was one of the handful of unicorns in biotechnology. Now there's fistfuls, many, every week there seems to be another new unicorn in the area. So the environment has changed, that's one. And with that, of course, then the question is, what other regions could support biotechnology clusters? And this is, in thinking about this a few years ago, I realized that Sweden actually has several advantages where it could support a biotechnology cluster. So let me give you my reasoning. Wherever there's strong IT, there's usually strong biotech in the United States. Sweden is extremely strong in IT. It arguably has one of the strongest IT environments and ecosystems for a country of its size of only 10 million people. Spotify, Skype, Ericsson, Instagram was started there. It's just a sampling of what's happening. The fintech movement, actually, a lot of it could be traced back to Sweden. Strong private equity, EQT is one of the leading private equity groups in the world, and let alone in Europe as well. And then there are growing med techs like Bactiguard in Sweden. Very strong academic institutions. We mentioned KI, and KI has the capability of attracting an international talent pool, and I think that's important. It's largely English speaking. Obviously, many of the people in Stockholm can speak many languages, but I found myself that English is widely used everywhere, particularly at KI. And of course, English is the language of science and technology. And the other point is that Sweden has a nationalized health system. It's not fragmented. There are databases that exist. And then, of course, there's a growing intersection, and as you're I think symposium and conference has already highlighted between AI and medical care and biotechnology, and this is a growing area. So there's a convergence of the two spaces, and I think that Sweden is in an excellent position, also with a history of drug discovery in Astra. The Astra part of AstraZeneca is based in Sweden. Pharmacia was also based in Sweden. But for some reason, biotechnology has been a latecomer, if you will, in the region. And I think this recent push is going to push it further. I want to put a shout out also to our colleagues in Europe in the mRNA field in BioNTech and CureVac who've done such a wonderful job as well. And they've created a cadre of leaders in biotechnology in a very complex space that could very well lead to serial entrepreneurship in this area because you need that human resource to really push the formation of a biotechnology cluster. Regardless of what anyone says, money alone, infrastructure alone, buildings alone, great academic institutions alone are not enough. What you need is you need the human resource, the human know-how at every single level, science, clinical, financial, regulatory. And the mindset is different from pharma. Well, Europe has been very successful in pharma, obviously. Some of the best and largest pharmas are in Europe. Pharma is kind of like an aircraft carrier, and it can go and it can do a lot of damage and take out a disease, no question. But it's also hard to turn. So when something comes up like mRNA, it's not the kind of thing that pharma is going to jump on and get the aircraft carrier on something so high risk, high reward. And it's the more agile, I think smaller units like biotechnology is built for that can capture the opportunity in this area. And you're going to see novel partnerships, obviously, between the two.
And you're a professor, of course, at Karolinska Institute, even though you haven't been able to travel. And for me, it has been, we're very proud of our universities here, but there is almost like it's another level, with all due respect to universities here, when you see what the Karolinska Institute has done. But you believe that even this journey can be accelerated if there was to be more clustering of biotechnology around the institute?
Absolutely. I think that this is really one of the critical areas that I think needs to be addressed. And so what's interesting is that if you look at the origin of a lot of the major breakthroughs, they have largely been in academia, and then they get translated or transferred into the private sector and then move forward. The speed of which, and the challenges are relatively obvious in that. But in the United States, there's kind of like a little bit of a firewall between the two because of conflict of interest. And, that conflict is ethical, it's regulatory, but it's also financial. Universities expect to be rewarded for the scientists that they brought in and have nurtured and have provided support for, and that are leading to the formation of these multi-billion-dollar companies like Moderna, which you could say spawned out of MIT and Harvard, right? And so in Europe, I think there's a chance, an opportunity to rethink this relationship and actually form interactive centers that in real time can work together jointly. And I think this could be particularly those that are receiving public support. Because that's what the public wants to see. They want to see biotechnology in their neighborhood. They want to have access to these most recent advances very, very early before, they're widespread, which I think mRNA technology is an example of. But to do that, you have to make an investment. And that's the key point here. But it needs to be wisely invested. And I just want to say one thing, the most important resource, human, human, and human. You want to invest in people. And that starts with education and the infrastructure, breeding an entrepreneurial atmosphere and culture, ecosystem in academia. People in the private sector aren't the bad guys. People in academia are not just, mouse doctors, if you will. You need to, build that culture, that ecosystem. And I think it can be improved even from what we have in the United States. What's interesting is some of the big venture firms, including Flagship at this stage, now has started to form their own kind of institutions, if you will, incubators, labs that they then hire people from academia into their own labs working on very fundamental technology, very far in advance, maybe years before it actually could see a clinical application, and pouring millions of dollars. And we're seeing people, investors, investing in these institutions, okay, that are set up as kind of under the wing of venture groups. And this is a trend we're seeing in Boston, throughout the region. But in Europe, why couldn't those be integrated in some way in a unique fashion with biotechnology out of the gate? And I think there's some opportunities there.
Well, and that would be fascinating. One of the interesting things that I've taken from our last 24 hours is across Europe, there's great respect for science. And I think that's true of Boston, the life sciences capital of America. Not always true of America in terms of leadership, respect for science, but hopefully we're in a better and brighter place today. But it seems to me that America's #1 in the world for entrepreneurship, without a doubt. But there seems to be a culture in Sweden that is very conducive to this research, this development. Is that the government? I mean, there's only 10 million people in Sweden, all of Sweden, just a little bit bigger than New York. Is the culture different in Sweden?
Well, it's let me put it this way. When I first came there, I thought to myself, I thought I knew the country, but I actually didn't. And reflecting back, I'd have to say it's the most entrepreneurial, socially minded country I've ever seen. I wouldn't say socialist, because it certainly isn't socialist, it's quite capitalist, actually. And but there's a very strong social safety net. And of course, that is another feature of Europe, I think, which is important. That people accept that the government's responsibility is to provide you with a social safety net. And what that does, particularly for the young, ambitious, entrepreneurial scientist or clinician or business person, is to give them the opportunity to take risk. Because if you do not take risk, you're not going to make it in biotechnology or in startups, et cetera. It's inherently a high-risk business. And so the safety net, I think itself, has afforded the luxury of young people going out and taking a risk. And no, maybe it won't work, but if you don't take that risk, one thing's for sure, you're not going to get the upside. You won't get it, the society won't get it, the region won't get it. This is something that I feel very strongly about, is that we need to encourage our young people to be willing to take on risk, not to jump off cliffs, but to get the training so they can recognize where opportunities are and are worthy of taking a risk because the reward is so great.
Well, look, Kenneth, it's been an honor and a privilege to speak with you. Thanks for giving up so much of your time so early in the morning. Just before we leave, I'm very fortunate. I got to sign the Sister City Agreement with Marty Walsh when he was mayor, going on to greater things. But it's a big Irish-American city over there. Those Irish-American guys, they made space for you, okay, to get on with your work, because they tell me they control everything over there in Boston.
Well, let me put it this way. As I may have mentioned previously, I married into an Irish family. My wife's maiden name is Donovan, Megan Donovan. I think there's probably a million Megan Donovans in Ireland, and maybe half as many in Boston. And her family actually has relatives in Ireland now, I think. And forgive me if I mispronounce these names, but Roscommon, Ballyvaughan, Leitrim, are some of the areas. Kilcarney are some of the areas that where she still has relatives,
Well,
Of course, I have a nickname in the family. I'm known as Kenny O Chen, and my 1.5-year-old and 5-year-old. My wife said I get to choose the last name, but she gets to choose the first name. So the 5-year-old daughter, her name is Griffin Maeve McTurnan Chen, and
wow.
1.5-year-old little guy is named Xavier Declan Donovan Chen. And my father-in-law also graduated from Harvard and was a big figure at Harvard, Joseph Francis Xavier Donovan. And so I'm quite steeped in Irish culture. And also want to just say one other thing. I think that the entire region of Ireland, Northern Ireland, has incredible potential in this field, and I'd love to see it blossom.
Well, look, thank you very much for those kind words. You're certainly linked into Ireland there. The next time you come, we'll bring the entire extended Donovan and O'Chen families to Belfast. So Kenneth, go have a nap. Thank you for joining us, and congratulations, and thank you for all you've done. Thank you.
Okay.
Good luck.
Okay. Take care.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good morning. Well, the wonderful Kenneth Chen. Now, this isn't easy to follow. Julian, who's up next. We're going to have a short. Sorry, we're going to have a short video. That was the great Kenneth Chen, co-founder of Moderna, who rose at 4:30 in the morning. Before that, in fact, to speak to us today. Look, we're going to have a break, a short video. Then we're going to come back to discuss the personalised medicine revolution. And our moderator is Professor Angela Brand of Maastricht University. Maastricht, of course, very famous name in this across Europe. So thank you very much. Let's have a break, and then we'll go over to Angela.
Welcome to the Sunrise Stand-Up Paddleboard and Island Yoga Experience on Strangford Lough, County Down, where you'll get to limber up as the sun comes up. Meet Rory. He's designed the whole experience to put you in touch with nature. You'll get to feel all the physical and mental benefits of exercise and yoga in the outdoors in a truly unique part of the world. Rory will guide you on a paddleboard tour to a remote island. Never paddleboarded before? No problem. The basics are covered in each class.
Stand-up paddleboarding, it's like a form of slow adventure. So it's the perfect way to switch off from the stresses and strains of everyday life.
Paddleboarding's a great way to get fit too, according to Rory, and it helps with balance and agility. When you get to the island, Jen will lead you in a yoga flow. This is where you get to maximise your connection with the outdoors. Afterwards, you'll have a light breakfast of locally sourced food on the island before paddling back to shore.
Strangford Lough is an amazing place, and paddleboarding is a great way to see it. There's at least 75 drumlin islands, monastic sites, lightships, and even ruined castles. You may be lucky enough to spot oyster catchers, cormorants. There's over 2,000 species of bird life, and if you're lucky, you may see a seal.
Just being in nature and getting to do these things in fresh air, all your senses are awakened. Even just going between the land and then going onto the sea, it's just a whole body experience. As soon as you close your eyes and you can hear the birds and feel the air and the sun on your skin, it's just way better than doing it in a room inside somewhere.
The Strangford Lough Activity Centre's Sunrise Stand-Up Paddleboard and Island Yoga Experience.
We promise you an experience you'll never forget.
Welcome to the session, The Personalized Medicine Revolution. Personalized medicine, it has become really a buzzword, and there are so many terms used in parallel: precision medicine, stratified medicine, truly individualized medicine, ultra-personalized medicine, now preventive medicine, predictive prevention, personal health and care. And in the end, I think the interpretation matters, the innovative approach which differs. What we are discussing today in this session, I believe, is truly individualized medicine or personal health and care. And we will learn that every person is unique, that every disease is unique, that the taxonomy of diseases has changed, that we moved from studying the human genome to the personal genome, and about, for example, also epigenomics bridging the biological and social sciences. And then there had been more and more analytical and enabling tools available to support personalized medicine, to pave the way, like nanotechnology, sensors, cloud computing, 3D printing, organ on a chip, next generation sequencing, of course, CRISPR, virtual individual models, artificial intelligence, etc., etc. And now I would like to introduce you to the speakers. It's my pleasure that you're here, that I have the pleasure to moderate the session. The speakers are worldwide pioneers and innovators, and they have paved the way really for personalized medicine with a highly innovative approaches and disruptive approaches, such as, for example, the free use of personalized data and the need for intra-individual follow-up, such as deep molecular analytics and mechanistic targets for truly individualized treatments, and such as cloud-based genomic profiling services in the public sphere. So I would like to introduce to you Professor George Church. He's Winthrop Professor of Genetics at Harvard Medical School and also a professor at the MIT in Boston, US, and also founder of Nebula Genomics. So welcome, George.
Thank you.
Then Professor Hans Lehrer, he's Director Emeritus of the Max Planck Institute for Molecular Genetics in Berlin, Germany, and founder of Alagris Therapeutics. And then Dr. Philippe Menu, he's the Chief Medical Officer of Sophia Genetics in Lausanne, Switzerland, which is also a US-based company. So having said that, I would like to give now room to you. And if I may ask you the first question, George, what is the uniqueness and the beauty, I would say, of the International Personal Genome Project? You founded already 2005, so it's over 15 years ago. And nowadays, especially looking also on the Korean public health personal genome project, it seems that this is really a milestone and a longer-term perspective. Can you please tell us a little bit more about this?
Well, ever since 2005, it's intended to be a demonstration, not a scale up to 1 billion people, but a demonstration of various capabilities, including the ability to share data, the ability to return information to individuals that back in 2005 was considered radical to return to people their genomes. Still, it requires some effort to make it possible for them to share information without necessarily sharing the entire genome, without giving it away, and the ability to share cells and to test out new technologies. So some of the cell lines from these individuals are some of the best characterized genomically and in terms of stem cell differentiation, aging, and so forth. So that they're a way of testing out the personal properties of an individual with respect to various drug therapies, combinations of therapies that could interact in one person but not in others. So it's a demonstration that all of this can be personalized and shared experience.
And it's a public sphere, no? So it's open, available.
It's as far as we know, the only really open access, combining medical records, cutting edge phenotypes, and whole genome sequencing, really high quality clinical diploid genomes.
And you mentioned aging, for example, the interest in what we see. Are there also differences in populations when looking, for example, US population, where you started was a 10, I think, in the very beginning, and then the Korean. Now, is there is that very individual, or is it also that it differs between population? Is there more an intra-individual difference?
Well, I think our emphasis and certainly the expectation that has proven to be true is there's a lot more inter-individual differences, not just genomic, but age of the individual, their medical history, and so forth. There's just so much inter-individual difference. It is true that we very intentionally have started centers in London and Toronto and Vienna and Korea and so on to reflect the diversity of not just of genomes, but of culture and medical practice. And we want to reflect that in a form where people can see the full richness. If you have a fully de-identified database, you can't really practice medicine. You can't see how medicine is practiced, which is where you have a full integrated medical record, especially if you want it to be for the emerging future of personalized medicine. You want to see what that's going to look like, and that requires a really much more open strategy.
Was it very much also you experienced that a really shift in mind, of minds of also other scientists, other groups to learn from the PGP that it's always a momentum. It's like a photo, I think you said years ago, and we see so much in reality that it's still very much stratified and exactly not what you are, what you see and what your findings and observations are.
Yeah, I think it's important to allow many different flowers to bloom, and there is some value to the silos, but we're providing an alternative that can coexist, which is a way of sharing deep data sets that include near future technologies. So I think we can tolerate both. There has been a general tendency in our direction, which is it's hard to recruit people now without promising you're going to tell them something about their health. So that's now routine. The use of whole genome sequencing rather than SNPs, which we've advocated from the beginning, the whole genome sequencing is moving further. In fact, we now have our first actually complete full genome sequence in the world just in the last few weeks in a preprint. So I think that these are trends that you can see. It's becoming so inexpensive. You can get a nearly complete genome, clinical grade, for $300 now. So it's a new world, and that's what we were trying to anticipate.
So it's no longer a matter of costs
right.
Just the willingness to do it, and
and communicating the advantages. That even if it's only 3% of us are going to have a big advantage, you don't know whether you're in the 3% or the 97 until you look at the personalized medicine in your own genome.
And sometimes we, I think, looking at the epigenomics, the role I mentioned in the beginning, and sometimes, people think we are, the genomics is so deterministic, this old wording, but it comes again and again, and in some contexts with data protection or whatever. But I understanding the social different environments, chemical, physical, biological, and that is changing the genome on a daily basis. And I think that is what for me was really 15 years, such an eye-opener. So
yes. very, very important to the genome is once in a lifetime maybe, but your immunological and microbiological and transcriptional omics really should be assayed as often as possible.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, thanks, George. And I would, in the first round of questions now, ask Hans. Hans, the digital twin or the digi-twins, what was your idea behind that innovation? What's new or what is still disruptive there? What would you say?
Yes, the basic concept is, in a sense, building on what George has said. We are all different. We have different genomes. We have different environments, different disease histories, different microbiomes, different diseases which have the same names but are molecularly different. And therefore, it's not surprising that we react very differently to the therapies and preventive steps which we undergo. So this has disastrous consequences. Europe alone, we have very large numbers of people who die or get sick to adverse drug reactions. Nevertheless, the medicine comes from a model in which we assume everybody's going to react the same. First-line treatment, blockbuster drug, and this has to be replaced by a view of medicine in which everybody is assumed to be different. Every tumor is its own orphan disease and can have very different features which make it react completely differently than another tumor. But that's not the only thing which plays into the question how the patient should be treated. For example, in an oral drug, we also have to know about the microbiome, which might modify the drug in the digestive tract, about the pharmacogenomics, about the reaction of the normal tissues, about the immune system, to be able to predict correctly what the optimal therapy could be. And the digital twin is the idea to implement in medicine the same thing which we use in all other areas, an exact predictive model of individuals in which we can make our mistakes on the computer model.
What examples do you think about from other areas, Hans?
Yeah, for example, an instructive example is a jet engine, which is basically immortal. It has tens of thousands of sensors. Every jet engine, which obviously starts the same after production, is modeled individually to make sure that whenever some effect goes in the wrong direction, we correct it. This is far away from what we do in medicine. On one hand, because we know a lot more about the way a jet engine functions, because we've designed it. Another aspect is probably that we are considered much more replaceable than a jet engine, and therefore there's much less effort going into how to keep people healthy than how to extend the life of a jet engine. This is a commercially important distinction, which I'm afraid we will have to live with unless we elect governments which set their priorities very differently than most governments do at the moment.
Where do you see in the moment the barrier, mostly the barrier?
I think the technology development is not the barrier. George has mentioned many of the things we can do now. And in principle, we could have disruptions in medicine just as much as in all other areas. The problem there is that medicine is highly controlled, in many cases also funded by the governments. And those controls serve not only to save, to keep us safe, they also serve importantly to keep the stakeholders' income safe. So sometimes there is I suspect there is a distinction between us surviving and the profit margins of specific groups of stakeholders dropping, and very often things go in the wrong direction. We have one particularly striking example in the COVID pandemic, in which George and I have proposed last May that we could eliminate the pandemic quickly, safely, and comparatively cheaply by testing everybody at regular intervals for some time till the infection was eliminated. Strangely enough, nobody was interested. We had to then develop a technology which actually was able to do it, which is now provable. We have examples of an infrastructure which would allow this to work on a population-wide basis. And we can show by computer models that, for example, Germany, I have the numbers from Germany, could have saved out of the 90 something deaths due to the pandemic, roughly 80,000 deaths, because all the deaths which happened outside of the first wave. We could have saved 6 months of lockdown by basically taking a very small number of infected and putting them for 2 weeks in quarantine, and we could have saved billions of taxpayers' money, and nobody was interested because the stakeholders probably did not see a way of making sufficient amounts of money. The paper is on a reprint server, so anybody who's interested can have a look and see if they agree with the conclusions. But I think we have a very good case in which
that's a
the
good
stakeholder
example.
structure has really stopped something which would have saved many lives.
Yeah, I think it's very convincing what you are saying, and this is something really to understand why. Why is that? And now coming back to the personalized medicine specifically, and dear Philip, in I think it was 2017 that Sophia Genetics had been ranked among the 50 smartest companies by the MIT Technology Review. What do you think? What is the success story of Sophia Genetics? What is it? Is it you have the platform had been developed, the DDM platform, something like this? What exactly is it, or what would you say? What is the success story of Sophia Genetics?
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe just as a word of introduction, what Sophia is, we're a global healthcare technology company focused on data analytics. A large part of our focus is in oncology, but we're also active in other disease areas. We're founded about 10 years ago in Switzerland, and by now we have a global footprint. And in the core offering and asset, if you want, is this analytics platform. To understand why I think we've been successful, it's probably good to take 2 steps back and kind of look at the opportunity based on industry trends. I think over the last 10 years, we've seen a bit of a dual revolution. One, you have an explosion of the production of healthcare data at scale. Usually done through high throughput modalities. NGS, next generation sequencing, is a prime example of a technology that started in the market about 10 years ago with the first Illumina sequencers, and quickly moved from research to clinical routine, right? And to this point where in oncology today, it's part of the standard of care in many cancer diagnosis steps. So you have this explosion of data on one hand, in digital format, which is very important because then that allows you the second revolution, which is AI tools and techniques and machine learning, which have really come of age over the past few years, Now anybody can build their own machine learning, deep learning models, from internet building blocks. And so the conjunction of this data digital format production at scale plus the analytics engines allows you to really do now, I would say, what we call data-driven medicine, which is supplementing the intuition of physicians and healthcare professionals with hard real-world data to guide a bit more the treatment decisions, right? If you think about what we call evidence-based medicine, it's not that old, right? It was somewhere in the 90s. So which suggests that, medicine has been a lot of an art so far. And I think there's a lot of room to improve and strengthen that with, I would say, more data-based decisions, if you want, in clinical decision-making. Now, the challenge to that, as always with opportunities of a challenge, we have a lot of different ecosystem-wide barriers to basically push this vision that George and Hans was also talking about making the best use of data for personalized medicine. I think the first one is lack of data standardization and harmonization. Everybody is producing their data in their own way with different technologies in their institutions, which then creates a lot of noise in data. It's hard to actually then compare and combine it. Second one, which obviously everybody is aware of, is the data silos. Everybody is producing their data locally or in centralized institutions, but they kind of get locked. And even when we talk to hospitals, they have a hard time actually reconciling the data for their own patients on their own premises because it's produced in different systems. Third one is barriers to collaboration. So even when people actually want to collaborate, we have strict rules in place for good reason, but still which hinder collaboration around data privacy, and the fear of losing control of the data. What happens if I share the data with another hospital or another investigator? And then the last two are basically, we take a very what we call a monomodal approach, which we look for, even immunotherapy today. Okay, PD-L1 positive, PD-L1 negative. If you look at certain mutations, are you positive? Are you negative? But it's usually like with one dimension, right? You're looking at one alteration that guides treatment selection. And the last one is a lot of the healthcare infrastructure right now is centralized, whether it's central labs, hospitals. That makes it difficult to scale up at a global level, right? So you basically end up with more like local solutions. So from our perspective, there was an opportunity to develop and deploy a cloud-based platform, right, that has AI at the center that you can deploy at scale across the globe that can help standardize, compute, and analyze digital health data modalities. So we started with NGS because I mentioned this was the first one that came from the research in the clinical world at scale. Right now, we have about 750 different hospitals in the world working on the network in 70 countries.
Is there a specific country where you are more successfully, or where it's more was easier to pick up the idea?
Well, we started the hard way. We started decentralized, right? So we leave people produce their data, and we started in Europe, which, I know Hans being from Germany, data privacy, very strict with good reason, right? But not easy, which means we had to adapt to all of these local, jurisdictions and requirements and then scale up. And now we're anywhere from Europe, US, LATAM, and APAC. So I would say by now we've learned our lessons and we're good to go in every geography, right? But the point of the platform where we think there's a lot of room for a technology platform to help, standardize the data and share knowledge. We see three success factors. Number one, it has to be decentralized, right? So leave the generation of the data and the custody of the data to the users and the institutions. That's very important, and not kind of take samples and data away from people because they want to keep it and have access to it. Second is you need to be technology agnostic, which means I need to be able to process data in the same way, whether you use a specific sequencer on NGS, a scanner on radiology, because if I have to force you to use a solution, then that's not going to be scalable either. So you need to be able to standardize the data. And the third one, which is the one where we feel almost like the strongest about, is you need to be multimodal in nature, right? And we've heard about digital twin, for example, but this idea of really combining all of different data modalities together and not just looking at this one specific marker. If you look at oncology, it's very clear that at the simplest, it's a disease of the DNA, right? But if you just look at the DNA, you're just looking at something very fundamental. What you need is the phenotypic information, whether it's radiomics, radiology, pathology, clinical data. Tomorrow it's going to be proteomics, and others. Right?
Yeah, thank you, Philippe. So I think that's really, we heard now three very different approaches, highly innovative approaches. And observing that and knowing that, seeing that on the one hand, these ideas, these disruptive ideas, and then to have a reality check in the health systems. I would like to ask you why, and it might be a little bit bold to ask this, why is personalized medicine such a snail, such a slow moving target? Is it because I see more and more really a difference, a discrepancy, what's doable, what's, and on the other hand, how it's implemented?
Well, I could take a crack at the beginning of that. I'm curious to hear everyone else, but in a way, it's going very quickly in the sense that the Orphan Drug Act, for example, in the United States, has made it profitable for pharmaceutical industries to aim for smaller and smaller cohorts and still be sustainable. So that's one thing. The other thing is we are getting better at databases for looking at drug interactions, drug for two drugs and drug genome. And of course, cancer is becoming incredibly personalized. So those are the successes. But you're right, there is another side, which is that the average person does not have access to their genome, even though it's dirt cheap. It's very affordable in the industrialized nations. And I think it's very similar, make the analogy to things like tobacco and seatbelts. People knew the public health advantages, but they felt like, well, I have a 97% chance of surviving. Why should I do anything about it? And I think that's something where you need very specific, either government interventions or very specific marketing on the capitalistic side to overcome it. So for example, seatbelts, it's this annoying sound that they make. It's not just installing them in the cars and having laws. So we're still at early days for getting full adoption. And it might be helpful if insurance companies or national health or employer, however the health is provided, see the return on investment, which is probably 10 times the cost of the genome on average, even for not necessarily for every individual, and they start offering it to everyone routinely, because then it becomes the norm, and it is recognized as valuable rather than something that's still off in the future. It's not off in the future. It's right here, right today.
Yeah, so many governments, businesses are looking, like you said, what are incentives, return of investment? Do we need totally different business models, maybe that a company is following, it's becoming more healthcare provider, really, in a provider sense, and then following people throughout the whole life, maybe, and so thinking more per capita and things like this. But I think there's so much where also new ideas are needed, I guess.
I think to some extent it boils down to the question of stakeholders. Stakeholders are people who earn money from a specific process and not the cancer patients. If cancer patients were also considered stakeholders with a higher priority in the decisions, we would use deep molecular analysis on everybody who is treated with chemotherapy. We know perfectly well that patients get killed by chemotherapy treatment. We know perfectly well that we could find in primary tumors long before we have heavily metastasized patients, in which we tend to be able to use the instrumentarium we have available. It's the same translocations, actionable variants, the same leads how to treat the people. It's just not important enough to change the system. I think we have stakeholders who slow down the adoption of new systems. Just imagine which browsers we would use if the browsers had to be approved by the FDA. So, WhatsApp is not something which is going to be easily possible in medicine, and not just because of the protection aspect. I think a big element is the protection of commercial interests, which slow down the adoption of things which probably would have an enormous positive impact on the patients.
So also lobbyism, we have another problem of lobbyism in healthcare, like we have in agriculture and other sectors as well.
Yeah, I think it's the nice thing in IT is it doesn't matter what Microsoft thinks about which browser you use. You cannot easily declare they cannot easily declare their browser as being dangerous to the health, and therefore Netscape can take over. This is something we need more of in medicine.
Yeah. We have 3 more minutes, and I would like to give you maybe to mention also or to ask you, George, you have been a lot of times in Korea, Hans, George, in China, etc. Or Hans was, you have been to India, Manipal, School of Life Science. So for example, what can we learn also from other centuries-old knowledge experience like Ayurveda, biology, the 3 body types, and then 400 characteristics explaining different microbiomes, RNA expression, etc. Why are we not looking more into these experiences, or do we?
Well, we are, in the sense that we're collaborating internationally now, and there are many things to be learned, both generically in terms of traditional medicines. They do have a multitude of compounds that have been harvested. That's on the more generic. It still can be personalized. And then I think on the personalized side, there's idiosyncratic relationships that we can learn from in terms of the cultures caring about the authority of ancestors, the experiments with 1 child per family. I think there's just many, they become more committed to the genetics of the children and in relation to their ancestors than many, say, in the far west of the United States. So I think there's definitely lessons to be learned there. They embraced non-invasive prenatal testing much more rapidly and paid for it out of pocket without requiring government or insurance help. So yes, the conversation is extremely important to be international.
One thing which will help a lot is if we include deep molecular analysis and sensors, etc., according to the jet engine model, into routine medical practice, because it's much easier to identify the values of a traditional medical compound if you follow the patient, not just by the fact if it self-describes having headaches or not, but by the effect it has on metabolite profiles, on the epigenome, on on everything you can basically measure. And I think that's where we have to get at. We should measure everything we can on every human individual. We are as valuable as jet engines, even if governments haven't recognized that. But I think that's where we have to go to. And the technology is not the limit. We could, at very low cost, systematically analyze every cancer patient, without any problems. This is not financeable. It's just not important enough to
final round. Sorry, again, the final round now from everybody. Please, one short last statement. Hans, would you like a one short last statement?
I think the future has begun. We have to be able to take advantage of it, and we cannot rely on many organizations and on governments to do the job for us. This is something we have to do ourselves. We are the only ones who really have our own interest in mind.
Thank you. George?
I would say, even if you're not willing to do it for yourself, you should be willing to do it for your family members. And so that's one of the key things behind precision and personalized medicine.
Wonderful. Yeah. Philippe?
I mean, from my side, I think it's clear that, AI, technology, new sources of innovation are coming of age. And I think it will have a profound impact on all of us, but also on the healthcare professionals of the future. And I start thinking about, what does medical school look like 10 years from now? Maybe you don't need to learn all of these details because, as you say, Hans, right, there will be sensors to do that for you. And maybe that gives us more room to get closer to humanity, right? Like a human interaction with the patient, which AI will never be able to do. AI will be able to help you treat the patient, probably not care for the patient, right? So I think it's maybe a way also to reimagine a bit the way we do medicine.
Many thanks to the three of you. It was really pleasure to have you here, and I got the sign we unfortunately have to now stop. So thanks a lot again, and learned so much about evolution of life today in the context of personalized medicine. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
Thanks.
Professor Brand.
Okay. Goodbye.
Before Professor Brand, before you go, can we thank you from Belfast?
Well, most welcome.
Well, you have a superstar for a superstar panel. Yourself from the Netherlands, Philippe Menu from Switzerland, Hans, of course, from Germany. The future is now. The future has started, Hans. We heard that, and George Church up very early in the morning, George. But we liked what you said. You said you get up at this time every morning, so you're up before 5 a.m. So it's they tell me it's the best part of the day. Can we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for taking part in this discussion around personalised and precision medicine today? Thank you from Emtech Europe 2021. Thank you. We've just heard from Boston again. That's a peace process because, of course, we're in partnership with MIT Technology Review, and George is at Harvard, among other places. And Boston has been transformed in recent years with the development in the seaport area. As they say, is the fastest development in any area in the USA, and that's fueled by life sciences. So I know that some of you from around Europe who've been watching us in the last few days have been saying, well, what's happening in Belfast? And if we do go there, we visit universities, we visit the research institutions, will we be able to locate in the city? So we asked Gareth Graham, one of our leading businessmen in the city, to talk a little about his latest flagship development right in the centre of Belfast, which is absolutely perfect for a visiting investor. Gareth Graham, Belfast Commercial Finance.
Good morning from Emtech Belfast. I'm Gareth Graham of Oakland Holdings, a Belfast-based investment business, and we're delighted to be partnering this event. Martin has asked me to take a few minutes to talk you through our experience of investing in Belfast and why we believe Belfast is ripe for investment success. This morning I'll take you through a brief overview of our most recently completed investment. Merchant Square is the new home of PwC in Belfast. It's a landmark building adjacent to the City Hall in the heart of our city centre. Merchant Square is the most sophisticated, highly specified building in Northern Ireland, office building in Northern Ireland. And according to PwC, Northern Ireland is their fastest growing region. In the last 2 years, they've doubled their employment numbers in Belfast. Merchant Square will be PwC's largest UK office outside of London. And of interest, particular interest to Emtech's delegates is what the building will contain. PwC have announced that Merchant Square will be the home of their global centre of technology. It'll be the home of their global blockchain hub, and the home of their Google Innovation Labs. The young people that will be involved in those businesses, those are the skills that they possess, the young people of Belfast. So how did we manage to deliver a project of such significance in a small city like Belfast? So the investment conditions were almost a perfect catch-22. There was a very high demand for Grade A office space, but there was a very low supply of Grade A office space. In order to deliver the opportunity, we required speculative funding, speculative development finance, and there was no speculative development finance available in Northern Ireland. So we spent about 18 months scouring finance possibilities to funding possibilities until we secured a funding partner. The investment proposal was to deliver 266,000 square feet of space over ground and 9 upper floors. The ground floor would house hospitality and retail offers, and the 9 upper floors would be Grade A office space with the largest floor plates in Belfast at 25,000 square feet. It's important to note in the investment proposal that this was an entirely speculative development and there were no pre-lets whatsoever. In 2017, so the next few slides will give you very quickly milestones of how the project was delivered. In 2017, we secured planning approval for the proposals, and we also secured that development finance, which was crucial, and all importantly, it came from outside Northern Ireland. Finally, in 2017, we broke ground on what was to be the largest speculative office development ever to happen in Northern Ireland. In 2019, we managed to secure the largest office letting ever in Northern Ireland. PwC signed up to take all 250,000 square feet of Merchant Square's office space. And this was in this announcement, they said it was for Merchant Square to become the global centre of technology for PwC and the home for their global blockchain hub and Google Innovation Labs. In 2021, skipping forward another 2 years to present day, the PwC fit-out is complete. Merchant Square is ready now to receive the 3,000 employees that PwC will bring to the building. And we have now exited our investment with the sale of our interests, and we've managed to pull off the largest office sale ever to happen in Northern Ireland. So all crucial to this proposal, this investment proposal, was the funding. And why did it take 18 months to secure the funding when the market conditions were high demand, low supply? And why did we have to source that funding from outside Northern Ireland? Well, post the global financial crisis in 2008, there was a worldwide downturn. And in Northern Ireland, that unfortunately was prolonged. There are no indigenous Northern Ireland commercial funders. And the appetite of the traditional funders had changed. The market now required risk to be shared. And because there were no indigenous funders, it was very, very difficult to source that funding locally. And that meant there was a funding gap. And that funding gap became of particular interest to us because it meant that would become our next investment opportunity in Northern Ireland. And that's Belfast Commercial Funding. We decided that, well, if there is a funding gap, let's fill it. So we created Belfast Commercial Funding. It's Northern Ireland owned, Northern Ireland headquartered, and Northern Ireland focused. It's an experienced team, and we're well capitalised, and we're actively providing local MSEs, local businesses with commercial funding, whether they be commercial property developers, house builders, hospitality businesses, healthcare businesses, childcare businesses, transport businesses. A full spectrum of businesses are receiving our support. And hopefully, over the last few minutes, you've had a brief glimpse into the investment possibilities that do exist in Belfast. And Belfast is a wonderful city with fabulous people and a wealth of investment opportunities. Thank you for taking the time to join me this morning. Stay safe, everyone, and have a wonderful day. Thank you. Merchant Square is a landmark building located in the heart of Belfast city centre. It's the new home of PwC in this city, and it's the most highly specified office building in Northern Ireland. Merchant Square is PwC's global centre of technology and will house their global blockchain hub and their Google Innovation Lab. In 2017, we secured planning and funding for an entirely speculative project. In 2019, PwC announced their intention to sign for the entirety of the Merchant Square office space. Here we are in 2021. The fit-out is complete of PwC's largest office outside of London, providing world-beating facilities to 3,000 Belfast employees. Merchant Square is a success born and bred in Belfast.
Welcome back to Titanic Belfast and Emtech Europe 2021. Thank you, Gareth Graham, Oakland Holdings, Belfast Commercial Funding. I want now to hand over to another of our partners, Julian Venn, who's the Director of the European Connected Health Alliance, to chair our next panel. Julian.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here. I'm Julian Venn, Board Director of the European Connected Health Alliance. So we are very, very pleased to partner with Emtech Europe for this session today and with this track, Healthy Future track today. ECH Alliance is, of course, working internationally in digital health, and we are very, very pleased to partner with Emtech Europe. We have talked this morning about the digital transformation of healthcare in different aspects around telemedicine and connected health, around more personalized medicine, around biotech innovation. So one common asset, one common origin of all these innovations is, of course, the raw material we are all using, the data. Whether we are talking about developing drugs, developing vaccine, digitizing the healthcare services, or making them more personalized, more predictive, more preventive, we are talking about data. So a clear objective is to develop data-driven systems for better care, for better policies, for better research and innovation. We need qualitative data, and we need these data to be available. The challenge as well is the condition of deployment of this digital solution, the condition of management of this data, and we are talking about challenges that at the moment in Europe we are talking a lot about. Europe, as you know, is opening this year a new phase with the launch of several programs, several policies, the recovery plan, of course, after the COVID with the Next Gen initiative, the Horizon Europe, the EU for Health program, the Digital Europe program. Well, a series of programs are launched by the European Commission, and a clear priority has been put on data with the launch of European data spaces in different sectors, and healthcare has its own data space, the European Health Data Space, and this is the subject of this session. What is it? What are the objectives of this European Health Data Space? How will it work in practice? How the stakeholders, whether they are governments, industry, healthcare provider, researcher, or even citizens, can participate and embark on this journey? These are a few questions we will try to solve and to answer during this session. So for that, I have the privilege and I have the chance to be joined by four high-level great experts in this field, and I'm pleased to welcome them. So I would like to welcome Lubna Wafa. She's CEO at Okra.ai. She's as well a member of the European High-Level Expert Group on Trustworthy AI. She's based in UK. Hi, Lubna. I receive and I welcome as well Louisa Astouve. She's International Policy Manager at the French Health Data Hub in Paris. Welcome, Louisa. As well, Jeroen Tas, who is CIO and CSO at Philips in Netherlands and member of the Gaia X initiatives. And finally, Markus Kalliola, who is project director at Citra in Finland, and is the coordinator of joint action around the European health data space. So thank you to you for to join me on this session. We are very pleased to welcome you. And we will go straight in the discussion. I would start with you, Markus, if you agree.
Yes,
Thank you to be here. So I was saying that the priority around the European health data space has been clearly defined by the European Commission and the European Commissioner. You recently launched an initiative at the beginning of the year, if I'm correct, called TEDAS, stating for Toward the European Health Data Space, with a joint action with a lot of member states involved and a lot of stakeholders involved. Could you tell us a bit, please, Markus, what is the idea behind first the European data spaces, and especially in healthcare, the European health data space? What is the idea behind this concept?
Thank you, Julian, and thanks for having me in this very interesting discussion. What is a European health data space as a concept? I think I would like to answer first, what is it not? So it is definitely not a single IT system, database, or architecture, as sometimes I hear people talking about it. And I would like to go back to the Commission on this with the launch of the data strategy last year. And in that paper, they really, I think they go detail in what is the data space, what they mean by it, and what is it sector specifically also. And the definition that I understood, at least myself, is that the data spaces they foster an ecosystem of companies, civil society, and individuals, and to create new products, services that are based on accessible data. And they aim to overcome these legal and technical barriers for data sharing across organizations. So I think there it laid down that it is for all of us, it's for the society, for the companies, and the individuals. And it is not just a technical effort, it's also include the legal settings, organizational, semantical, and technical, of course. But I just wanted to highlight that definitely it is just not a technical problem that we are solving here. Now, when we go then more into the sector-specific data spaces, so when we talk about health, in health we are in a very different situation than in many other sectors, as the European Union doesn't have direct competency in health, but of course in creating this kind of single market for data and a common way of working, there the European Commission has competency. So in internal markets, in single markets, we can create regulation. But before we start thinking what kind of regulation, what kind of settings we need for the European health data space, we need to put the big picture there. What is horizontal framework for ourselves? What is horizontal and what is sectoral? I think that's one of the key questions to solve before we can think how we go forward with the European health data space. And in there we have good legislation, for example, the GDPR, the proposed Data Governance Act, we have the EID coming, and a lot of horizontal topics have been already solved and some have been proposed. Then when we understand what is horizontal and what is sectoral, then we can start solving the sectoral problems and how to make that work better. And as I said, health is a specific sector. And because health is specific, the European Commission have a financial instrument called joint actions to try to solve a specific problems. So the European Commission started this joint action that I'm leading, called TEDAS, towards the European health data space, to exactly start thinking how the European health data space should be set up. What are the different options regarding the governance mechanisms, technical infrastructure, semantical issues, and how the individual can be involved in that. So we are there to help the Commission and the Member State on creating that European health data space, which will then foster the whole ecosystem. And as you said, the project started this year, into the last 2 years, and we have 25 European countries involved in that process. So I think that is my first ideas for you, and looking forward for the discussion today.
Thank you, Marcus. Just a complementary question for you. You have 25 countries represented by several stakeholders, even several by countries as well. I've seen as well recently that you have opened the partnership to external partners on some actions. Is it possible to get involved in your initiative for the people hearing us today?
Yes, definitely. Since the beginning of the joint action, even before we started in the planning phase last year, we took the stakeholder engagement very seriously in our joint action because Europe is a promised land for health projects. There's so many, and there's a lot of wisdom already gathered and thought. So the first thing we thought is how do we get that already thought through answers to our joint action so that we don't start thinking the same problems again. I think around 1/3 of our budget goes into these kind of linking activities, including stakeholder forums, project forums where we bring together different European projects. That can be still, projects can still join that project forum, for example. Next week, we have our first policy forum where we have different countries and different ministries taking part of discussion regarding the European health data space. And last but not least, early this year, we had open call for stakeholders to join our advisory groups. So we had more than around 200 applications from all over Europe from different stakeholders participating. And then we selected the ones that were most suitable and represented the wide variety of stakeholders to advise us. So that has been closed. So there we no longer accept more applications to the advisory board, but other stakeholder groups are still open. And of course, we try to have dialogue with as many people as possible, and we accept invitations to discuss the urban health data space as much as we just have opportunities. So.
Great, thank you very much, Marcus. So if you're interested, guys, please connect and tune in on the TEDAS.eu website, and you will have all the information. Thank you, Marcus. So we have seen this pan-European initiative involving largely the stakeholders in the healthcare systems across Europe. It would be interesting to focus at the member state level and at the national level. And I'm now asking to Luisa to explain us what is happening in France. France has been kind of pioneer in Europe as well to build a health data hub, the one you're working at, Luisa. I wanted to understand why France took this decision. What were the context and the objectives at the beginning of the health data hub, and why so early stage initiative in France? What were the success factors of this hub?
Thank you so much, Julien. Thank you for inviting the Health Data Hub for this important session here about the European health data space. And just before that, we're also involved in the European health data space. So I'm going to speak about that later. But first of all, to focus on the Health Data Hub itself, it is indeed the unique gateway to access health data in France. And as you said, it is kind of a pioneer structure. I don't want to say early because I think we could have done all of this already much earlier, but at least, you know, the structures are currently being created in different countries, and France could set an example for that. Indeed, why was the Health Data Hub created? Well, there were a lot of abundant, diversified, beautiful databases in France, and there still are. And we have one of the largest health claims databases in the world, which covers almost all of the French population. So having seen this, we saw also that there was lots of these databases which are being underexploited. So for many reasons, for example, the data were being scattered among multiple databases and which were not interoperable. Also, many of these data or databases and their access procedures were quite difficult to understand for outsiders. Some of the access procedures were very heterogeneous and complex, and obviously due to the sensitivity of these data. And also tools and skills to process big volumes of data securely, obviously, is necessary, were often very expensive for some small scale projects, but also for startups or for small research teams. So taking into consideration all of these challenges, the Health Data Hub was created by law, actually in 2019, by the Transformation Law of July 2019, and then officially by ministerial order in November 2019. after the Villani report. So the Villani report was a parliamentary mission called AI for Humanity, which promoted the creation of such a health data hub. And then the president announced the creation of the French Health Data Hub as major pillar of the French national AI strategy. So what does the Health Data Hub stand for? So the Health Data Hub ensures easy, unified, transparent, and secure access to health data for public interest research projects, aiming at improving the quality of care and patient support. We are indeed one of the few structures at the international level to provide a unique national gateway to health data for public interest research.
Okay, thank you. And to go a bit more in deep on your activities at the hub, how does it work concretely? How does the stakeholder get involved? Which kind of projects are you managing there?
So the Health Data Hub is a public interest group that its legal form, and we're composed of 56 stakeholders, which are all gathered in our General Assembly, which is divided into 9 colleges, which represent the whole health data ecosystem in France. So we have there the state through different ministries, we have the health insurance funds, the education and research sectors, different health agencies, healthcare professionals, and obviously healthcare system users, which are part of the General Assembly. And last but not least, the industry is also there. So these actors form up part of the Health Data Hub, and they are part of major decision making. So there's both the General Assembly and also the Executive Board, which for major decisions obviously needs to be consulted. Then we have a structure which is about 55 people as of today, with big growth actually over the past year. So the past year has been an incredible year of growth with a lot of activities. And we currently have 4 missions. So the first mission is, as I said previously, we are a unique gateway. So we assist project coordinators in their administrative procedures to access the health data. So there are 2 major steps in France to access health data. So you first have to go to the National Ethics and Scientific Committee. It's called CESRES, evaluating the scientific validity and public interest of the research project. And then once the opinion is positive, it's being sent to the CNIL, which is the National Data Protection Agency. So that's the first mission. The second one, once authorization is obtained, the Health Data Hub provides for project coordinators who choose the Health Data Hub as the platform, provides the necessary data through a state-of-the-art platform offering advanced storage, combining processing and data analytics capacities. And the third role is that we offer interesting data availability of interesting data sources through what we call catalog. The catalog is a collection of strategic databases which are replicated on the technological platform, always in agreement with the data holders or data custodians, and updated regularly with regard to their strategic interest. And last but not least, we have an important role in federating the health data ecosystem and maintaining strong links. So we encourage the sharing of knowledge, of best practices among these key actors, always with the goal to foster innovation. For example, we have organized a data challenge last year. There was a symposium this year with the MIT and the National Academy of Medicine called AI in Medicine. There was a big winter school called AI for Health, which was take part in January. There will be a new one next year. So save your agendas, obviously. So all of these activities are part of our the 4 missions. And there's also a service offer, which is crucial for 2 types of projects, to respond to your question. So the first type of projects are projects aiming at combining different data sources. And the second type is for projects that require large volumes of data, for example, for the training of artificial intelligence algorithms. So they need to benefit from such type of technological platform. So to date, we're supporting 27 pilot projects and 15 contributing to the management of the current pandemic. And 25 new projects are expected until the end of the year, and 25 priority databases will be part of the catalog that I just mentioned.
Okay, very interesting and very diversified kind of project. So it's very interesting. So again, I call the audience to look at it and join potentially the Health Data Hub. So you said just earlier that you're very involved, of course, in the initiative of the European Health Data Space. You're involved in the TEDAS joint action as well. What are your expectations? How do you foresee your role, and how France will participate to this pan-European initiative?
On the one hand, it is part of the mission where we federate the health data ecosystem. So we're not alone participating in this joint action on the European health data space, but also federating several actors in France, for example, 2 universities, Aix-Marseille and Toulouse 3, but also the national eHealth Agency, and also INSERM, the National Institute for Health Research, with the Rare Disease Service Unit, among others, and also HCL, which is a hospital group in Lyon. So we do federate the health data ecosystem in the different work groups that Marcus just explained. So for example, the work group 5, we are leading a task on health data governance. So we're seeing what are the conditions necessary to promote cross-border health data exchange with a rare disease use case, for example. We also are active part in work package 6 on data quality, on the infrastructure work package, and we're co-leading together with Hungary the work package on citizens, where we're gonna lead a major citizen consultation in 3 pilot countries, in the UK, in Belgium, and in France, to assess citizens' perception on health data, which will be very important as an insight for the European health data space. So what we expect from the European health data space, I mean, the joint action, as Marcus so well explained, provides the options that the Commission can then choose from when designing that space. But we expect, obviously, that this space will be an open door, I mean, for innovation, but first of all, for having visibility on what data sources are available, for improved interoperability between all of our different data sources, to be really also considering citizens and that ambition. But I think the key word here is interoperability and trust of citizens.
Thank you, Luisa. Very clear. And we look forward to see the next actions of the hub and of the European Health Data Space joint action. I will now ask to Lubna to join the conversation. Lubna, you are a researcher, you are as well CEO, you have been awarded of several prizes, so in the AI field and the entrepreneurship field. So I wanted to ask you first to explain us, and we need to learn a bit more about what you're doing at OKRA. What is your business? What is your activities? What kind of projects you develop? What exactly you're doing in OKRA?
Great, thank you, Julien. Thank you for having me here. So at OKRA, we are using an AI productization company, which means we deploy AI systems that learn from data that is both in the private domain owned by life science companies on top of the legacy systems, and we combine it with a broad range of data in the public domain extracted from either from regulatory side or clinical trial publication and so on. So we combine and we create what we call the brain for the life science organizations. And next to the workforce, we build the AI brain that learns from all the data from those systems and from the open data to support their workforce, both on the field, so people that meet with doctors, that meet with payers and investigators, and also to the strategy teams. And all for the sake with one mission is to bring innovative drugs faster to patients. Because the main problem, what we see, that we have a lot of innovation in the life science industry, a lot of novel molecules, but the portion that gets to patients is very small, given the time. So how can we use data and algorithms to bring those drugs faster, regardless you're living in France or Germany, regardless or you're living in urban or rural area, that you as a citizen get the drug that is the best for you. So the way we use AI, and as the discussion, I've been in a few roundtable discussions around the European health data space with the Commission, as well as with a few member states. And my main observation there is the discussion when we talk about it, it's still in the mindset of one of studies. It's like we do research with it. That's statistics. It's not about AI deployments. It's less about how can we leverage this data to bring drugs faster to patients, which is the key point that I keep repeating. Great that we're doing this, but what is it gonna mean for the patients? Research, we're great at research in Europe. So, and we need to push that boundary, but what we need to do is to scale and to bring innovative treatments and therapies faster to patients. And to be honest, we're very happy that these initiatives is now start to materialize, but I keep repeating the example that I can compare where we are in the healthcare data space, and not for these initiatives in general. It reminds me of the Red Flag Act back in 1865, where the automotive industry, when the cars came next to the horse carriages in London, they had a man in front of the car walking with a red flag. So cars were not allowed to drive because and that's what we're having here. So it took 30 years to take the man in front of the car. So can we afford to wait 30 years before we start using health data and in the deployment way, not just for research? And that is what we can't afford, especially with the inflection point we had last year in 2020. I mean, we saw that we had to move fast. We have now to change. It's not, I mean, in my industry, in the life science, we moved from 10 years to develop a vaccine to 10 months. So we had to do things quickly. And we could see that clinical trials were not enough. We had to do clinical trials in an adaptive way. We mostly used real world data here to be able to make decisions. And that's why I think it's really, really important for the people that are here in this panel are involved in these decisions, and also the wider public to think about the fourth industrial revolution that we are moving into and that we're forced to move into because we need to move faster, that we need to create this health data space that allows for real-time speed, and it allows to drive our competitiveness and not just our research, to open access to companies to that we can create and reach to wider patients and be able to contribute in a way that that is faster. So I can give an example, the data that we use at Okra. So it's coming from legacy systems by our clients, or data in public domain, it's in PDFs or in different languages. It's really hard to get access of what it really means. So, and the problem, if we have some better data, we can do a lot of magic with it. So where do you see the applications of AI happening in the industry in Europe today? Only for low-level data. What does that mean in the signal processing way? Data coming from a machine, imaging, sensors. When there is a human being in the picture, we are blocked. We can't get reach of that data. So, but the thing is, I mean, we need that data to be able to move the needle in healthcare because it's all about human beings. So yeah, can we move faster? Yes, I think, but we do really need to realize the potential of what we can achieve, but also what we are missing out if we don't make that jump now.
Thank you, Lubna. Yeah, I understand your message. The barriers and obstacles you're meeting every day, I assume, in your activities to have access. You were talking about real-world data, so it involves human beings, and you were talking about participation of real humans and not only machine in the contribution to this data. Did you have some experience where you involve directly the patients to collect the data, the professionals to collect the data, to have more accurate and more precise data, and how the more variety of data larger than machine can provide?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I mean, when there is a third parties involved, third-party data access where you can buy the data, but it's mostly coming from the US. Yes, we have access to those data sets through our clients. And to be honest, as you mentioned, my role at the high-level experts group on advising what is the ethical guidelines for using and deploying AI systems, we do have those in place. And at Okra, we are on the forefront. We developed all those mechanisms, checks on the accuracy, on the bias, the explainability. So we have all that in place. But the big obstacle in Europe is to get access of the data. So what we end up using, as you mentioned, when we need to know information about the patients, we use data coming from the US to be able to derive those profiles, or what is the profiles of patients that respond to these treatments. It's not coming from Europe. So I mean, I'm very optimistic in the sense we have now the guidelines and for implementing trustworthy AI, and we have this initiative. So I think we can move ahead and make that a kind of step forward to allow AI deployments and AI productization on top of the health data space. Even that we have, when I talk to the member states and so on, so it's not perfect, it's going to be higher level granularity, it's okay. At least we can start with that and we improve as we move on. It's not, it's in every industry. The data quality, data is not being collected to train AI systems. It's been collected for workflow purposes, for like the AMR and for the claims, for transactional purposes. It's not being collected to train AI, but that's okay. That's the case for every industry. We can still train algorithms on top of that and derive value.
Thank you very much, Lubna. I will ask as well to Jeroen to join the conversation. So, Jeroen, you're working at Philips. So first, I wanted to just stay a couple of minutes on your role at Philips and the link in your activities in R&D, I assume, but as well in the usual business as usual activities of Philips. What kind of link as an industry do you see with the European Health Data Space Initiative, and which kind of benefit you can extract from that? What is your point of view as an industry, just to follow up with the statements from Lubna?
Yeah, thanks. And I was quite impressed with Lubna's passionate plea to bring it into the hands of patients and providers. And that's clearly what we want to do as well. I'm leading strategy and innovation for the company, so R&D falls under that. And clearly, we remodeled ourselves as a health tech company. Many people know Philips. I think everybody knows Philips. But many people don't know that we are truly a health tech company now, and everything we invent, everything we bring to market will be in the interest to create better outcomes for consumers, better control of their health, and better outcomes when they get disease. So that's why Lubna's words resonated with me, and sometimes we forget it. That's the purpose. The outcome that we are seeking is really improving the way healthcare is being delivered. Healthcare is being in the hands of consumers, of citizens. And we've seen in the last 1.5 years that our healthcare systems are incredibly fragmented, that even the pharmaceutical industry has done really well in development vaccination. Our understanding of what COVID does with people with different comorbidities, the protocols that we need to better care for those patients, and the protocols that we need to manage this on a population perspective were very slow to come. And that's exactly the kind of things that we want to address at Philips. So we believe that we can create better patient outcomes. We can create a more efficient health system if the diagnosis of patients becomes more precise, if the treatment becomes more tailored to the real needs of that patient, and if the care of that patient is more personalized. Now, the only way we can do that at scale is if we can have our hands on the data. And I mean in the larger sense. So providers and patients. If patients have better understanding of their own condition, of their own triggers for deterioration or stabilization, if providers have deeper insight in the role of true health drivers, then I think we can all create better propositions and solutions. Now, that data is both on an individual level, and that's why we talk about primary use of data, which is the data about you and me, and how we can use that data to get a better understanding of you and me in the healthcare that we get. And the secondary use, which is research and innovation. And both are very closely related, because what we're now going to do is create the feedback loops between the two. So as we do more precise diagnosis and we aggregate that diagnosis in principle can become even more precise. As we do a procedure and learn from that procedure at scale, we can make that procedure better and more tuned to the patient. As we better understand what people need to recover into good health and do that across thousands of maybe even millions, we will be in a better position to drive those outcomes. And so it's not going to be the hospital in Amsterdam or the research institute in Frankfurt or the patient in Paris is going to be all of those. And we believe that it's in the real interest of the EU to embrace that health data space, both for primary use and secondary use, in the context of understanding that it has to be a federated model, that it should be consent driven. But it becomes also a big need to get us there, because the healthcare cost is, the rise of the healthcare cost is still exceeding GDP growth, definitely in the Western world. There's a huge shortage of professional healthcare staff. So we owe it to ourselves to solve that problem, while at the same time dramatically improving the innovation that we can create. And if we move away from our traditional thinking and embrace much more of an ecosystem approach of shared outcomes and services, I think we can truly get there. And that's not going to be the EU Commission or the Dutch government. It's not going to be the hospital in Paris or Lyon or Philips. It's going to be all of the above. And I think you will need the pragmatism of large-scale players, like technology players. You need the EU governance and oversight, but you definitely need that joint goal of creating way better outcomes for all.
Yeah, the ecosystem is very, very important. We can agree more at ECH Alliance, because we are promoting that since years. Joanne, you are as well very, very involved in the Gaia X initiative. Yeah. I wanted you to explain us a bit, what is Gaia X? What are their objectives? Who are the people behind this initiative? And how does it work, and how we can be involved maybe? And the relation, if you can as well, the relation with this European Health Data Space initiative.
Well, let me say that specifically for healthcare. So let's say you run a startup, and that startup is looking at, you know, clinical data or images and developing algorithms that you want to then bring back to the clinical practice and integrate into the care workflow. That's a real tall order. You may come up with the best algorithm in the world, but you're not sure whether it has learned on the right data set, that there is a secure approach to deal with the data, that as you start creating the evidence, that the consent is in place, that the semantical interoperability is in place. With other words, to become a successful innovator, you need a whole lot of infrastructure. And I believe that that infrastructure should be shared, that as we deploy health data spaces, that they come with basically compliance out of the box, interoperability tooling out of the box, data APIs out of the box, running in a secured environment, end-to-end secured, with standard consent built in, GDPR compliant, EU MDR, what have you, so that people don't need to worry about that. And that can become then a condition. So for instance, if you then do a large tender, you can say, well, I want it to be Gaia X compliant, or hey, let's set up this data space. I'm working on a data space here in the Netherlands. And from day one, we wanted to become Gaia X compliant, because we want to get all these services out of the box rather than all building it. So the importance of Gaia X will be purely an enabler to get to scale, an enabler to put all these safeguards in place, which can be both, you know, on the infrastructure level, the services, but also on the legal compliance, recourse. Because I worked before in financial services. We created shared payment networks 25 years ago. And it was not just the payment networks. It was also the guarantees that you would give to resolve disputes, to deal with issues and problems. And we all know how successful that has become. You know, you can go anywhere in the world and pay. And that payment system is working, and we trust it. But it started out the same way. It started out, what are the guarantees we're going to give? What's the trust you can put in here? And what are the standards you comply with, even though you still run your own banking system at the back, and you do your own authorization at the back. At the front, we're going to share a lot. And I think we can do that in the healthcare space as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I see that we are running out of time. We had plenty, well, I had plenty of subjects to ask you and to ask you for the rest, but we will have to conclude a bit now. I wanted to come back to this idea of ecosystem you were developing, Joran, but as well the question of citizen involvement. We talked about stakeholder, the government, the company, the healthcare providers, of course, but at the end of the day, Lubna was reminding her work within the high-level expert group on trust for AI and the ethics around that. At one point, the population, the citizens, the Europeans in general have to be embarked as well in this journey. It's very important that the population believe that what we are building at the European level, the European construction is effective, efficient, and serving the day-to-day life of everybody. So I wanted to ask you perhaps first from a European point of view, Marcus and Luisa, what is the place of citizens in your initiatives, and how do you inform and raise awareness among the population? And then maybe after Luisa and Marcus, Lubna would be keen to have your ethical point of view on the question. I don't know, Luisa, Marcus, who wants to reply first?
Well, thank you. Regarding the data stream action, we have a dedicated work package, as Luisa said, where Luisa is co-leading it, concentrating on the citizen aspects of the health data use, but also on the data altruism practices. And that is partly also answering the question that Lubna had regarding how to get access to the data. One way of accessing in the future in Europe is these data altruism practices that are also defined in the Data Governance Act. And there's also specific organization types in the future for collecting that data and which collects the consent from the individual, so that you don't need to ask each individual separately each time, but you have these organizations that are basically handling the data on behalf of the citizen, so also handling the consent of the citizens. And let's see how that proposal goes through, but I think it's a quite innovative way of getting access to the patient level data.
Sure. Luisa, you had as well initiative, I think, around citizens' involvement.
Exactly. So I already
I just ask you to be brief because we don't have a lot of time.
So I'll be
Sorry.
brief. Same law that I mentioned before has entrusted the Health Data Hub to inform and include citizens in our mandate. So we have a citizen directorate, even so very actively involved. We have published our commitments to our citizens. We have educational tools to better educate and make citizens gain knowledge about health data and their secondary use. We also really actively listen to citizens with national and EU consultations, like the one which is part of TEDAS. We have focus groups, individual interviews, consensus conferences, and really many activities. We also have a public directory where all of our projects with health data are being published with the title and so on. So everything is transparent. And we support directly patient associations to become health data actors. So just as a conclusion, citizens and healthcare users in general, they don't just want to be part of data-driven research projects. They want to become actors of innovation, as mentioned by Marcus with the also data altruism provision. And we as Health Data Hub, we systematically integrate citizens, not only in our governance, but also in all of our activities. And for me and for the Health Data Hub, this is the foundation for trust and acceptability of such a project at the national level and also for the European level.
Thank you, Luisa. Lubna, just a word about the recommendation of the high-level expert group on the citizens' engagement and the ethics around that.
Yeah, so in the recommendations, we focused more on the kind of what is the key requirements to make trustworthy AI systems. The consumer voice was very strong in the high-level expert group, and how we can give the consumer and the patients a clear explainability, transparency about the AI systems work. I think from a personal perspective, looking at the patients, which are the consumers, the millennials, the Generation Z, it's a lot about speed as well. So yes, we need to be transparent, we need to explain, but the speed of delivery of of services, they in every domain it's high. So they want a taxi, they all use Uber. They want a hotel, they use other platforms. So and I think when it comes to healthcare, it's very slow. When it comes to our own health, it's very slow process. And if we don't act at speed, and we kind of reinvent our healthcare system to meet that speed of this generation, what's going to happen? Another big platform, and you know where it's going to come from, can go directly to the consumer and replace all our public healthcare systems, which that's not the situation we want to go to. So I think it's really the time now to kind of move fast and not to kind of build barriers. AI can solve a lot of bureaucracy, and I think that's for the next few years where we need to focus to bring that speed before we move to the next generation. I mean, the innovative treatments are already here for individualized healthcare. How can we move then as a system, as a whole, to individualized healthcare? It's going to be the big task on our for the next 10 years.
Thank you, Lubna. Joanne, a last word, perhaps in 20 seconds, if you can, on this population engagement.
Yeah, I think it's all about us and getting the data to understand our health better and improve ourselves. So I think everything we do is about outcomes, is about at scale helping people to live healthier lives. So that's more than engagement. That's actually make it consumer driven.
Perfect. Thank you very much it's a great conclusion, I think, for this session, the humans first. So thank you very much to you for your participation and your insights. It was, I think, very interesting. Thank you to the audience to tune in at the Emtech Europe Forum. Thank you to the organizer, Emtech Europe. And I give back the floor to Belfast Studio for the next session. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Julian. Thank you, panel. Welcome back to Titanic Belfast for Emtech Europe 2021, Day 2. Waiting patiently, very patiently in New Jersey, because we're now running late, as our delegates will know, is Kevin Naview, who is the Vice President, Global Supply in Pfizer. Pfizer has a big presence on the island of Ireland. Recently announced it's going to start producing vaccine in a Dublin plant as well. So Kevin is particularly welcome. He's been to Belfast before on vacation, on holiday, rather than in business. But we're delighted that he's here, because we had, Kevin, yesterday we had Dr. Sahin, Dr. Terechi, the founders of BioNTech. Earlier today, very early in Boston, we had Kenneth Chen, the co-founder of Moderna. But of course, somebody has to get the vaccine into the arms, and that's the job that you have taken on for Pfizer. So thank you for being with us this morning, and we look forward to your presentation, and thank you for all that Pfizer is doing.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of the Pfizer and BioNTech team of manufacturing engineers and development scientists, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share with you a little bit about what we've been doing. So what I'll do over the next 15 minutes or so is take you through a quick end-to-end view of the supply chain for our vaccine, and then, given that this is an innovation conference focusing on technical breakthroughs, I'll go back to a couple of examples where we had some real challenges that required innovation to solve. So starting on the left here, first step is the plasmid DNA, and that is sequenced specifically to generate the antibodies that will work against the spike protein on the COVID virus. Now that plasmid DNA is produced really by standard cell culturing techniques. Basically, we have the master cell bank. We grow up some of the plasmid DNA, and then we linearize it to stabilize it and for use as a template. The second step is to actually produce the mRNA itself. That's produced by what's called an in vitro transcription reaction, which is basically an aqueous reaction around 30 degrees centigrade for 2 to 3 hours, where you add the nucleotides, which are the building blocks for the mRNA, along with transcription enzymes that bind it to the template in the right sequence, and then some other specialty components like capping agents and quenching agents to liberate it from the plasmid DNA. And then finally, we purify it by tangential flow filtration. And then we freeze it to -70 for storage. And that gives you a hint of the fact that the mRNA, the naked mRNA, is not very stable from a thermal standpoint. The next step is to prepare what are called lipid nanoparticles. The mRNA, if it was just introduced in your body, would be degraded very quickly by your body's systems. So in order to protect it from the within your body, as well as to deliver it to the targeted cell, so the mRNA can cross the cell barrier and generate the antibodies, we use a system of 4 lipids that surround the mRNA and protect it as it's injected and goes through its process in your body. Once we have those LNPs, we use really pretty standard aseptic fill finish technology to fill that into a vial. We then go through, again, a standard inspection where we verify that we have the right amount of liquid in each vial, make sure there's no foreign matter in there, and then we label and freeze those vials to -70. We then go through a package, storage, shipment sequence to get it to the end use, and those are really fairly simple and standard operations. But as you can imagine, there's plenty of challenges considering the volume of product that we had to move and the temperatures that we had to move it at. And I'll talk a little bit about some of the challenges there with that. And then finally, the last step, the vials arrive at the doctor's offices or clinics, and the healthcare providers prepare them and then inject them into patients to vaccinate them. So that's a very quick view of kind of the end-to-end supply chain. So focusing on some of the challenges and the innovations along the way, I think the first one is just, and I expect Ugur talked about this during his introduction, is just the concept of mRNA as a way to generate an immune response. Traditional vaccines typically rely on a component of the contagion to generate that immune response, either a virus that's been killed or an attenuated live virus or a fragment of that virus or a fragment of that virus placed into a capsid from another virus to deliver it, adenovirus technology. But all of them really rely on some part of some component of the contagion in order to generate the immune response. The RNA has nothing to do with the COVID virus other than the fact that it's sequenced to generate antibodies against it, and it's produced completely without any portion of the virus. So in that regard, it's a cleaner process, a cleaner platform for vaccination. It's faster to produce. As you can see on the chart here, it's 60 days end to end. For other Pfizer vaccines, the lead time ranges anywhere from 6 months to 2 years. So a much faster process. As shown in the clinical and real world data, it's got excellent efficacy and really minimal side effects. So a credit to the BioNTech team that discovered and is working with this technology, and the Pfizer R&D scientists who helped them along the way. So that's really the first example of innovation. If you look at step 3 there, the LNP step, the scale up of that, I think, was a real technical challenge and a real credit to the team to have gotten through it. The lipids are mixed with the mRNA in what's called a T-mixer. It's basically a high shear mixer. And that creates the lipid nanoparticles, which are very fragile entities. One of our scientists described it as cotton candy, which I think is a very good description of it. Turns out, and we learned this the hard way, They are very sensitive to pressure, flow rate, residence time within the mixer, just about everything. So you really have to control that process very tightly to give the correct configuration, the correct particle size. And the particle size definitely is related to the immune response. So you need to stay within a fairly narrow range. The original process that we started with used a T-mixer. I'll hold one up that's about this size. And it was on a bench in a lab. It could produce maybe 1,000 doses a day. And it was controlled by a group of very experienced technicians who manually controlled all of the flow rates and all of the parameters. And I think the accomplishment was the fantastic engineering required to scale up and scale out and replicate that process so that you could go from maybe 1,000 doses a day to billions of doses a year. And that really required collaboration with the fabricators, the equipment manufacturers, the Pfizer and BioNTech colleagues, automation engineers from internal and external that came in to really help us out. So what we wound up doing actually is we didn't have enough time to scale this up. So we replicated it, we scaled it out. However, we scaled up everything around it. We automated it, an amazing piece of work. We basically did what would normally take 2 to 3 years. We did it in 4 months by doing everything in parallel and by just working night and day and weekends to work through this. So, and we were successful. We now have the LNP technology in about 8 locations around the world, and we call them LNP skids. We've got about 20 or 25 LNP skids running full time to produce the lipid nanoparticles. And then if you look at as I mentioned, the pack, store, and ship, that again is a fairly standard operation, even in a cold chain. If you're dealing with hundreds, thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of doses of a vaccine, when you start trying to look at billions of doses, it becomes much more of a logistical challenge. So the first part of that challenge is just storing the doses that we produce, storing them at minus 70 degrees, which is the temperature required to ensure stability, storing them for the period of time that it takes to test and release, and then holding them until the customers are ready to receive them. And you need what are called ultra low temperature or ULT freezers to store these. And nobody really has that many of them. So we had to work with the manufacturers to scale up their production. I think we bought the world's inventory of ULTs. And then we had to create freezer farms at our manufacturing and our distribution sites in order to store all these freezers and be able to access them to put the doses in and get them out and track all the doses throughout the whole process. So I think we have well more than 500 ULTs stacked up in half a dozen locations around the world that are doing this. So that was the first part. The second part really is there was no shipment system for high volume product at minus 70 degrees. So we had to work with a lot of the shipping companies to design and build out a shipment system. And you can see in number 8 there, the shipping system, that's what we call a soft box, which is actually a box in which you put a nest of the vaccine vials in the middle and what we call pizza boxes. You then surround it with dry ice to maintain the temperature. You then put in a controller, which is a GPS, so you always know where your box is, as well as a temperature recorder that will notify our central hub if ever the temperature goes out of spec. And we had to have thousands of those produced so that we could start to ship the product globally. So that was very successful at all as well. And then just on the DT side, organizing the logistics of shipping, hundreds of millions of doses a week in these small boxes to thousands of locations around the world, and tracking them was a huge data operation. And they did a great job with a virtual hub that we can literally look at any dose, where it is, what its status is around the world. So I think that's the story. Those are the examples of innovation that I wanted to mention. And we do have more stable formulations under development. So we've learned a tremendous amount from this experience, but we'll be able to give back some of those ULTs in hopefully the near future. So that pretty much concludes what I wanted to say, and thank you very much.
Kevin, thank you from us to the US, to New Jersey, to Pfizer. Kevin, Navy, give us, I think it's a stunning example of people working together. If we can do it with COVID, hopefully we can do it to combat other diseases as well. So please give our regards to the entire Pfizer team over there. Anna Maria I was working with, and of course our friend Glenn Riddell as well. And good luck in the time ahead. And I presume a man like you isn't going back to bed, but you've been up early, so thanks very much. Good luck. Enjoy the holiday weekend.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Take care. I'm Marcin, and while I'm signing off now, I want to make sure I thank the NAVAC team who've done a great work behind the scenes here, building this stage, getting things going, broadcasting to the world from Titanic Belfast, even though we don't have an audience here. That concludes the health track. I now want to hand over for the AI track to Chief Curator of Emtech Europe 2021, Tom Gray.
Thank you, Marcin. Good morning or good afternoon. My name is Tom Gray, and I'm CTO and Director of Innovation for Kainos, and I'm the curator for the Intelligent Future track. It's my very great pleasure to welcome you all to Titanic Belfast this afternoon, and we have some of the finest minds in AI and its application with you today. When we were putting together the event and we were thinking about how to forge a brighter future, it was inevitable that AI would feature strongly. AI is considered a general purpose technology. That's a technology like steam or electricity or the automobile or the computer, a technology that can affect an entire economy or society, often at a global scale. And we can only scratch the surface of AI today, but we have some really exceptional people to help us. And one of the gratifying side benefits of designing a conference agenda is the opportunity to introduce some topics that you're really interested in and to book speakers who you admire. And one of those speakers is Azim Azhar. Azim is going to be delivering our keynote. And Azim is, well, he's Azim Azhar. He has been deeply involved in the internet from its early days, launching The Guardian, The Economist, BBC Online web presences, and to his current role as advisor, investor, and thought leader in what we've come to call the exponential age. Azim has a book coming in September called Exponential, and he's going to share some of his insights with us. Azim will be able to take a few questions at the end, so if you want to submit questions via the platform, I'll discuss them with Azim towards the end. Thank you. So over to Azim.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Tom, and welcome, everybody. I'm so sorry I can't be there in person. It's a very strange time, as we all know, but the reality is I've got to get into a rounders match in about an hour and a half because my youngest daughter is leaving her school this term, and I have to play on the parents' team. And that's been one of the small silver linings with the shocking 2 years we've had, which has been this discovery that because of technologies, we can rewrite, rethink some of our assumptions about how the world works. And I think it will be one of those things that will continue, that we will be able to sit in meetings where someone will say, well, I'm going to hybrid in, I'm going to virtual into this meeting because, you know, I need to take my mum to the doctor, or my son has a play that he's in. And in a sense, that's the work that I have been thinking about over the last few years, which is what is the nature of the technology changes that we are going through, and how do they impact the ways in which we live our lives? How do they impact the ways our societies operate, the rules, the norms, the regulations, the institutions? Now, in a sense, I want to also say that I'm probably the first half of a couple of conversations on this, because I think after me on the panel, on the agenda, is the absolutely brilliant Joanna Bryson, who is one of the finest minds, I think, in talking about the question of the governance of artificial intelligence. So I would really strongly recommend that after I've spoken and Tom and I have done some questions, that you stick around to hear what Joanna has to say. Now, I have a book coming out in September. I've just hold up a sort of preview copy of it. It's called Exponential. And the title, the subtitle of Exponential is How Accelerating Technology is Leaving Us Behind and What to Do About It. And I just want to unpack what some of that might mean, because we've obviously heard people talk about accelerating technology for a really, really long time. And the question is, is this time any different? And I think it is. I contend that it really is a different time this time round. And I do that by starting with a little story about where I live. So I live in northwest London, nestled between Cricklewood and Golders Green, very close to the Irish diaspora that sometimes clusters around this area. And where my house is today, 120 years ago, sat in a farm. In fact, it was one of the outer fields of a farm called Avenue Farm. And that was as late as 1895. And 200 meters to the northwest of my house was a blacksmith's, who would have been applying horseshoes to the horses that were London's prime mover in 1895. By 1925, 1930, my house had been built. The streets have the same layout they have today. There was electricity, the streets were paved, and there were cars, increasingly common. More than 20% of people in London in the UK had a car at that point, and horses had largely disappeared, certainly from the very centre of London. So in a very short period of time, in a 25 to 30 year period, London transformed from a Dickensian-style London to a London that's much more recognisable today. Electricity, electric light, cars, and so on. 200 metres northwest, by the way, from where I live, is no longer a blacksmith's in 2021. It's a co-op which furnishes me with milk and cheese and eggs on most Saturday mornings. And that shows a very rapid technological development that resulted as a consequence of three general purpose technologies that all appeared at about the same time. Those were the general purpose technology of the internal combustion engine that could be used in cars and motorbikes and planes and ships, and now in lawnmowers and helicopters and so on. The second technology was electricity, and the third technology was the telephone. They all emerged and started to become commercially viable in the 1890s, and by the first and second decades of the 20th century were proving that they were going to be very, very commonplace. The interesting thing, of course, is that there are those technological changes, but think about the societal changes that came with them. We went from Victorian era factories to factories modelled on mass production, where power was no longer restricted to a central drive shaft, but rather lived at the desks and at the workstations of more well-trained workers. We started to see the emergence of mass production as a business model, the strengthening of unions and a labour bargain. In other words, powerful general purpose technologies resulted in significant societal changes. Now, where do we find ourselves 100 years later? Well, 100 years later, we find ourselves in what I call the exponential age. And it's the exponential age is characterized by the presence not of 3 general purpose technologies, but 4 technology domains that have within them technologies that are improving very, very rapidly at what I call exponential rates. That is an improvement of more than 10% in a price performance basis every single year, compounding over many, many years and many decades. Those 4 domains, the one that we're most comfortable with is the domain of computing, in which we will put semiconductors and artificial intelligence. The second domain is the area of energy, renewable power, lithium ion storage. The third domain is that emerging domain of being able to tinker with our biology, from protein engineering to genome sequencing to genome editing to cell programming. And the fourth domain is the domain of manufacture, the arena of computer-controlled additive manufacturing, what you and I might call 3D printing. Now, what's interesting about each of those domains is that the core technologies that drive them are improving at these exponential rates. We're very familiar with the idea of Moore's law, which says that every couple of years, I'm just summarizing this, the power available for a fixed cost of $1 or euro or a pound doubles. And that's why many of us today have supercomputers sitting unused in our kitchen desks, kitchen drawers. That is, after all, what an iPhone 7 or an old Samsung Galaxy is. If you go back to the early 1980s, when I first started using computers, not even NASA had computers as powerful as the ones that we regularly discard in our drawers, and that is the power of an exponential technology. But the thing is that is not restricted to just the computing domain. It's happening within computing storage. It's happened within bandwidth availability. It's also happening in domains like solar power. So, for example, the price of solar power has essentially declined by more than 20% every year compounded for more than 2 decades, to the point at which this year, one analyst came out and pointed out that solar power was now, and wind power as well, was cheaper than even running existing natural gas power stations. So from 5 years ago, when these renewables were too expensive, they're now the cheapest form of electricity. And we're seeing the same thing happen with lithium-ion battery storage declining at 18% price annually. And we're certainly seeing it in the biological domain, where the cost of sequencing a single human genome has declined from around $1 billion in 2000 to around $700 this year. And it's an incredible price decline. What happens when prices decline, of course, is that we consume more of these products, and that rise in consumption creates the opportunity for there to be many new complementary businesses that build on top of these technologies. Now, if you think about what happened between 1890s and 1915, 1920 with these 3 general technology platforms that redrew the landscape, the socio-economic landscape of advanced Western economies, those technologies existed in a much less interconnected economy, and they weren't exponential technologies. They didn't improve at 20, 50, 60% per annum. And so today we have these 4 sets of broad technologies. Some are as general as the previous era's general purpose technologies, some are less general, but they are improving very, very much more rapidly. That is getting much, much cheaper in a much more interconnected economy. And that sets the stage for a dramatic change in the way in which we live our lives and the way in which we govern ourselves. There is one of these technologies, in a sense, that stands up head and shoulders above the others, and that's because it's an integrative fabric technology, and that is a technology of computing and artificial intelligence. Because ultimately what ends up being the control mechanism of synthetic biology or of additive manufacturing is the computer and the algorithms which control it. Now, pardon me, I've stopped there because an algorithm went wrong and threw up a warning in my screen. We have to get better at how our user interfaces work. So artificial intelligence has a rather different position in that it's both a general purpose technology, one of my four technology domains, but it's also the connective fabric that sits across the technologies that I talked about. So then the question that I posed, in the book, is if we do live in this exponential age of very, very rapidly changing technologies, what are the ramifications? There are some other obvious ramifications, one of which is visible through the empirical evidence, which is that we can bring products to market much faster and they can get much bigger quicker than ever before. And anybody who blinked and missed the sudden arrival of TikTok will recognize that. There's a reason why we can get TikTok from being unheard of to being used by 1.5 billion people in a matter of months. And that is to do with the prevalence of these technologies in a distributed fabric around the globe. But of course, it's not just TikTok that grows very, very quickly. And one thing that we have seen as a consequence has been that innovators are able to build much, much larger companies much more quickly than ever before. And you can see that in the data. I think about a company like Hopin. I had a lot of fun writing the book because I wrote the book. These companies grew very, very fast and I'd have to keep going back and changing their size. But if you take a company like Hopin, which was 2 or 3 people in November 2019. Hopin makes virtual tools for conferences. It's perfect for the sort of post-pandemic era. Within 18 months, Hopin had grown from 2 or 3 people to a $5.5 billion corporation. And that's an incredible rate of growth. And it's fundamental to the exponential age. So when I dig into the exponential age, I looked at further ramifications. Now, what does this really mean for the changes in the way that we govern things and run things? And I identified 5 main domains, and I'll just skim through them briefly. In the area of economics, one of the things that we have started to see is larger and larger companies like Google and Apple and Amazon. And we started to see that markets take the shape of what's called winner take most. So they don't look like competitive markets of yore, the kind of markets that I studied when I studied economics. They actually look like markets that tend to, if not outright monopoly, just a dominant market position. And one of the arguments I make is that this is a consequence of the platform business model that is enabled by the exponential age technologies. So that's one consequence, and there are some interesting ramifications that we have to contend with in society about how large we want these companies to be, how we want to manage them, how we want to moderate them, control them, or regulate them. But there are other ramifications. There's an important one around the question of employment and labour. A lot of times people talk about the risk of advanced technologies, particularly automation, being about the robo-apocalypse, the fact that robots will come in and take jobs. And there's scant evidence that that's actually what happens. The evidence does actually suggest that rather that what happens with automation in the economy is that it puts downward pressure on workers' ability to negotiate on their wages, on their relative power, except for those workers who are very, very highly skilled. So you get a sort of barbelling. The very skilled machine learning developers get paid basketball player style salaries, and the rest of the economy lives on a 0-hour contract. And there's another dynamic that happens with automation, which is that companies that automate heavily, like Amazon and Netflix, tend to perform really, really well. And they did really well during the pandemic. And so they ended up hiring lots and lots and lots of people. In fact, Amazon hired more than 500,000 people last year. Whereas companies that didn't automate, didn't invest in AI, ended up being uncompetitive and actually ended up going out of business and their workers losing their jobs. So it's a particularly nuanced picture as a kind of a consequence of the exponential age. The way I think about this in a sort of more coherent framework is this idea of the exponential gap. That on the one hand, you have technologies that are accelerating away within their potential. And on the other hand, you have our institutions which adapt in a linear way. And the gap between them, the exponential gap, is the source of a lot of the tension that we see towards big technology companies in the field of economics and competitive markets, the tension that we see in labour markets when we ask, what is it to have fair work for a worker and fair pay and fair conditions? It explains why we see so many strange geopolitical conniptions from cyber attacks and ransomware growing. And it also goes some way to explaining why we see tensions within our democratic processes and public space. The way that this plays out in local economies, though, I think is really, really very interesting, because we're coming out at the end of a 45 or 50-year period where globalization and global markets was the fundamental guiding mantra of policymakers around the world. One of the interesting things about exponential technologies is that they actually enable local markets and local production in a way that we haven't seen for a tremendous amount of time. 3D printing or additive manufacturing means that you don't need to ship finished goods from a factory in a different continent. You can, when those technologies are mature, which they will be soon, produce finished goods very, very locally on the metaphorical high street. Renewable power, whether it's solar and wind farms and municipal grid batteries and virtual power plants built by stringing together the batteries in electric vehicles, mean that you don't need to produce your electrical power at large capex intensive power stations that you put 300 miles away from population centres and then pipe over a national grid. You can actually create your power and your storage much, much more locally. High intensity vertical farms that can live in cities mean that you don't necessarily have to live at the end of a very, very long agricultural supply chain. And all of which creates new potentials for local economies and local communities and local decision making. So when I look at the exponential age, I think it's a really exciting and vibrant time for us to live through. It is replete with risks if we allow the exponential gap to go unattended. But if we do attend to that exponential gap, I do think it creates a platform from which we can continue to live sort of very fruitful lives. And Tom, I will ask you perhaps to come on stage, on the virtual stage, and we can have a discussion.
Azim, thank you very much. That was fascinating as always.
Hello?
Hi. Oh, sorry, just getting instructions in my ear, which I'm not used to. Azim, thank you very much. That was fascinating as always. Now, I think you did a really good job of foreshadowing the remaining sessions. I will have to apologize, though, I fluffed your intro, but I think we'll put it down to my being slightly starstruck because I am a subscriber to your Exponential View newsletter. And if you don't mind, I think we'll pick your brains for a few more minutes. So we've got a couple of questions here. Now, whenever we think about artificial intelligence, I think we think immediately of the US and China as being AI superpowers. And the Tortoise AI Index, which I recommend everybody take a look at, would probably bear this out. And it has the UK at number 3, I guess, in the lead of a fairly strong pack. Do you think that the UK is investing enough in AI and I'm thinking probably as much in terms of the exploitation, the application of AI, as it is in fundamental research?
Well, the question is anyone investing enough in this technology? And does can we point to any major economy that invests enough in research anywhere? And my suggestion would be that we can't. If we look at that index, it's really interesting because the US is far ahead of other countries, and China comes in second place, again far ahead of anyone else, and there's the UK. I mean, I think we have a tremendous opportunity here because we have extremely good universities with real depth of talent and capability. And I also think that we have a mature digital economy. I mean, it's the second most mature, perhaps the third most mature after the US and China in that sense, which means that we have executives who are used to living and working in companies that are very data driven, that use software as one of their key processes. And so that sets a stage for us to do quite well there. So we have the ingredients to be strongly competitive. Whether we are yet strongly competitive has to be seen. But better to be the UK than many of the other countries on that list.
Okay, and I guess a question that brings things a little bit more local or regional to Northern Ireland. So you may have seen that Northern Ireland released its 10x economy strategy, and I think that actually aligns well with your thinking around the exponential age. And I was intrigued by this morning's newsletter where you introduced the hourglass or the barbell, a concept where there seems to be opportunities for the bargain basement, but quality, items, entities, regions, and then the high-end curated experience, but nothing in the middle. So where do you think that leaves a small region like Northern Ireland? I mean, can it be all things to all men, or does it need to focus with sort of a very laser approach?
I mean, it's a big and difficult question. On the one hand, as we move into these more advanced post-industrial economies, products get much more complex. As we heard we think about building the mRNA vaccines, and complex products need to bring together lots and lots of specialists. And typically that bringing together, that process of agglomeration happens in cities. And it's why you need cities to build sophisticated products, because you need to have lots and lots of subspecialities. And so I think cities have a strong part to play in exponential economies. But on the other hand, there's another opportunity, which is a relocalization that I touched on at the end of my talk, which is that these new technologies also enable many more local economies. So that may mean that for products that are part of people's everyday, rather than the really, really sophisticated, demanding products, those things can be much more local and much less reliant on very, very long supply chains or people playing a small role in each of those. I think broadly that means it's good news for local economies. I think it's also good news for local economies because the overarching dogma of globalization and the value of being a tiny little productive cog that does one part of a global supply chain has started to shift. And it started to shift at the time that the technologies have really allowed us to do other things. So can you build a 10x economy in a smaller region like Northern Ireland? The answer is you probably can do that if you recognize that there are forces that work in your favor and think about how to tackle the countervailing forces, which are the forces of agglomeration and talent.
Thanks, Azim. And I guess one final question. So you've said in the past that you think technology is too important to be left to technologists. I think that probably feeds into our next conversation with Professor Bryson, but could you expand on that briefly?
Yeah, of course. You know, the traditional technology industry has had 40 years or 50 years or so where it's really not, it's presented itself in a way that says it doesn't need to be inspected by anyone not in the industry. In other industries, whether it's financial services or aviation or pharmaceuticals, we allow outside inspectors in the whole time to come in and say, what are you actually building? Is it safe? Is it not safe? Is it good? Or where does it work? Where doesn't it work? That hasn't been the case in the traditional technology industry. And technologists have, in a sense, self-managed by saying, we have the answer, and that answer is this amazing rate of technical progress that we can demonstrate to you. And what we're starting to learn is that now that technology isn't so much about questions relating to the boot time of your new laptop, but rather questions that relate to what is the quality of work that an algorithmically managed worker gets, or do our democratic and media processes work at all? Those are really, really important questions, and they're not questions that can solely be answered from the realm of the engineering discipline wrapped inside a profit-seeking corporation.
Thank you very much, Azim. I appreciate your time. Hopefully we'll continue the conversation at some point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Okay. Now we're going to hand over to Professor Joanna Bryson. Professor Bryson is with the Hertie School in Berlin. She works in AI, ethics, and collaborative computing. And she's going to be speaking to us about the very topical area of regulation of AI. And in particular, is regulation something to be feared as perhaps an obstacle for innovation, or is it something that actually should be welcomed and is an enabler of, I guess, responsible innovation? So over to you, Professor Bryson.
Well, thanks. Is everything working happily now? I'm going to assume so. You tell me. Okay, great. So I don't think there's the only two options. It's not just that regulation could enable something responsible. It's also that it could be the means by which we enable something that really works. So I loved, I think Azim really set me up. That was a fantastic opener. And I think he set up very well this idea of what we can use regulation for. But let's talk about some other things. It can also definitely cause problems. I'm going to start out with just a very quick introduction to artificial intelligence. I think everyone here has some idea of what they're talking about. But I like to really say that there's been some complaints about this with the new AI regulation. So those of you who are not keeping up with the European Union has put out its draft legislation on artificial intelligence and digital service more generally as several separate pieces. And the AI regulation has been criticized for being too general. I would say not general enough. Let's just think about software. But anyway, let's talk about intelligence in a very general way. Why? Because it gets to that point that Azim was just making about professionalism and inspection. So intelligence is just the capacity to do the right thing at the right time. That was how it was defined in like 1870, when people were first trying to say, well, which animals are more intelligent than each other? This is not some weird hacky explanation, but I love it because it's a clean one. It shows you that we're talking about computation. You're transforming perception and context information into action. All right. So the next piece, then, if you can accept that, if you know what intelligence is, artificial intelligence is easy. It's just a subset of all the intelligent things that someone has built deliberately. All right. It's something that allows us to facilitate our intentions through exploiting and deploying that computation. Explicit and deliberate, they're parts of human intelligence. They're not all of human intelligence. We have a lot of implicit parts. We have a lot of things that we can't control. Our implicit biases, our blushing, things like that. But the parts we discuss are the explicit and deliberate parts. And those are the ones that we hold accountable for things like AI. Okay, so now let's talk about regulation. A lot of people don't know this about me, but I actually do work in things in biology quite often, in things like gene regulatory networks. So I'm going to, again, give you a very broad definition of regulation, and then we'll zone in. We're going to have data about AI soon. I promise it's going to be data slides. That's why I've got the computer here. Regulation is the means by which a complex entity perpetuates a recognizable version of itself. So it's not that you get to live forever, it's that there's a lineage, a biological lineage that our species is able, through the individual regulation, to create. And also we have social regulation for our species, and for quite a lot of other species, we have social regulation as well as individual regulation, okay? So the governance is a subset of regulation. It's a subset that we do deliberately and explicitly. So we only talk about governance in humans, not in other species, right? Let's get to, yeah, there we go. So government is a subset of all the kinds of governance we do. It's a special entity that we set up to coordinate for a geographic region. We're coordinating our governance. And so it possesses, in theory, since about, I forget, 1600s, monopoly of force, right? So this is the only thing that's allowed to declare war. And if something else starts behaving in a warlike manner, killing with, police are not allowed to kill unless their lives are in danger. So otherwise it's war, right? So war is only allowed to be executed by governments, and governments team together to make sure that happens, more or less, right? So since the last 70 years, the other thing governments have to do is defend human rights. Almost every government on the planet has signed up to the UN Human Rights Declaration 70 years ago. So we have obligations, for example, to provide healthcare for every human within our borders. It doesn't matter if they're a citizen or what. All right, so governments are useful for certain kinds of coordination. The next thing that we want to talk about is what is it doing when it's regulating technology? Now, a lot of people seem to forget, or they call it something else, that the vast majority of regulation that tech companies are subject to is actually up-regulation. They're given huge amounts of money, they're given tax breaks, they're given special access to building sites. Everyone wants a tech scene. Everybody, we just heard about this. Yeah, Northern Ireland wants a huge tech scene. They want to have winners, right? And they will spend a lot of money doing that. It's relatively little as restrictions, right? I could call that down regulation, but restrictions aren't necessarily a bad thing either, okay? The reason that we have these restrictions is because we use them to benefit innovation through things like stability and sustainability, okay? So it turns out to work better, you tend to get more done in a region with a good government than in a failed state. There's not that many useful things you can do in failed states, whereas these big things come in better places. We'll talk about how good big is later. That's one thing I disagreed with Azim's talk there. But anyway, that's coming up. So friend or foe of innovation. This is like a really interesting piece of work that was done actually by a Hertie School PhD student who's now a professor. So this is a graph that what's going on in the y-axis, the vertical axis there is how effective is the government is judged by the World Bank, okay? And what's going on the x-axis is that's the log of the population size. So what you're seeing is that governments tend to be very effective when they get to be about 66 million people, somewhere between 66 and 400 million people, countries can be quite powerful. It's about the right scale for bureaucracy. Smaller than that, and there's a question about what happens when it's too big. If it can get too big, or if there's just too few data points, there may be a ceiling effect on the data here. But look at how much more effective democracies are than autocracies. The global sample includes democracies, okay? So it would be even worse if you didn't have the democracies there propping that up, okay? So democracy, yes, there's a lot of regulation, but it enables an incredibly interesting, rich, and complex way of getting things done. The regulation helps, okay? Let's see, whoops. Okay, this is the slide I was promising before. This is with a colleague, Helena Malikova, this paper actually just came out on Wednesday. I haven't really been promoting it yet because it's been a busy week. But with Helena Malikova, we were annoyed by people that were showing like, oh, there's all these big companies in America, there's all these big companies in China, the EU has no technology. Absolutely false, right? It's just that we don't have really large market capitalization companies because that's not the way we like to run our economy. So there's a big question about what happens when you allow too much power in a very small number of companies. And America actually in the late 19th century decided that we needed to address this question. You know, the idea of democracy was new. It had only been running for about a century, and it just had a catastrophic civil war. I mean, unbelievable numbers of people have died, you know, relative to the population of the country. So then they started noticing very powerful people, and unlike, you know, an autocracy, America at that stage couldn't easily just get rid of too powerful of people. So what they did instead was they invented antitrust. They said, let's try to keep corporations at a scale where they can be governed, right? Now, these things have changed over time. We all know that the Microsoft decision sort of changed midway through with an election. But let's have a look at what's really going on in the world. Is it true that, that there's no innovation happening in Europe? Well, there's actually, we know that the US has about 24% of the GDP, and the EU has about 22%, and China is somewhere around 19-20%. And then there's the rest of the world. Okay, so there's 4 regions we're thinking about here. And what this graph is showing you is that, again, the bottom, the x-axis, is how large is the market capitalization of a bunch of companies. And the y-axis is showing how much IP have they registered in the world IP index, that WIPO index, under one of the possible categories for AI. So this is not necessarily all the patents, but it's a good subsample. It's a perfectly good representation of what the capacities of these companies. Now, what you see is that, first of all, that IP is a choice, right? Whether you go and you use patents, it's not that Apple doesn't innovate, it's that Apple doesn't feel that it needs the courts, or it doesn't feel that it's worth using the courts compared to just trying to maintain secrecy. Whereas Google and IBM are actually up there fighting for programmers. And so one of the things that they do is they motivate that through the patent system. So patents are used for a number of different things. And I would argue similarly, market capitalization. All of us who know people who are in .coms or whatever, we know that it's a decision, strategic decision, whether you decide to go public and how much effort you expend on trying to do things that will get your shares to go up, right? Versus like how much you want to retain your autonomy. Look at what China is doing. I don't know, it could be a coincidence, but it seems really unlikely to me that Alibaba and Tencent just happen to have the same market cap on the same number of IPs. I think it's quite likely that China is very, very worried about how much power do we want to give to these companies, but at the same time, they've decided to play the market cap game. They've got nervous about what America is doing, that's my guess. And similarly, look at Saudi Arabia has just decided to nationalize its oil, to denationalize, to go public with its oil company, and they're trying to move into AI. So they have a couple of patents too. But so that's the gray is America, the pink is China, the blue is the European Economic Area, everybody covered by GDPR, and the yellow is the rest of the world. Notice that a lot of European big dots on here are in one little country, Switzerland. And what does that tell you about market capitalization and regulation? Okay, in case you weren't able to add that all up with your eyeballs, here's the actual things summed up. And sort of as Azim was just saying, notice that the EU and the China aren't so different for market cap, and they're really not different much for IP as registered in patents. The rest of the world cannot be neglected. Yes, this does include the UK, but actually the UK does not have a lot of these bubbles here. You've seen where it's Japan, it's Korea, as well as Switzerland that are doing a lot of the market cap things, but also there's all kinds of innovation happening in other countries. And then also, look, America has more than all the other ones combined, all right? So the other ones, the fourth region has more than China and the EEA combined, and the America has more than the other 3 regions combined. So when people say that, oh my goodness, Europe has to back America, I feel like, you know, this is America having too big of companies with too much power saying, please don't regulate us, we don't want to change. So I very worry about that narrative. So yeah, it's nothing wrong with being the best at something. Someone has to be best, that's not a crime. But once you get too big, then you have special obligations to prove that you aren't abusing your market dominance. If you're a small company, you can be sneaky, right? But with great power comes great responsibility. There's different obligations for large companies because they can have so much impact on society, including the rest of the market. And so the question is really, what is too big? And as I said, historically, it was because of being governed. And you don't have to go to Tim Wu for that, although he's very readable. You can also go to MATA, go to Harvard. I'm sorry, go up the street if you're at MIT. You can find fantastic, very well-respected accounts of this narrative. All right. So more recently, that got softened to economic inefficiency. Something came out of Chicago, like me. And then now it's price insensitivity. This makes no sense, especially in sectors that allegedly have free products, right? I think it's very important that even if we backed up to thinking about economic inefficiency, we could look at what's happening with wages, both the gross distortions of the undertaxed areas that are disrupting our cities and disrupting our power structures, but also this ridiculous flattening of wages that's happening where there's too much market dominance. Consumers that are employees don't have enough power. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done. How am I doing for time? I was going to explain this to you. I'll go ahead and explain this to you. So now we're talking about the y-axis here is price. The x-axis is the quantity that you sell. And if you remember Adam Smith, that diagonal coming from the 0 to the O to the O prime, that's demand. Demand will increase, more will be sold, the cheaper you make your product. And there's two prices listed here. The price that's actually the cost. So if you're a totally efficient company, perfect, thank you. If you have a totally efficient company, then that's how much the price would be. And if you have a monopoly, then you have PM there, also up the Y bar there. Okay. So if you have a fair price, and don't forget, this isn't saying that, like the company is being totally ripped off. In theory, they don't have a surplus, but they could still be paying themselves, $1 million a year or something, right? So the fair price, what you're thinking about, the fair price welfare, well, all welfare is consumer surplus plus producer surplus, okay? And if it's fair price, you get this whole big triangle there, okay? The green triangle. But if it's monopoly price, then we have the benefits for the company have just come up. We've got the surplus, that pink square there. You still get a few consumers. Now notice fewer people get access to the product. A bunch of people no longer are able to afford or consider it worthwhile to buy that product. So you've got fewer of the products sold, and you've lost this whole shaded in region that there's no benefit. So benefit has disappeared because of the excesses going to the companies. Now people say, but we need that surplus to create R&D. And this, again, there's a million versions of this graph too, as you can imagine. But that's the basic idea. It's not efficient to allow markets to set like any random price. So that's why we don't want to have totally monopolistic markets. Okay, so in the past, again, going back to the late 19th century and all those changes that happened there, which I'm not sure if I would agree with, again, I love Azim's talk, but I'm not totally sure that we can say there wasn't exponentials happening, because one of the exponentials was the plugging in, the networking, the way this stuff spread. But then there's a sustainability. Eventually you get everybody connected, right? Anyway, there was this huge impact, and we only have data going for about 1913, because guess what? This is American data, A, and B, we have inequality data from when we decided to ban alcohol sales. And so then we had to replace the tax on alcohol with income tax. So now we know, and that's what the blue here is the share of wealth that the top 1% got. And the red is the how polarized Congress was. So this has been done in every state. It's not just like a national aggregate thing. But this is very American data, but I'm actually working here now in Berlin at the Hertie School of Governance. We're showing similar effects globally. It's a project we're doing this summer. Anyway, the point is that after a single, we had very high polarization. First of all, the prices, the point is that when you have high inequality, you tend to have high political polarization. You tend to have entropy, wars, things like that. And so what happened in the early 20th century was World War I. Then there was a crash, a market crash. And then in the United States, there was enough of the elite that realized this is bad. We'd rather give up some, not all, of our relative advantage than to continue having this. So enough of them started working with the Democrats that you had the New Deal. And so you get the first decline in polarization because there's like suddenly just a lot of people in the Democratic Party. And then also you get the subsequent increase in redistribution, so the decline in inequality. And that's kept stable. There are people that go around and do their TED Talks about what happened in 1978, this great decoupling. No, there was a great coupling from about 1935 until about 1978. And then we lost some kind of political will, is my opinion. I actually think we knew that the Soviet economy had actually plateaued in the early 70s, and we no longer thought communism was a threat. And so we thought redistribution wasn't worth paying for. Anyway, since then we've had the spiraling increase in inequality and in polarization, and we've seen the disruption that's come from that. So inadequate governance can lead to all kinds of regulatory capture and inequality, and you have these spirals where they feed in on each other. Inequality leads to social unrest, loss of social mobility, so you don't have access to all the good workers. Social mobility is directly correlated with social mobility is less when there's higher inequality and general insecurity. This is also about sustainability. If something isn't sustainable, it can't keep going. And even if you're thinking about like, how do we, what shareholder value doesn't happen in an instant. It happens over years. And if you aren't going to last for years, then you have a problem. So political polarization is correlated with inequality and may be caused by it. And we had a paper came out in December. I won't try to explain that now. I do want to talk briefly about the European Union. We've demonstrated with the GDPR that small countries can work together and regulate external companies, right? It's not that we can tell them what they do in their own house. We just say, when you're in our house, you have to behave this way, or we're not going to let you transact business. And once we did that, the point of the GDPR was not just a set of restrictions. It was also to make all the countries in the EU happy that okay, this is safe, this is okay. And then to make it easier so that there's a single set of legislation. So you could at that time do business with 28 companies. I mean, I was doing a lot of discussions I didn't get paid by them. I did a lot of stuff with Google for a couple of years before the whole ATAC thing. And they were saying to me, we're going to pull out of Europe on that day, in May, whatever it was. And then, of course, they weren't going to. No one was going to turn their back on that large of a market. But then 6 months later, they were saying, wow, this is great. It's a single API to 28 countries. Yes, that's the point. The EU is a trade bloc. It makes business better. And yes, definitely some companies, mistakes were made. Some companies had problems. There was problems with smaller scaling things. But by and large, there's been an explosion in the digital economy, both from people investing from China, from America, and within the EU. I know that the digital economy has become the main economic post of both Austria and Greece, which both had sort of weird economies before that. And I don't even know how many other countries there are. For whatever reason, people aren't reporting those kinds of values. And I've been talking to the OECD about it. They don't have a good grip on exactly the amount of things going in small, medium enterprises. So yeah, it may be that something like that, coalitions of countries working together, can do even better than host countries because they're less compromised. Although we'll see how the next elections are going in the EU. But so far we've been less compromised, and we don't have to worry about flight because obviously the companies, they have no place to flee. They're choosing to transact business with us. So yeah, I already said this. Mostly there was benefit to everyone, both in the EU and outside of the EU, because it made it easier to do digital business in the EU after we had the GDPR. With some mistakes were made, they're getting fixed. Okay, so when we regulate AI, we don't regulate the micro details. People think, oh, AI, it's opaque, you can't regulate it. No, you don't regulate the machines, you regulate how the machines are built, okay? So we have to look at things, and this is standard systems engineering, as Aziz was talking about. We need to be able to come in and just inspect the basic human processes, just like we would with a bank. We don't say, show us what the brain cells are doing in the bankers. We say, show us the books. And here are the books if you're developing software. You design and architect the system. You decide where the data comes from. What is it going to do? What are the inputs? What are the outputs, right? And then you go and you make sure that it's secure, and you should be able to document that it's secure. The whole problem with the SolarWinds was 3 steps up the supply chain of the software libraries, right? So you need to keep track of and be, there needs to be increased professionalism here also about the provenance of your software and data libraries. You keep track of who wrote what code to what specification. How did you know it was ready for release? You keep track of the tests. You write to test, and you keep track of this. If you're in the software engineering, then you're going, oh yeah, that we do that. Why doesn't AI do that? If you guys aren't in software, I'm sorry that I left a little time for this part. Anyway, so yeah, and you log the testing itself, not only before release, but also during release, especially if you leave on the machine learning, although hardly anyone does that actually. The people talk about it to try to scare off regulators, but honestly, nobody leaves machine learning on while it's a live system. Yeah, if we were an audience, I could ask you, do you know, this is actually from Tech Review. Do you know what this map is? If somebody's GDP is going up and someone's going down. Why? Global warming, right? When we're talking about binary narratives, but oh my gosh, we have to beat China or whatever, there's some things that we're all in the same place with, or most of us are on. It's important not to allow people to dismantle our infrastructure. And I'm not even sure that it's the countries here. It may have been in some people that in powerful companies who didn't think it was a good idea to get regulated, and we're still afraid of the GDPR. So can we trust a government? No, of course not. You don't trust governments, and you don't trust companies. You have to make sure they work. You inspect them, you audit them, you maintain vigilance. Governments are a principal means by which we ensure that everyone does what's fair, just, and sustainable. That's how we do that. And sustainability allows us to explore, deploy, and benefit from innovation. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Professor Bryson. That was excellent. So after a short video, we're going to hand over to MIT Tech Review's Tate Ryan Mosley for a discussion on what can happen when AI battles AI.
Welcome to Far and Wild's Foodie City Cycle. Embark on a pedal-powered slow adventure and take in a couple of Derry Londonderry's finest culinary experiences. Meet Lorcan. He'll be showing you around this beautiful city. You'll learn a little about the culture of this historic place. You get a whole new perspective when you see it from a bicycle. And then there's the food. You'll get to visit two of Derry's leading foodie highlights, carefully chosen restaurants and cafes where you can sample fresh and locally sourced fare. It's not all about eating though. You'll be getting a bit of exercise too. There's plenty of city greenways to explore. Enjoy a spin through St. Colum's Park. Lorcan will show you the historic military site of Ebrington and the inner city too. It's the only remaining completely walled city in Ireland. In fact, it's one of the finest examples of a walled city anywhere in Europe. There's always more to see and enjoy in this unique place, says Lorcan. He loves letting people in on the walled city's secrets and showing you the stuff you might not have discovered on your own.
Well, you get a whole new perspective on Derry from the back of a bike, and you get a bit of exercise and also to sample some of the top treats on the menu in Derry City. Connecting with the city in a different way, connecting with each other in your group, getting a bit of exercise and fresh air, and learning more about what is a really historic and iconic place in Ireland.
Far and Wild's Foodie City Cycle Tour. A truly delicious way to discover the historic city of Derry Londonderry.
Hello, I'm Tate Ryan Mosley. Thank you so much for the introduction, Tom, and thanks everyone for being here today. So as you are about to hear, we are entering a new phase in cybersecurity, where the threats are essentially ubiquitous and unrelenting, targeting everything from small businesses and governments to large multinational organizations alike. And this new phase is requiring a leveling up in security precautions in order to meet the increased sophistication, professionalization, and technological sophistication of these threat actors. And what better tool for prevention than AI? So in this new era, we're seeing algorithms actually battling other algorithms in cyberspace for control of your data, your valuable data. And here to guide us through all of this is Myra O'Neill and Nicole Egan. Myra O'Neill is a professor of computer engineering and electronics at Queen's University in Belfast, where she's the director of the Institute of Electronics, Communications, and Information Technology. She's also the director of the UK Research Institute and is a member of the UK AI Council. Nicole Egan is the Chief Strategy Officer and AI Officer at Darktrace, an award-winning cyber AI company. Nicole was named AI Leader of the Year and was awarded the top position on the Software Report's Top 25 Women Leaders in Cybersecurity in 2020. Thank you both so much for being here today. So to start off, I kind of want to set the scene for everybody in the audience. So Myra, can you kind of describe the moment that we're in with cybercrime and kind of the shift that we're seeing from the threat actors and from companies and organizations that are trying to protect themselves?
Yeah, sure, thank you. So I think at this moment, there's certainly been, or certainly over the last few years, there's been a sort of a major shift in sort of cybercrime attacks, and what we're seeing more and more now is, you know, sort of high-profile ransomware campaigns, and you know they've kind of shifted away from targeting sort of companies that maybe are well placed in terms of their detection and prevention techniques to kind of guard off those types of attacks, and we're starting to see them being, you know, targeted against government organizations, a lot of educational institutions, hospitals, healthcare services, and so on. So, you know, with recent very high-profile attacks like the Colonial Pipeline attack, you know, against the National Health Service here in Ireland, in Canada, in New Zealand, and you know, there's been vast numbers of attacks against educational institutions both in the US and recently here in the last year. And there's been a significant increase against UK institutions. So, you know, that's really now, you know, become quite a significant step forward because it's now having real implications on people's lives. So, you know, if you're taking the example of the health service in Ireland, you know, I've experienced of this myself, where there's been, you know, significant implications and impact on people in terms of appointments being cancelled, and it's just affected the entire infrastructure, and that's something we really need to worry about. So it's really a matter, you know, in terms of some of those attacks, the initial target point really are simple things like compromised passwords, you know, weak passwords, or the remote access accounts being hacked. And I think the concern really then is as awareness of cyber issues becomes more prevalent, you know, with software updates and vulnerabilities being patched, and with things like, say, multi-factor authentication being rolled out, well, then what we're going to start seeing is criminals beginning to use the likes of AI technology to kind of, you know, improve their ransomware attacks against organizations. And that is a real concern. Now, I'm not sure yet if we've seen any examples of AI ransomware in the wild. Perhaps my colleague Nicole here on the panel might be more aware or familiar with that.
Yeah, Nicole, why don't you tell us a little bit about how you see AI being used in this space, both from a threat actor perspective, maybe first off, but then also in kind of the core prevention techniques that Darktrace is trying to pioneer.
Absolutely. So what we are seeing is that the level of innovation, the level of sophistication of these attacks, it has really changed the game. And a lot of the traditional methods that were being used are no longer enough. So a lot of the past techniques have been to really analyze breaking attacks or historical attack data, and then be able to see if something looked like that in the environment. But what we are seeing is more innovative attacks, more what's called zero-day attacks, ransomware as a service. And so what this means is that the sophistication is higher, but also that it's no longer a human scale problem. You cannot throw enough, you know, cybersecurity experts, even if they existed, you know, at these threats. And so what we are seeing is that on the defensive side, we're seeing companies and organizations starting to embrace machine learning and artificial intelligence in order to ratchet up their defenses and be able to find these novel new attacks and keep up with the pace that the attacks are coming at. Now, in terms of the attackers, Mara is exactly right. I mean, at this point, we still see a lot of attacks that are getting through because of these traditional defenses. But we are starting to see the early signs of attackers using machine learning. One personal example I actually had is I have a lot of my own voice that's out there on the internet from talking at conferences like this. And our R&D lab was able to actually find some open source AI that analyzed my voice. And they were able to actually recreate my voice and be able to get me to say things I've never said before and form an attack out of that. Now, they did that in literally less than 20 minutes time, and just using, available AI algorithms. So I think that is maybe a simplistic example, but what is in the realm of, what's possible today.
Yeah, absolutely. Nicole, I think it's so interesting that you said this is no longer a human scale problem. I'm curious to what extent AI is actually good and capable at providing defense. I mean, how do you think about that at Darktrace? When you're kind of trying to lead this, what is it that is actually making AI work in these situations, if that makes sense?
Yep. Yeah, I'd say there's three core components of the technology that we feel make a real difference in this. The first is what we refer to as self-learning, and that's the ability to use artificial intelligence to learn how a business or organization works by analyzing raw real-time data. And once it understands how that business operates, it's able to detect these novel threats that have never been seen in the wild before. So I think that's a critical component, especially on the advanced detection side. The next side, though, is very important, which is a technology based on AI called autonomous response. And that autonomous response allows the AI to respond at machine speed. So, for example, if the attacker tries to come in initially through email, we'll cut them off at email. Well, then they're going to pivot and they're going to try to come in maybe through your SaaS application like your Salesforce, your Microsoft 365. And again, the AI will stop them there. And so these attacks are very ongoing and sophisticated, and it's really not just a simple smash and grab. And so the AI is there at every turn the attacker makes to keep that at bay. And I think that's critically important, buying the human security team's time. And the final area is an area which is using AI to actually investigate what's happening in the attack. And we spent about 4 years doing an R&D project where the AI learned from some of the world's best human analysts how to actually look at the data involving an attack, draw conclusions, and actually even decide on what actions to take. And now, after 4 years, the AI is able to save human security analysts about 92% of the time it would take and focus the humans on only those things that are really important for them to look at.
Yeah, that makes so much sense. And one thing that is kind of infuriating for me as a journalist who watches this space is that it's clear that the types of attacks and the professionalization of the threat actors has only increased. But it also seems like some of the sophistication is really not what you would expect, right? It's simple things like, like you said, Myra, using the same password. I think that was what it was at Colonial. And I think, something that's kind of interesting about this is that, what seems to be the biggest problem is the kind of specific targeting of a particular group. So you've got to get embedded into a network and you're sitting there for 2 to 3 weeks doing due diligence on their entire system. Myra, can you talk about that a little bit? Like, to what extent the threat itself and the risk itself has kind of changed in the past couple of years in terms of this weird irony of sophistication, but also kind of primitive techniques, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, so you're absolutely right. So I think what we're seeing with a lot of the attacks at the moment, and many of those high profile attacks that I talked about, is that it is simple techniques to get in, but what the sophistication is around the fact that the attackers are sort of breaking in, but not running attacks right away. They're taking their time. and understanding what a system looks like and analyzing the different areas and different, I suppose, target points and where they can capture really the most sensitive information to make the most amount of money out of this, and where they can kind of cause, I suppose, most disruption to an organization in terms of them later on launching the attack and then issuing a ransom for the right types of information that they've kind of encrypted as part of the attack. So I think it's kind of, it's really important in terms of the prevention approaches that actually they start trying to look at the indicators and the signatures of those early sort of points of investigation or analysis that's going on as part of those attacks as a mitigation strategy. And really a large part of this is around ensuring, organizations are prepared for an attack. In some cases it may not be the case that they were the initial target, but they're collateral in terms of a malware ransomware attack, and therefore really organizations need to understand how they're going to recover their data if they're subject to attack, and be really prepared, as well as undertaking all of those prevention measures.
Yeah, and Nicole, so as part of that, why is the self-learning component of AI then so important? It seems like that's pretty closely connected.
Absolutely. I think what the self-learning really does is it's a fundamentally different approach. Instead of focusing on the breach, and hopefully Mara agrees with me, sometimes I feel like there's so much focus on the breach itself and what the breach is about. But at the end of the day, what it's really about is how do you prevent disruption to business? That's really, in many cases, the end game. I know a lot of people focus on, how much are they asking for ransom? How much was the FBI able to recover and so forth, right? But at the end of the day, that even ransom amount is probably a drop in the bucket compared to the cost of recovering and getting that organization and their supply chain and their customers, back on their feet and back in service. And so I think what the self-learning does is, because it understands what normal business operations looks like, if there is an attacker inside that environment doing their lateral movement, starting to try to encrypt data, starting to try to cause disruption, the AI can keep enforcing normal business operations. So at the end of the day, I don't think we're ever going to get to the stage where attacks stop happening, or that they're not successful at, the breach itself of getting inside. But if it becomes a non-issue because the self-learning AI enforces normal business operations, and that pipeline doesn't shut down, that hospital can keep seeing patients, if you can minimize that disruption, then it becomes a lot less of an issue. And quite frankly, it becomes less attractive to the attackers.
Yeah. Myra, do you agree with that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, it's about mitigating the effect on your organization and the services it provides. So I completely agree. And I think that's why, planning for an attack is so important for an organization, and understanding how, what will recovery look like, what does it take to keep things running if the attack is happening, while also trying to prevent the attack getting further into your network, but actually keeping things operating is absolutely crucial. So completely agree.
Yeah, so I'm curious, how scalable are some of these AI solutions? I think one thing that I've heard in the past is ransomware and cybercrime is kind of inherently unfair in a lot of different ways, but one of them is that the same organizations are capable of targeting large financial institutions with all of the security protections available in the world, as well as the mom and pop shop down the street. And I'm curious kind of how this is going to play out from a target perspective and a defensibility perspective for some of the smaller businesses that seem to be targeted. Nicole, do you have thoughts on that?
Absolutely. I think the cyber criminals are becoming very organized and actually very professional. I know you touched on that, Tate, in the opening. And what we're seeing is they're actually trying to become in their own right legitimate businesses. And I mean that, we saw in the case of DarkSide that they actually have a PR department, right? They issued a press statement to the media saying, oh, we didn't really mean to hit that target, right? And they obviously have customer service departments that actually, once you pay your ransom, they say, oh, we're happy to help decrypt your data. Have a nice day, right? So it's really I think that's when you said it's a watershed moment. It's quite bizarre that that's kind of the point it's getting to now. And so that means that whether you are that mom and pop or that large sophisticated organization, you're up against something very different today. And I think we're going to start to see that evolution continue. So I think that really does make a difference in terms of how you think about your defense. In terms of scale, this needs to both kind of scale to the small business as well as scale up to the world's largest global companies. And that means you have to architect these AI solutions to be able to do that. It also means that you need to make it easy enough and make it so that you don't have to have any AI experts on your own staff. If you think about that small business, mom and pop, right? They're not going to be able to hire people, to train these data sets, to tune algorithms. It's just not going to happen. So I think one of the things that we looked at is we made sure that we could make an AI solution that could be affordable and can be easily deployed without the need for any sophisticated experts to feed it or maintain it. And that's really why we've been able to scale to over 5,000 customers of all company sizes. And we literally have a mix from a 10-person company all the way to the world's largest. And that, I think, is absolutely critical. I think of it almost as the democratization of AI for cyber. Everyone needs to be able to access it, afford it, and use it.
Yeah, and it seems, that there are, I was speaking, I had an interview the other week, and this person was a cyber expert, and they were saying to me, you have business owners who are just, barely thinking that they have a website, who don't even think they're vulnerable to cybercrime or ransom, who often end up being targeted. And I think part of that is where we're at, as a business society, in terms of there's such vastly varying levels of technological sophistication that don't even have to do with the size of the business. You have some organizations that are still largely run on paper who might be really, really powerful organizations. So Mara, I'm curious what you think about how we get to that point. On the other side of the affordability, there's kind of these older systems, these newer systems, there's levels of, varying levels of technical sophistication. Do you see any red flags or roadblocks with, legacy systems or things like that in this moment?
So absolutely. I mean, lots of red flags there. So I think, what we've seen in recent years, particularly when it comes to critical national infrastructure, that this interplay between sort of OT and IT, so information technology with sort of cyber physical systems, and legacy systems are now connected to the network that were never designed to be secure and never designed with this in mind, and it is absolutely essential for those where that security is now considered, and what attacks might look like for those, and with the Colonial Pipeline, for example, I mean, it was sort of on their IT systems they were attacked, but they had to shut down the entire system. So, air gaps are really important in terms of considerations between systems like that, where you have to make sure that you can kind of prevent attacks on one half of the organization if it's come through so there's some other aspect of the networks. And so, I mean, it's absolutely critical that, particularly, all systems it's important to protect, but particularly, those kind of legacy systems where they're now sort of interacting with the latest technologies and so on, that we have to consider that. So, to give an example of this, we recently within our organization showed how it was very possible to attack Siemens PLC devices, and these are devices that are used in nuclear power plants, for example. And it was quite easy to sort of attack these. So in terms of responsible disclosure, etc., we did consult with the company and show how to put in countermeasures in place but it was because they were just legacy devices, and they weren't designed with this in mind. So, I mean, that's the kind of thing that's very, very concerning. So we have to start sort of realizing, or companies have to start realizing, that security is so, so critical. And I think, the sort of, I suppose, the positives, if it's possible to even say that, of the more recent high-profile attacks is that I think security now, companies are now becoming more security aware and realizing it has to be discussed at board level in all types of companies. Not just sort of IT companies. It has to be such an important part of all discussions. And I think, thankfully, we're starting to get there, but we need to get there.
Yeah, and Myra, how do you even go about protecting a company that's so reliant on hardware? I mean, that's something that's so interesting that I've seen, even in the last couple of weeks in the US, a ferry system was hacked, and you don't even think about that as something that is really vulnerable to cyber crimes. So what are the complications or the I don't know, special considerations for industries that are really hardware specific, like energy, like infrastructure, like transportation, like supply chains and logistics companies? It seems to me that there's kind of a whole other world in terms of vulnerability that's quite unexpected.
So yeah, you're absolutely right. So one of my areas of expertise is looking at hardware device security, and I think what we start to see again in recent years that vulnerabilities aren't just limited to software or to social engineering attacks. So with I think it was back in 2018, we saw the Spectre and Meltdown microarchitectural attacks against the physical security of devices, and they actually exploited sort of the hardware vulnerabilities inherent in the design of devices. So how do you defend against that? I mean, and that affected so many devices for different applications. So I think what we're starting to see as well there is that there are AI assisted attacks against hardware, which is affects everything, where mathematically secure sort of encryption techniques that are in sort of things like smart cards or devices to provide the security. And even though they're mathematically secure or extremely mathematically secure, when they're implemented on a device, they can leak information or sensitive information via things like their power consumption signatures or electromagnetic emanations. And while some devices have countermeasures, what we're starting to see is that using deep learning, we can use models to bypass countermeasures to attack those devices. And that is a concern, because security measures on embedded devices and devices like that in terms of hardware applications, they tend to be sort of, if you're adding security, you want it to be as lightweight, as resource efficient as possible. So if you're having to add complex security mechanisms that will deter against like deep learning attacks, then you're kind of losing the advantage of something that's resource efficient in the first place, and particularly if you're thinking about embedded devices. But what we're then again starting to see is using AI to help prevent those attacks. So what you can sort of start doing is getting ultra lightweight machine learning routines that can look at targeting at the sort of the embedded devices at that level themselves, and looking at understanding in terms of like behavior metrics what a kind of a normal operation looks like in terms of things like power tasks or bandwidth or traffic and so on. And then they'll be able to then recognize what normal looks like in comparison to an under attack state. And at that device level, using that sort of lightweight machine learning, start to kind of help defend against those types of attacks. So I think some of the same mitigation strategies will still work, even though it's kind of a slightly different problem and sometimes inherent to the hardware itself. But you have to kind of try and use those same approaches.
Yeah.
Jumping in, if I can, building off of that, it's exactly right. I mean, we see a lot of our customers are in the national critical infrastructure, industrial control systems, and we've been able to bring, as Mari said, that lightweight AI to the devices, be it a legacy device or be it even a brand new kind of high-tech sensor. But it does have to be very lightweight, and it has to understand that normal pattern. And what's interesting in machine-to-machine communications is the patterns are actually more consistent, more predictable. Usually this machine only communicates this much data, this machine, and this kind of frequency. Whereas actually when you get into the human behavior, humans are a little bit more diverse in terms of what they do. So these same types of techniques we're talking about absolutely can work in these critical infrastructure environments that are a mix of legacy, and new.
Yeah, and one thing I'm so curious, Nicole, your perspective on is, it kind of blows my mind that AI systems will be able to actually detect attacks when the attacks are kind of designed inherently to be undetectable. So, for example, one thing that I've heard is as we grow in our use of encryption techniques, right? Like Zoom is encrypted, what we're talking on right now, and most of ransomware attacks involve encrypting large data sets, large data files. So, I'm so curious kind of the nuances of an AI being able to detect what is actually an attack and what is not. And I know you've touched on that a little bit, but I'd love to just hear a little bit more in terms of what how Darktrace kind of manages that.
Yeah, I think what is really important is to make sure you design a system that can work even if the data is encrypted. So from an AI detection perspective, we're actually looking at all of those patterns and processes that are going on. We don't require that we have to see the data itself. And so we can still see those AI patterns of life of normal, not normal, even if the data is encrypted. And that's really critical.
That's so interesting. Okay, so I know we've talked about this a little bit, but what should, if you're in the boardroom of a company, what should you be doing right now? I mean, I can imagine we might have some people in the audience who are like a little bit panicked. Hopefully not. Hopefully this is not the first time someone's thinking about cybersecurity. But what would you say to those people about what they should? What's the first step in getting more cyber secure? Nicole, let's start with you.
Sure. I think the first thing is it is very important that this is now becoming a boardroom executive conversation. I think that putting a priority on it is very important. Making sure there's some recognition that even though there's been a lot of money invested in legacy approaches, as the attackers have innovated, those approaches are no longer able to keep up. Realizing, I think, that AI and machine learning can really effectively augment and empower those human security operation teams. So I think those are some of the areas I would look at, and especially in light of ransomware, the ability to use machine learning to autonomously head off and hold at bay these attacks, buying those human teams really valuable time is absolutely critical.
Yeah, and Myra, I'd love to hear from you what you think.
So just I guess to add to that is, in terms of those, again, I think I mentioned it before, in terms of those are kind of your mitigation strategies, prepare for an attack as well. So understand what are your critical assets and what would be the impact if those were affected by, for example, a malware or a ransomware attack, and understand how, if you can use AI-assisted, the self-learning technologies that Nicole talked about to help ensure that your operations continue despite the attack.
Yeah, where does cyber insurance play a role? I mean, it's something that I think we're starting to see in the last couple of years really blossom into a huge industry, and I'm kind of curious the role that both of you, see it playing as we move forward into this age where I think the attacks really are going to become quite ubiquitous and consistent.
That's one of the board level issues that we're actually getting a lot of questions on right now. Are cyber insurance rates going to go up? Will cyber insurance cover these attacks? Will cyber insurance continue to exist as it does today? So I do think that is very top of mind for business executives. One of the things we have seen is there has been a consortium of cyber insurance companies led by Marsh who actually put together a product certification program. And I think at the last count, there were about 12 products. I know 2 of our products are part of that. and you can actually get discounts from your insurance, but also some guarantees of, renewals and coverage if you're using this, combination of certified products. So I think we might see, more of that. For the first time recently, we actually saw questions about, do you use an AI solution like Darktrace? Do you use autonomous response as part of the questionnaire about qualifying for cyber insurance? So I think this, this coming together of kind of the cyber insurance industry with the AI technology providers is probably a recent change.
Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. I'm curious, Myra, do you have thoughts on that as well? I think it's also directly tied to paying the ransom, right? So I think that's, from a business perspective, that's part of the appeal of getting cyber insurance, which is, okay, worst case scenario, I'm at D-Day, everything is encrypted, but I have cyber insurance, and so I can pay the ransom if I need to. How do you think that's gonna play out? I mean, I think, especially in the US, talks about banning the ransom is kind of just starting to kind of bubble up to the surface, I think, of conversation.
Yes, I think like for some organizations who maybe have never encountered ransomware or don't have the skills to sort of deal with it, it's sort of an easy solution. Let's just take the problem out of our hands and get some cyber insurance. And maybe that's not necessarily the best approach that they should be taking to deal with the problem. But on the flip side, as you say, if an organization announces that it has cyber insurance, will that invite larger ransoms? In terms of attacks, and that also has to be a concern. So I mean, the advice is, never pay your ransom, in terms of attacks. But that's, I suppose, a lot easier to say when you're not the victim of a ransomware attack and it's affecting your critical operation. So I think, this is why all of the things that we've talked about, on this discussion become so important in terms of preparation and understanding, all of those risks and mitigation strategies that you can take to try and not get to the situation where you're having to claim off your cyber insurance for the very large ransom that's being requested.
And again, that investment in cyber insurance isn't going to help you with that business disruption issue, right? I mean, so that's where it really becomes important. And they do cover some post-incident response, but there's still nothing that makes up for the fact if you have to stop operations of your organization, your business, your municipality, for days or weeks, or even taking months to recover, the payout of the cyber risk insurance isn't really going to help you on that front.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. So the last question I kind of want to give space for each of you to talk about is, from a technical perspective, where are we heading? I mean, we talked a little bit about the need for lighter resource deep learning techniques that can, investing technical resources there. What are the kind of those core technological frontiers that are going to help move prevention strategies into this kind of next phase of being democratized, being accessible, being widely used, to kind of level up our ability to deal with this problem? Myra, let's start with you.
So yes, I think, okay, so I can, I suppose, speak from a research viewpoint on this. So I think what we're looking to kind of see in terms of the next phase of our next generation of AI detection techniques is those that are more robust to adversarial attacks. So those types of attacks that look to sort of attempt to fool AI models by supplying deceptive input. So it's very, very important to have your sort of novel technique that can absolutely be robust against those types of attacks, that can also reduce the number of false alarms, that are detected. And I think another really important point, while having all of those techniques in place, something that can also provide explainability with respect to the decision making that your model is taking. So it has to offer all of these things in parallel. And I think what we've seen recently with kind of public perception of AI and algorithmic applications, there hasn't been, we really need to ensure we have public trust in the AI techniques that we're developing. So I think having that explainability feature alongside some of the robustness and resilience to adversarial attacks in novel detection techniques is probably where we're headed.
Yeah, that makes sense. Can you just briefly explain the deception attacks? I think those are so interesting, kind of in this moment. I'm not sure everybody would know what those are.
So I guess it's a bit like, you know, the example Nicole gave earlier. I mean, there are examples where you know, in some of the sort of facial recognition software, they're able to fool those by providing, and the AI behind those, by providing images that can fool the AI model into doing providing access or whatever to doing what's required. So it's kind of providing sort of input to fool the AI model into doing a different output.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And Nicole, I'd love to hear from you about kind of technically where you see Darktrace going and where you see the industry going.
I think we also run a full-on research lab environment, and then some of those research projects may eventually make it into commercial offerings. And some of the things that we are working on in our labs, definitely, to Mari's point, the adversarial, AI against AI, making sure that our detection algorithms and our response algorithms stay a pace and a step ahead against those adversarial attacks. But in addition to that, and you touched on it, Tate, is predictive and preventive, right? So how can we use AI algorithms to do things like attack path modeling? So I think that's a very important area to look at. You know, today there's a whole human industry around penetration testing or pen testing, right? How could we get the AI to continuously run those type of tests and actually be able to, most importantly, feed the results and outcomes from what it finds into the detection and the response AI algorithms? So I think that's a big area. Ultimately, we also are looking at projects in our labs around what we call AI self-healing systems. You know, again, if the AI understands what normal operations looks like, if there was an attack, how quickly could actually the AI bring those systems back to their normal state of business operations? So those are the couple of areas that we see kind of as the future for both Darktrace and for the industry.
And I'm just so curious about that last one. Would the AI be helping to decrypt, or in what ways do you see AI being able to help kind of bring back some of the standard business operations?
So one of the easy ways to think about it is today when there is an attack and somebody hires, again, a service organization like post-incident response, one of the things they do is they try to figure out at what point do the attackers start altering data or encrypting data or impacting systems. And they roll the system back to, let's say, 1 minute before that incident took place. So just imagine that the AI would be able to, I mean, our AI can already determine that piece, which is when did the problem start happening and where. And now it would just go back and roll back those systems. And of course, this AI would have to be working in cooperation with the IT systems themselves in order to be able to do that.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, you guys have given me some hope about the future and where we're going. Thank you both so much for taking the time to talk with us. That concludes our session today. And so then it's back to you, Tom, in the studio in Titanic Belfast.
Thank you, Maya, Nicole, and Tate. Next, we're going to have MIT Technology Review journalist Will Heaven, who is going to be moderating a discussion on invisible AI. Over to you, Will.
Hello, thanks so much. Yes, we're going to be having a good chat about invisible AI. We're still waiting for one of our speakers to join, but in the interest of the show going on, my first guest and I will start the discussion. So let me introduce Leslie Nooteboom. He is a technology designer with a special interest, as I think we're going to hear, in how AI and humans interact. He co-founded a company called Humanizing AI that designs AI systems, putting the human at the center. So I don't want to give a long-winded introduction, but I just wanted to start this discussion with a framing it with a question, if you like. So the mark of most mature technologies is that it sort of just blends into the background. Think of things like the internet or even the power grid. We expect these things to work, but we don't think about them. We only really notice them when they go wrong. And AI is the technology that's maturing fastest today. I think most people would agree is going to have as big an impact as those technologies, power grids and internets. But it's different. I don't think we want AI to be a technology that sort of just disappears into the background and isn't thought about. Which raises, to my mind at least, then an interesting question about how we interact with this technology. Because we want it to be seamless. We don't want people to have to know how it works and to think about using it all the time. But at the same time, we need to be aware of it. We need to be aware of its power and the way it might manipulate and the things it might be doing behind the scenes, and even the motivations of the people with these AI systems. I mean, a couple of sessions ago, we had Joanna Bryson, who was saying, don't trust companies, don't trust governments, especially when they are the ones with the power. So the question I want to sort of think of in this discussion is, how can we have AI as a mature technology that's sort of out of sight in the sense that we don't have to think about it, but certainly not out of mind? And so with that, Leslie, would you sort of introduce a little bit about what you do and maybe sort of, in the frame of that, how you think about that trade-off in your work?
Yes, of course. So hi, everyone. I'm Leslie, the Chief Product Officer and co-founder of Humanizing Autonomy. What we do is we build the global standard for how people and machines interact. And the way that we believe that works well is through a computer vision software that is able to understand and predict human behavior and translate that for a machine to react properly towards. So some of the applications that you can think of are, for example, self-driving cars. How do they understand people? How do they drive around streets without being a risk to the pedestrians and other road users? That's a complex challenge. And obviously, with the recent advent of deep learning, we were able to train very exciting models to understand how these people are currently acting and how they might want to act in the future. But there's a very big caveat, which is trust. We figured right in the beginning when we started the whole company that people didn't trust self-driving cars. They couldn't look into the eyes of the driver. There wasn't any indication of how this vehicle is making its decisions and even how this vehicle understands the world around it. And that's where the whole invisible AI actually becomes a really interesting topic to discuss, because how do you make it invisible to the people around the AI? So obviously there's different ways. You can visualize how it's thinking, you can understand to people through the media how it's making these kind of decisions, but oftentimes that's not enough. And even for functional safety requirements of these systems, which the automotive sector has loads of, that wasn't enough either. So the first conversations that we were having with customers was, how do we know that we can trust your system? You're saying it's a deep learning model, that's just a black box where you have no idea how it's making its decisions. So how do you explain why it would have to break or why it would have to swerve? And how could we sell this to the regulators in our industry to make them believe that we would make the right decisions? So I think there's three main important topics to discuss around invisible AI. So the first is to make it interpretable, meaning you have to understand how it's making its decisions. The second is visualizing it, which is showing how it's making its decisions, but also making people aware that it is AI and not a human decision that's being made. And the third is the involvement of community. So things like citizens, juries, making sure that the relevant stakeholders are aware of the use of AI and have influence in how it's making its decisions later down the line. So that's kind of the spiel that I wanted to throw out here in our discussion, and I hope that we can have a great discussion around it.
Yeah, I know. I think it's great. I love how you sort of boiled it down to those three topics, and I'd love to go through those. But I mean, am I right in thinking that you'd agree that it's sort of ultimately it all boils down to trust? This is a technology that has enormous potential, but we're not going to see that potential, certainly not sort of in mainstream uses, if we don't get that trust. We don't give that trust to people. And I think all of those things sort of address trust in different ways. But let's dive in, with the sort of the details to begin with. Like, talk to me about the sort of I suppose the technical side of what you do. You mentioned interpretability. I'm already messing up the big word. Interpretability. Everyone say that quickly. And that's often sort of linked with this other notion of explainability. Both are aimed at trying to sort of understand what's inside the black box. These vast deep neural networks make decisions, whether it's recognizing an image or or deciding what sort of Netflix show we're going to make next, pulling together enormous numbers of correlations. And you can't actually go, even it's not that people aren't experts, you can't actually go in and open the system and say, how do you reach that decision? It's just too complicated. So talk to me about that. What's the difference between interpretability and explainability?
Sure. So explainability is kind of going back into the past. So you've trained a model just on a whole lot of data, and it's decided what to weight its decisions on to come to a final decision of what it can see, for example. Interpretability actually explains to you how it came to that decision. And the way that you can do that is to modularize the higher level decision into smaller components underneath it. So let's take, for example, predicting where a person is going to move towards. You could take a model, you take 100,000 videos where you say this is where the person started and that's where the person ended, and you make up your mind as to why you think that person got there. Give me a model, construct yourself, and when you then test it on some test data, it will tell you where the person's going to go. Fine, that might work, but you have no idea what it's basing its decisions on. What you could also do is build smaller models that you can then use probabilistic networks for to come to that higher level decision. So for example, is it a person? Or is it someone on an e-scooter? Is it someone on a bicycle? Does the person look at the road? Does the person wait on the side of the sidewalk? Is the person on their phone? Those are all modular components of human behavior that you can then combine to come to your higher level understanding of whether someone is going to cross the road. And
so just in breaking it down like that into sort of components of a decision, that's important because then you can sort of go in and say at which point parts of the decision were made.
Exactly. Yeah. So you make it much less abstract because it allows you to look at certain features of that model and tell you, hey, wait a second, I had no idea that this person was doing a moonwalk backwards over the road. This is why I didn't understand it. And it also provides you an uncertainty value, which is the benefit of that probabilistic approach, because it basically tells you, I was looking at these models, I was able to understand a pattern of behavior from those models, but there was something that was a bit off. And I didn't fully understand why I was doing it. So I'm going to assign a lower or a higher uncertainty value to my prediction of what that behavior is going to be. So this is exactly how, for example, you have to do testing of vehicles at the moment. When it fails, you have to be able to explain this component broke, that cable burned through. All those different tests to be able to make a car roadworthy are essential to be tested. And if you cannot do that with the perception of the world of that car, then how are you ever going to have a car drive around autonomously? Gotcha. So that's a problem in fully autonomous, but even in advanced driver assistance systems, when you decide to alert the car or automatically do an emergency brake, or even when you just use dash cam, so you want to send an alert to a driver, like a sound, to tell them to watch out. Because you don't want these users of your product to be endlessly annoyed with an overload of alerts. And you have to be able to explain why is it alerting, so you can then prevent it. So you find edge cases that you can then retrain models on, maybe add a new module that is for a different use that you hadn't expected your product to be used for, so that you can then prevent that in the future.
Okay, let's come back to that in a minute, because I think that's you're touching there on sort of visibility, how you sort of make the working of the AI system visible to the person using it, the passenger in the car or what have you. But before we move on to that, I'm interested when you talk about this sort of making deep learning systems more modular. Does that fundamentally change the technology? I mean, we're seeing now some of the biggest, most successful AI models. I mean, thinking of like large language models like GPT-3, their power comes from their size, being one vast network that pulls in loads of data and does weird and wonderful things with it. Are you suggesting that sort of we need to move away from that paradigm and make AI more understandable by changing how the sort of neural networks are composed?
I think they're great benchmarks to see where you can arrive with that approach. And one of the risks that you have with interpretable AI is that you need expert knowledge. So basically, you need expert knowledge to understand how language is being formed, for example, in natural language models, which can be challenging, right? And sometimes we have the wrong assumptions, which is why these models can outperform expert knowledge based models. So I think it is kind of a game where you've got the expert knowledge trying to compete with the computer-generated understanding of a certain problem. But I believe that if you want to fully trust a technology like one of those, you need to understand what it's basing its decisions on. Now, there is a bit of a caveat with interpretability. So when you look at those layers that I explained, where you've got higher level behavior of humans, for example, one underneath there is the smaller behaviors or the simpler movements that people are making. And then one underneath that is a more foundational layer, which is this a person or not? That lower foundational model, whether someone is a person or not, that's much more difficult to make interpretable. So usually what you can only do is to make those explainable. So you can look at the layers within the neural network, why those layers are determining whether someone is a person in the end, by visualizing what pixels it's looking at or what colors it's looking at. And that's a way in which you kind of go back into your model and try to understand how it decided that this was a person. And hopefully through generative adversarial networks, also create edge cases. So that's kind of like you take the model and you let the model show you what it would generate if it would be allowed to create an image that itself would think is a perfect example of what you're asking it to do for you. And if you then see in, for example, I'm trying to come up with an example for natural language processing, but it's really slipping my mind. But if you look at it from a human behavior perspective, which I have to deal with every day, so it's a little bit easier to come up with an example. If it shows you that the general adversarial networks always make people with red coats, then you know that probably your data set is over-representative of people with red coats. And it won't perform as well with people who are wearing yellow coats. So that gives you kind of a hint towards how you could improve your model even before it's out into the wild.
Okay, thank you. I like the example. Thinking, as a product designer, these things you're talking about, are they things that you care about at the design stage, at the test stage, or are you saying these are things that should be designed into the system and are there just to help a human interact with it, through the lifetime of that product, whether it's a driverless car or what have you?
Yeah, I think maybe I should add a fourth one to the 3 points that I had in the beginning, which is that you need to learn continuously. The world is an ever-changing environment, right? People change their behavior, people look differently. There's maybe a new fashion style in the next year that makes people wear reflective coats. Your model will not have any idea how to deal with those new behaviors or those new looks of people. So what you cannot do is you cannot design a model, ship it, and forget it, which is basically how we used to describe the automotive industry in the past, ship and forget. You sold a car, and that was it. You made your money, that's the end of it. But if you create a model that has to respond to people's behavior and is very risky to deploy in real-world environments, you cannot just leave it there and believe that it's going to do its thing for the next 50 years. You need to build a system that's able to learn and continuously learn from new ways that people interact with it, new ways in which it might make the wrong decisions. So you have to keep a constant connection between what you've shipped and how that performs.
Okay, so I understand how an engineer designing these things might interact with a system while it's learning sort of to understand how it works. But you're also talking about visibility during use. I mean, how would someone who knows nothing about the workings of AI and doesn't want to, nor should we expect them to know about the AI in their car? As a product designer, how do you think about that, making sort of the AI visible and the driver aware of why their car is doing certain things, but without making it. I mean, it's an interface, user interface problem, I guess.
Yeah, correct. I think one really good example of it is for example, GDPR and the way that the Information Commissioner's Office in the UK has deployed it here. So first of all, this is more about privacy rather than the ethical use of AI or the invisibility of AI, but basically informing people that they are being filmed is the first, right? Making sure that people know where to complain when they have been filmed in a location where they didn't want to be filmed. That's an interface that you're creating between people that are affected by your AI or by your camera system and giving them an opportunity to respond to it. So I think that's an essential part of the visibility of AI, where even when people might not care that much about how the technology has been developed, but if they feel they've been wrongly affected by the technology in their lives, that they have someone or something that they could voice their concerns towards and hopefully take that into account through legal frameworks, through one really nice example that I like that we deploy when we're developing new technologies is citizens juries, where you basically take a sample of the people that are going to be affected by your technology and have a conversation with them, see how they react to when an AI model would make a certain decision. Even if that AI model doesn't exist yet, you can just tell them, so what would you feel like if a vehicle would drive very aggressively when it knows that you're breaking the law? How would you react to that vehicle? Would you feel comfortable if that vehicle wasn't able to understand that you're in a wheelchair rather than on a bicycle? So I think there's a whole load of social challenges with developing a technology like ours, like any AI model, really, that's being used. Mm-hmm. Did you hear that noise as well?
I did. I wasn't sure what it is.
Okay.
we're still going.
Invisible alerts.
Yeah. I was going to tell the audience that unfortunately, Barbara Fisinka still, we haven't been able to reach her. So, Leslie, let's just ask you one final question, and then we'll wrap up. I think you're already getting to your third level of visibility that you so nicely began with when you're talking about at the community level. And I'm interested in, to what extent these problems have technical fixes versus, societal level fixes or regulatory fixes. I mean, how do those all come together? I mean, that's a vast question, but in your experience, what's the best way to approach that?
Like a citizens jury exponentially grown, where not only do you take into account the people that are going to interact with your technology, but also involving governments, involving regulatory organizations, involving ethics groups. I think you cannot develop a technology, an exponential technology in a silo, because it grows so fast and so quickly that you need to take so many things into account before you just throw it out there and let it wreak havoc in a way that you had never expected. Mm-hmm. So I think that's something that's really important, where we hope we're doing a good job. And I believe that most of the large organizations that deploy AI are currently trying to figure out a way how to do that properly through ethics committees, through much deeper conversations with organizations like, for example, the European Commission's AI Alliance, World Economic Forum, United Nations, all hosting these conversations between all the different organizations and governmental layers and the people developing the technology. That I do hope that there's more of a social aspect to these kind of products than has been in the past.
No, likewise. So I'm not going to ask you for a timeline for driverless cars. I mean, we've sort of been there, and that moment has passed. I mean, they're already here in the sense they're being tested on the road. But just final brief point: is it fair to say that it's not really for want of a technical solution? These cars do work. Is it a question of trust? We need to make cars that not only work but people trust.
For sure. And I think that even the companies who have the vehicles out at the moment aren't fully convinced that they are safe enough to put into the wild everywhere. So it's nice to have seen the development from pure highway driving in Silicon Valley to more city driving, such as Phoenix, and now more urban, like much more urban environments in San Francisco. But I have yet to see a car drive through Mumbai. I have yet to see more than 5 autonomous cars drive through London for longer than a couple hours. So I think that's a big challenge, and that's something that we've had to learn the hard way as well. We've had to realize that it's actually still quite far out to have these fully autonomous systems. So we've had to scale down our technology to work on far smaller chips so that they can be used now in the real world through earlier technologies like, for example, dash cams or robots that drive through factories, where you're posing much less of a risk to society, but you can already provide value, obviously, to your customers and test how society reacts to those smaller scale, less risky deployments of these AI systems. So I think that's another way that might be helpful to deploy these kinds of invisible AIs, is to experiment in less risky ways in the real world, rather than keeping it in simulation worlds on your computer, because that isn't really how the real world will react to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, everyone has noticed that we have Barbara with us. Barbara Fisinka, thank you for joining us.
Sorry, I really thought the session starts like in 20 minutes. I don't know how I missed that.
It's just nice to see that you've gone from invisible to visible. So Barbara has a wealth of experience in building industrial AI systems at Microsoft, at Google, and now at Twitter. So Leslie and I have been talking quite a bit about his work, sort of making AI systems with a particular focus for him and his company in driverless cars. How you have a system that sort of just works behind the scenes, but is also one that people trust because its decision making is made visible both at the design and testing stage, and continuously through its lifetime for the users. But I know that you've done a little bit of work with autonomous vehicles, but also a whole host of other things. So I wonder if you could just give a couple of highlights of projects that you've worked on where you've had to think about this trade-off that we started with AI that works and is invisible in the background, but also AI that is visible enough that we can question it and we don't have to sort of trust it blindly.
Yes, of course. I can think of 2 projects at the moment. So one was with autonomous vehicles, and the premise of the project, motivation for the project was convenience. So why do we have to involve people if we can have technology to make decisions so it's much more reliable and not based on stuff that are less understandable, like instinct or like experience? Why cannot we just have technology to sort it out? So you could think of sensors, like obviously video is one of the sensors, but stuff like radar or LiDAR. So we were working with a company that was trying to basically see the obstacles and run those vehicles seamlessly, or like with minimal crew on board. And like that was a premise, that was the primal motivation. And it went very well in terms of those assumptions that we had. However, because those vehicles were in a place where there were like border stuff, there were other vehicles run by other people. So it was, those vehicles were on water. So those were like boats or ships. There were other considerations rather than just omitting obstacles or just moving from point A to B. And without, like, for example, putting some logic in it, without human intervention, it would be very hard to make it seamless, to make it just AI. So that was like one project that comes to my mind. Another project was a company that wanted to use sensor data to help with finding out and helping elderly people, for example. So basically recognizing if the person needs help, if the person collapsed, do they need help, and they're maybe would not replace a caretaker, but in the moments when a person that might need help, they are alone, it could support the other people that could take care of them. And you could very clearly see in both those cases that there are some like AI ethics stuff coming into place. For example, with vehicles, not just the boat ones, but any vehicles, whenever there is an accident, and there was a situation like this, like who takes the blame? Who can we sue? Who can we say, actually, someone or something screwed up, and who takes responsibility? And it's not about just legal stuff. It's more about thinking about the future. With sensor data, like we had this concern when I was working on this project. What if somebody wants to weaponize it? What if somebody wants to use those sensors to use it in a battlefield and see if enemy is down? So like straight away from great motivation, people are like thinking, yes, want to make this world a better place and use technology to it. You can straight away think of some scenarios that are not necessarily taken from the movies, that those things can be weaponized.
Yeah, I mean, it's not new that technology has what's often called dual use. You can have a good use and a bad use, but I think that's particularly the case with AI, where I think there's a general perception that I mean, not that AI itself works mysteriously, but there's some mystery around who's doing what with AI. I mean, because its potential for misuse is large. And so I just want to end the session with just a general question about the future of AI as you see it. Visibility seems to be crucial in the sense that everyone needs to understand it a bit better, trust it a bit better, but without sort of knowing the nuts and bolts of how it works. And I mean, so Barbara, I mean, do you have a sort of a big picture sort of vision about how we get to that point where we more visibility and more trust, whatever the AI is being used for?
So this is a very, very difficult question. There are like committees and like nationwide being put together with people trying to raise awareness, trying to think how we could make it safer. I was always thinking of it in terms of, if you ask for an opinion of an expert on a field, like, why do you trust them? Why do you, what is the reason that you trust them? You may look at their credentials, you may look at their experience, and this makes you feel safer. But at some point, there is this belief, there is this faith thing, and it's going a little contradictory to what we're like saying usually with science and faith, that they really are not. At some point, you have to trust somebody or something. And I think our thinking now is moving towards we either choose to trust or we either choose not to trust. And with plenty of things changing so quickly recently, like with social media, where our privacy concerns has been smashed completely, right? We're like, at some point, we're just saying, fine, I just prefer to have a contact with my social network. I don't care how many ads I get. Like, I don't care how much they know me. It is scary, but like, I'm fine with it. And we do it subconsciously very often. And it's probably also happening like better with new generations. Like where those concerns are not even risen. So, so people are just born to this world, and this is how it is for them. So that's what I'm thinking will happen. Something like this will happen with trusting AI.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there. I think it's AI isn't there yet. There's lots of things we need to change about it, but I think in making those choices, society itself will change, and we're at that point now where sort of everything's up for grabs, and it's great that we're having discussions like this to help inform our choices about what kind of future that will be. I'm afraid that's all we have time for. Barbara, I'm delighted that we got to chat to you a bit at the end, and Leslie, thank you so much for our conversation to kick this off, and thanks everyone for joining us.
Thank you very much, Barbara, Leslie, and Will. Next, we're going to hear from Rachel Bland from our Intelligent Future sponsor, Kainos. And Rachel is going to speak to us on the challenge of decarbonising data.
Thank you, Tom. So good afternoon and welcome to Decarbonising Data. Just some quick facts and figures about Kainos. So we've served over 65 million citizens in a positive way for the services we have delivered since we started in 1986. So about me, I'm head of analytics at Kainos and I've over 20 years experience in this area. I have 3 children. I'm been married to Andrew for a very long time and I have a dog called Milo, a big Labrador. I've lived in Northern Ireland for 16 years. So why is action needed? So this talk will aim to summarise the risks facing the banking sector regarding climate change and how data can help banks meet the challenge. According to the European Central Bank's Financial Stability Review, 80% of banks are exposed to climate risk. 2 weeks ago, in a speech given to the ECB-EBRD joint conference, Central Bank Board member Frank Elderson stated, "None of the banks under our supervision meet all our expectations. All banks have several blind spots and are already exposed to material climate risk. All banks need to catch up as their climate risk undertakings will eventually influence their supervisory requirements." On top of this, only around 40% of banks have assigned explicit responsibility for managing climate risk to the management body, and of those, 3 and 4 do not report on climate risk to management. In 2019, the Bank of England estimated that up to $20 trillion of assets could be wiped out if the climate emergency is not addressed effectively. To give you an idea of the scale of this, the annual GDP of Japan, the world's 3rd largest economy, is approximately $5 trillion. Banks often claim that their lack of progress in incorporating climate risk into their risk management framework is due to the lack of available data. But in reality, few banks have made any effort at all to take stock of what kind of data they would actually need to start accounting for climate risk. All banks are expected to harness the information that is available on climate risk and to start assessing the materiality of the risks that they are facing. There are risks to acting on the basis of partial data, but in the case of climate change, the risks of inaction are far greater. Whilst responding to climate change has traditionally been seen as the realm of government policy, there is growing recognition that the financial system has an important role to play in managing climate change-related risk. In his Mansion House speak this very week, Rishi Sunak has announced new rules called the Integrated Sustainability Disclosure Requirements. These will be mainly targeted at financial services firms and will require firms to say what risks and opportunities they are facing from climate change. However, it's not all bleak. By harnessing data, AI and machine learning, there are significant opportunities for growth and development of climate-smart finance as society and the economy move to both being low carbon and more resilient to a changing climate. So to illustrate the risks that banks are facing, we'll look at the UK mortgage market as an example. In England, 1 in 6 properties, that's around 5.2 million properties, are at risk of flooding from rivers or the sea, 1 million of which are also at risk of surface water flooding. A further 2.8 million properties are susceptible to surface water flooding alone, and 25% of those occur in areas not formally recognised as being flood prone. And add to that 6 million homes in the UK do not have any form of home insurance. And it's not just flood. Increased temperatures will put millions of homes at risk of subsidence. Data from the British Geological Survey shows that approximately 1 million homes were at risk in 1990. This will rise to 2.4 million in 2030 and up to 4 million in 2070. When you consider the outstanding value of all residential mortgage loans in the UK at the end of the first quarter this year was £1,562 billion, just looking at mortgages alone illustrates the challenge of climate change to the banking sector. The data to give a full picture of this comes from multiple sources, for example, energy performance ratings, flood and subsidence models, asset data. As yet, many banks have not fully harnessed the power of this data, AI and machine learning, to help them meet this challenge. By bringing this data together, banks can use AI and machine learning to give them a full picture of their mortgage exposure, automate the population of energy performance ratings into their systems, factor flood and subsidence risk into their lending and underwriting models, and ensure that climate risk is accurately reflected in their ICAP. It also brings a host of byproducts and other benefits. As well as allowing banks to understand their risk, harnessing their data also provides them with great possibilities and potential. Climate change offers financial institutions numerous business opportunities and is expected to generate $2.1 trillion worth of opportunity. A recent survey carried out by YouGov across 24 countries showed that 85% of adults state that they're willing to take personal action to combat environmental and sustainability issues this year. Banks are uniquely placed to influence this consumer behaviour, given their important role in society and the daily interactions they have with people through their current accounts. As of January 2021, 76% of UK citizens use their online and mobile banking at least twice a week. Individuals can monitor their carbon emissions with the same diligence as progressive businesses already do today, all the while receiving intelligent suggestions as to how they can change their behaviour for the better. The effects of innovations like these will ripple through the economy as retail spend from carbon-conscious customers shifts towards less harmful options and businesses can adjust to that change in demand. This presents a unique opportunity for banks to leverage the power of their transaction data to help both personal and corporate customers understand their carbon footprint and surface options to help them meaningfully reduce their impact. Unlocking this capacity requires a comprehensive approach to assess the impacts of different types of behaviour and accurately match those with customer transactions. Firms like Klarna and MasterCard are already offering this to their customers using the independently verified Ireland Index blended with global merchant category codes and customer transaction data. Banks are blessed with phenomenally rich data sets that can make all this possible. New products and offers could be linked to this data using AI and machine learning in real time to analyse customer accounts and behaviour. For example, a customer might set themselves a carbon target and be rewarded for meeting this target or offered tailored suggestions as to how to reduce their carbon footprint. We're already seeing some banks offering green mortgages, and these are typically offered on properties with an A to C performance rating. However, if banks could incorporate EPC data, this could be automatically offered at the time of lending using AI as part of the application process. This would save the customer time and effort in having to look for energy performance certificates themselves and allow banks to be proactive. Attracting more mortgages of this type will also lessen the increased exposure risk associated with properties with a rating of D to G. Add in the flooding and subsidence data, and banks can have a real-time view of any assets that they are lending against. Other new products, such as loans that charge lower interest rate to corporate borrowers who meet or outperform sustainability targets, are a powerful incentive and can create new business, lower credit risk, and support the real economy's transition to lower carbon activity. So what are the challenges? So many banks, however, have struggled to move from experimenting around selected use cases to scaling AI and machine learning technologies across their organisation. The reasons tend to fall into two categories, the practical and the strategic. So the data. The data is often siloed and not of the best quality. There are areas where data limitations are an issue and work is needed to overcome some of these limitations. The data challenge may pose an opportunity for those banks that are able to move more quickly in this area. And also, as more regulators get involved and set firm expectations on climate-related disclosure, we should see banks continuing to develop data-driven ways to meet regulatory expectations. We need to see more use of open data and external data. For example, our energy performance ratings, weather data, climate models, and asset data are required. There needs to be a greater investment in skills. Data needs to become part of everyone's job in the same way that IT is embedded today into every area of a bank. Banks can augment this with external support whilst having a plan to upskill their own people. There are obvious concerns about data privacy and security, but this has led to an overly risk-averse approach in banks, e.g. a low use of cloud technologies and not updating marketing and profiling preferences to deliver these insights to customers. The volumes of data are challenging to work with without these skills and infrastructure being in place. And again, the technologies, there's legacy systems, older technologies, and again, that slow adoption of public cloud means that the value in the data is not able to be fully realized. Banks also face business and strategic challenges with harnessing data and AI to meet these challenges described. These need to be resolved in order for them to meet the climate change need. McKinsey interviewed executives at 13 global and regional banks based in 10 countries across Europe and the Middle East and found them all struggling in the following areas. Banks are not quantifying the potential of analytics at a detailed level. They are not engaging business leaders early and developing models that are really solving business problems and that business leaders will trust and will use. They fall into the pilot trap, continually trying new experiments, but not following through by fully industrializing and adopting these. They're investing too much upfront in data infrastructure and data quality without a clear view of the planned use or the expected returns. They are not seeking cooperation from businesses that are protecting rather than sharing their data, and they undershoot the potential. Some banks just put a technical infrastructure in place, throw some data scientists at it, and are executing analytics on a tactical project-by-project basis. They're not asking the right questions, so algorithms are not delivering actionable insights. Harnessing data to meet climate change will help banks manage and understand the risks and the opportunities, as well as giving banks a useful, structured and strategic project on which to begin their data, AI and machine learning journey. I will leave the final word to Sarah Breeden, the Bank of England's executive sponsor for work on climate change. She says, integrating climate and environmental data and analytics into decision-making will allow financial institutions to identify, measure and manage the financial risks and opportunities from climate change, and so support the objective to ensure the financial system is resilient to these risks and supportive of the transition to net zero. Thank you so much for listening and enjoy the rest of your conference.
Thank you, Rachel. We're going to run a few short videos now while we get ready for our next session, which is going to be AI Next.
I had a friend who worked at Liberty and she was always raving about the place. It's an unusual company. You do get to work on lots of really interesting problems, and then because the parent company is so big, you can move around in there. It's solving the problem and fixing something for somebody and making people's lives better is what I'm really passionate about. We'd always be looking to level up in terms of our technical capabilities, so we'll be sending people to conferences, exploring new emerging technology when it comes into the market. We'll be early adopters of things. Obviously engineering is our bread and butter. That's the core of what Liberty IT does, so we're really excellent engineers. I think it's part of your DNA when you work in the company. It gets better every year.
When you picture Belfast Harbour in your mind, what do you see? A place rich in history, that's been built over generations. A port that Northern Ireland relies on for everyday life. A port that keeps our shops and factories open.
a place of business that employs over 27,000 people and that is now the location for both local and global companies. Somewhere that entertains thousands every year and brings tourists from every corner of the world. A place of connection, of innovation, where technology is thriving and we work together for the benefit of all. A place where many of the next generation are supported, educated and mentored to go further faster, to push the boundaries of what's possible. A place where you can eat, meet and dream. A place where heritage and the future come together. Belfast Harbour, a port for everyone.
Welcome back to Titanic Belfast and Emtech Europe 2021. One of the key themes of all the Emtech events is that of business value. While we certainly focus on emerging technologies, we need to see them deployed or applied in the service of a compelling use case, be it reducing carbon emissions or combating COVID. But the technologies and the research that drives them, whether it's done in universities, in corporate laboratories, or in people's garages, they're still very important, as are the individuals who develop those technologies. One of my favorite parts of MIT Technology Review magazine is its annual Innovators Under 35 piece. This looks at emerging innovators and entrepreneurs who are poised to make an impact on society and economy over the coming years. Our next session puts the spotlight firmly on these emerging innovators and entrepreneurs. These are going to, we're going to be looking at 5 magnificent individuals, mostly from Europe, mostly from the Innovators Under 35 program, and mostly evolving the state of the art in artificial intelligence. And to kick us off, we're going to have an opening talk from Nora Caldy, who is founder and CEO of Neuritas in Dublin. Nora has a PhD in molecular evolution and bioinformatics, and her company uses AI to analyze food peptide molecules to find ingredients with potential health benefits. Over to you, Nora.
Thanks a million. I'm really happy to be here. It's a pity I couldn't be present physically, but hopefully things are moving and improving now. Many years ago, when I first got my master's in pure mathematics, it was that summer. I remember walking down the street and I bumped into our family GP. So our family doctor, and you know, kind of the conversation started, and she's like, "How are your parents? How are you? And what are you up to?" And I said to her, "I just got my master's in pure mathematics," and she said to me, "Oh, interesting. What can you do with pure mathematics? You know, do you want to be a teacher?" I'm like, "No, not particularly." I didn't want to be a teacher. I love that profession, but I wasn't moving towards that. But she couldn't find one area where pure mathematics could be applied, and that's crazy. And I think little did she know, I was always attracted to life science, and today I just want to talk to you a little bit about how bringing together totally different industries like mathematics and pure mathematics, in my case, very theoretical, is the whole area of biology and life sciences, and how you can transform a whole area using that background. So everything I worked for since doing through my PhD and drug discovery and so forth was really about empowering this transformation of health and sustainable food by really unlocking the power of nature. And what's really interesting, that realization for me very early on in my career, that nature has the answer to almost every question we have. It's already produced in nature. Nature has found a solution. But really the problem is, well, how can we find those solutions better? What if we could decode, the hidden language of nature, and identify incredible molecules that have been, again, developed by nature to improve human health? How can we, accelerate that discovery? How can we find those hidden secrets? And the realization for me, this is the reason I went into this area personally and then founded the company Neuritas, and Neuritas has taken it to the next level, is that the real issue and the real problem in discovering active ingredients that can improve human health, discovered in nature, is that it takes decades and decades, So if you think about it, if you think simply about the whole area of, let's say, food and health and well-being, etc., some of the ingredients that are currently used, like omega-3, omega-6, the vitamins, the minerals, all these have taken about 100 years to discover and take to market. First, you randomly discover a molecule somewhere in the lab, then it takes you many, many, many decades to understand what that molecule actually does. And then after that, you need to prove it, and then you need to scale it, and so on and so forth. And it takes about 3,200 years cycles to identify natural ingredients that can actually clinically proven to improve human health. And the reason for that is that nature has, if you take any plant within nature or any source material, you have trillions of different molecules all swimming within that one source. You take an apple, I always say this, but an apple has more molecular data than all social media put together since the inception of social media. And we know very little about the content of those natural ingredients. So being able to decipher that information and identify the one active or two actives and associate them to a health benefit has been extremely, extremely hard and cannot be really done with traditional serendipity research within the lab, where you're taking a molecule and you're testing it, and you're doing even high throughput screening does not work in this area. So the question is, how do we solve this? How do we identify a way to decipher nature's language and identify these molecules faster? And really, that's what my whole career has been driven towards, and again, what Neuritas came about to do. And what's interesting coming into this area from a mathematical point of view and doing a PhD in this area, I realized that the only solution for this is using AI, artificial intelligence, and other technologies in order to remove the serendipity research and focus really the technology on the specific molecules and then taking them to the lab and testing it forward. So the solution is really what we developed is a platform called Amplify, which stands for Neuritas Peptide Finder. And what this technology is capable of doing is that it's capable of literally data mining, so going through different plants around the world. We focus at the moment on plants and specifically on foods. We can literally look at all types of organic matter. And using our technology, which is an integration, obviously, of AI, lab work, proteomics, and peptidomics, different areas, and manufacturing and production as well, we're capable of looking into those plants, identifying the subsets of molecules are interesting, and what those molecules, what those benefits in humans can be. And then we create these powders, what we call the Neuritas Inside. So these are the Neuritas Inside, like the Intel Inside, but the Neuritas Inside ingredients that are beginning to transform human health through the addition of these ingredients into our foods, our medical foods, our dietary supplements, our personal care, and in the future, our medicine as well. So the cycles we have achieved now, as opposed to the 1,300-year cycles, is about an under 2-year cycle using AI to accelerate that discovery. And I can explain a little bit more. So just to come back one step further, the types of molecules we're interested in are what we call the language of nature. So the language of nature is actually peptides. So peptides are the major signaling molecule in the human body. A lot of the signals that occur within us occur through peptides. There are peptides everywhere in everything we eat. So when we consume plants, we basically break the plant protein. So peptides are basically short proteins. So when we eat plants, we break them down for our digestive system, and it turns into nutrition, so nutrients. what we have found is we have found a technology that's capable of finding peptides, these short proteins that are locked within the protein itself, plant, and we're capable of identifying those peptides, unlocking them, making them available, so that humans not only get the nutritional benefits of the plant, but they also get the health benefits that we unlock via a very specific enzymatic reaction within the plant itself. All these benefits are otherwise lost when you eat the plant itself. And this is really important. And so peptides are the language of communication. We can literally modulate anything via peptides. We have found ways now to identify them, to make them more orally available, so that we can focus on certain health benefits, which I can explain a little later on as well, identify peptides within plants, and create these ingredients with enriched peptides for specific health benefits. And again, this would have taken, decades and decades to do. We're capable now of doing the full cycle from discovery all the way into clinical and out of clinical, commercial, and taking it commercially in less than 2 years. So how it works from a high viewpoint, we start with a very clear consumer need. That consumer need can be, we want to reduce inflammation, circulation inflammation. We want to improve strength. We want to reduce glycated hemoglobin for pre-diabetics, for example. So it starts off with a very clear consumer need. That consumer need then is translated into a biological question. And the biological question is an integration of different pathways, human pathways. I won't go into any details here, but basically then amplify the technologies capable of translating that consumer need into biological question. That biological question then is assessed. And then what the technology is capable of doing is looking through many different plants around us, specifically foods we're focused on at the moment, for hidden molecules within them that otherwise we lose when we eat the plant, that actually confer that specific benefit, whether that is anti-inflammation, whether that is improving glucose modulation, and so forth. The AI system is capable of identifying those benefits or those peptides that have been hidden in those plants for hundreds of millions of years. It's only now through technology that we're capable of finding them and bringing them to humans, to consumers. So then we actually produce these powders. So basically it's simple food processing where we take the source material, we use food enzymes, and we unlock those peptides and benefits. And we create natural ingredients at the end that we then go into testing. So we go in initially in vitro, so in the lab testing whether the AI has identified the right ingredients. And then if so, we continue into preclinical, into human clinical, double-blind placebo clinicals to show that the efficacy, the oral efficacy of the ingredients within humans. And then we scale the ingredients. So we scale in the tonnage level, and then we take it to market through our partners initially, but also launching our own products. So this is the cycle, and what's interesting is that we've done this many, many times, and we've started to launch our own ingredients now since last year. We have accumulated about 12 human clinicals so far, double-blind placebo clinicals, 8 of which are randomized double-blind placebos. We've started to publish our work last year as we were launching our ingredients, our scientifically, clinically proven ingredients. We have a lot of patents, as you can see, and we have moving forward with 3 programs, one in muscle, which I'll explain, one in metabolism, in glucose metabolism, and one in aging with skincare. So it's skin aging. And behind the scene, we have 3 million peptides ready to be developed in different health benefits that we have already discovered, know how to produce, and know exactly what plants we can extract them from. We have been collaborating with many, many companies. Here are some companies, the biggest companies in the world, in different areas, taking these to market and putting some of these products, some of our ingredients within their products too. So the areas we're focused on at the moment through the technology are the first 4 areas. So we've through through the use of AI, we've been able to reduce the costs and reduce obviously the cycle. So it's now sustainable to identify active ingredients with clinical proof and improve the science within the whole food area, within the dietary supplement area, within the whole personal care area, moving into pharma as well. And secondary, from a secondary focus perspective, we have collaborated with major companies within the human animal health as well, because again, peptides are the major signaling molecule in animals as well. So in the animal health and the ag tech industry as well, with major companies, some of which I've already mentioned in the previous slides. So for me, it has been a really incredible journey personally, but the team behind were incredible as well in terms of when you see something, when you're developing a technology on a computer, to actually see the results that it can create, that are tangible results, creating an ingredient from nothing, you know, identifying a molecule that has been hidden in nature for hundreds of millions of years through AI, and being able not only just to identify it, but being able to make it and clinically test it and scale it and actually sell it as a powder. I think that kind of transition is incredible, and that's really the benefits, I think, of pure mathematics. From behind the scene as well, this is the pipeline of different health areas we're in. Like I mentioned, the first three top areas are muscle health, and we're focused on strength, skin health, and metabolism, glucose metabolism, and then other areas we're in that are still under development behind the scene, heart health. We're looking at blood pressure as well in that area, gut health in general, sleep and immunity, obviously, the very big areas, especially with COVID currently. And then food preservation is a big area where it's not about a health benefit here, it's more about a sustainable replacement for something that already exists. So currently, you know, preservation is massive. There are currently 5 preservatives used worldwide. The problem with preservation is that it's absolutely carcinogenic, so it's not healthy, and accumulation of preservatives is not good. So the question is, can we identify a replacement that can that is safe to consume, that does not cause obviously resistance and so forth, but safe for humans to consume, that is plant-based, and that's what we're developing in that area. And then just focusing on the top 3. So the top 3 in the muscle health arena, the ingredient itself, we discovered in fava bean. Obviously, when you eat the fava bean, you don't get the benefit. We focus on 3 targets, inflammation, a few biomarkers there. We focus on muscle synthesis and muscle degradation. So 3 different pathways, and we identified in fava bean 3 different peptides. Once released, can target the physiology of the muscle, so enhancing muscle regeneration. Quite a few publications that we've done already. It's the first plant-based muscle health ingredient that fixes the issue. So it's not about nutritional and giving protein to your muscle. It really is about fixing the machinery of the muscle so that we can retain muscle for a lot longer. And it's a massive issue that we all suffer from about the age of 28 onwards. And there are no solutions currently to maintain muscle for longer. Exercise, but exercise works to a certain point. You have then glucose metabolism. So that one, we've clinically tested it in pre-diabetics, publications out. And then the third one is in the whole aging arena. And that one's in skincare. It's from P. And the double-blind placebo clinical has been also published, and it's on the market. So we've launched the 2, PeptiStrong and PeptiYouth. PeptiForce is still being developed behind the scene and launched soon. And then we're really targeting on very big consumer demands at the moment. So as you can see, the coverage, so PeptiStrong, for example, covers the whole muscle health arena and strength, but also obviously sport nutrition. But in general, it's a very, very big demand. And consumer demand is the consumer's awareness of their muscle health, which is the major organ we have, which basically allows us to move, to metabolize better, a very important organ. And as we age from the age of 28 onwards, the performance of it degrades, and a lot of other issues start appearing. And so it's very important to maintain it for longer. We are obviously targeting sarcopenic individuals with that as well. blood glucose and diabetes management through Pepti-Force and so forth. So we're really targeting some really interesting segments here. And then one last one here, we actually launched it's a very limited edition. It's a product called Elio Restore, which you can find in Elio Life, which contains Pepti Strong, the muscle area ingredient. And it's a limited edition that we're launching in the US at the moment, and it's doing really, really well. It really resonates with consumers. I just want to quickly thank the team. We have a very big team behind the scene. Here are some of the individuals at the front that are pushing it from a science perspective and AI perspective, but also from a commercial perspective as well. I'd like to thank everyone here. We have a great advisory board team as well behind the scene, like the ex-CEO of PepsiCo, Andrea Newey, Jorg from Bayer, and so forth. I won't go into them all. And I just want to really finish off by saying that I think my GP at that time knew very little that, mathematics could be applied to literally anything. I could have applied it to finance, to literally any area. We decided to apply it here, and I think it's a really good mission. We want to be in every home by 2030 inside our foods, our beverages, our dietary supplements with true science behind it. So having the buying a product and knowing it's going to work for you, that's truly our mission. We want to improve the lives of billions of people. So please follow us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nora. That was fascinating. And I look forward to speaking further with you at the discussion at the end of these sessions. Next up, we've got Paul Duan from Bays Impact. Paul is a social entrepreneur using technology to empower people to collaborate at scale. He is one of the pioneers of using algorithms to create social impact. Over to you, Paul.
Hi, everyone. Very happy to be here as well. So as you said, I'm going to talk about how we leverage AI and technology to address social issues with our NGO. So I've been doing this for the past few years now. Used to work as a data scientist in Silicon Valley, writing algorithms to reduce fraud for international payments at PayPal and Eventbrite, and then one day just realized that these algorithms that powered some of the world's biggest companies could also be applied to the social sector, and that there was a lot of potential here to create social impact at scale, which is really what we've been trying to achieve for the past few years. To give you a quick introduction about Bays Impact. So Bays Impact is a nonprofit organization created in 2014 in San Francisco. We have kind of a big lofty goal, which is to build the future of public services. So we phrase it that way because one thing that we learned is doing tech for good as kind of a use case. It's kind of a case study, I guess, showcase is one thing, but if you really want to get it out in the field and impact disadvantaged communities at scale, you also need to think about how technology interacts with the public sector and with public service providers. So we have built a model here around creating technology-based innovation that we then deploy through governments. I'm going to give a few examples here in the next few slides, but basically here the one common thread between all these projects is that we believe that for some social issues they exist in such a large scale that we need to harness the power of technology and algorithms if we want to address them. So to give you a few examples, we worked on a few different projects before doing a little bit more of a deep dive on one specific technology that we built. We were we're behind the first police use of force data collection platform used in the United States. So back in 2015. We worked with the office of then Attorney General Kamala Harris in California to build this tool that helped enable more than 800 police agencies report use of force data, which was previously left unreported. So that enabled a whole bunch of use cases from of course, just transparency and publishing user force data, but also thinking about how we can use this data to power data analysis around anomaly detection or targeting interventions for different police agencies, by trying to identify which police departments were at risk of maybe more violent behavior, and in what cases. And so here, in all these cases, the common denominator was that the need for collecting this data in the first place in order to be able to analyze it. Another project that we have recently worked on, so we built a community-based contact tracing solution called Conotify, which we launched in France a few months ago, and helped notify more than 2 million individuals at risk of COVID-19. If you do the ratio with the number of cases in France over that time period, so we covered about a third of the total quote-unquote market of COVID infections through that technology. And so here, when I say it's community-based, so what we helped do is create a system that was completely privacy-focused, with no data sharing problems, and so no privacy issues. So it's completely private by design. And we created a system where people who had an infection could easily notify the people they had been in touch with through their own devices, and using the local data on the device to help them remember who they may have met. So that's a system that we built and scaled over the past few months, and which actually performed around 20 times better in terms of number of people notified than the government's official solution. But today, what I want to do is to do a little bit more of a deep dive on one of our projects, in order to focus a little bit more on the tech behind it. So it's a technology called Bob, which is a solution around employment coaching that we have been rolling out in France for the past few years, and now in a few more countries as of 2021. So this technology is called Bob. The core issue we're trying to solve here is that, well, as you know, unemployment is a big issue. It affects dozens of millions of people in the OECD alone. This is an older figure, of course. With COVID-19, this number has been skyrocketing in quite a few countries, leading to not just a big increase in unemployed people, but also a big shortage of available coaches that governments were able to provide in order to provide employment coaching and counseling services to all their constituents. So there was a big scalability issue here in terms of employment coaching. So that's an issue that we set out to solve using AI by realizing that using data from the labor market, historical data on what human coaches have recommended to different users and beneficiaries, and what has worked and what didn't work, that we were able to create an artificial coach that could automatically power some coaching services to all job seekers in a cost-effective and scalable manner. So the way that we do this is transforming data into actionable advice that is really tailored and really smartly delivered to each job seeker. I'm going to skip a few slides, but the way it works is for every job seeker, we use Bob's AI to provide this automated coaching, which consists in 3 different parts. So we have an AI engine that automatically does some employability assessment. We then use this employability assessment to recommend an action plan. So we will automatically suggest the best course of action, the best workshops, the best skills to attain if you want to improve your employability. And then based on this action plan, we then match you with different resources and actionable advice that are delivered to you over the next few weeks and months until you find a job. Here's kind of what it looks like. So, on the left, we have this employability assessment. We are able to analyze a user situation based on the labor market, the level of motivation, the skills and qualifications, and cross that with labor market data to say maybe you're above par or below par, or maybe that people who are looking for this type of occupation but tend to lack this skill will on average be unemployed for twice as long. So based on all this, we are able to cook up this employability score, which helps us identify the core blocking factor for someone. So maybe this core blocking factor can be that actually it's a job with a lot of competition, and that means that for the next piece of the AI engine, the type of strategic recommendations we will pair with that assessment will be strategies around maybe expanding your job search or finding more opportunities. For example, by trying to find jobs that have less competition, or jobs with similar skills that you should maybe try to include in your job search. We have been able to scale to 300,000 beneficiaries in the first year in France of the rollout. So that's with an extremely low marginal cost, which means that we're now in talks to roll this out nationwide in France to all the 5 million unemployed people that are currently coached by the French National Employment Agency. And we've been able to get some great results here, with about 88% of people finding Bob's advice useful. Among those who find a job, so 40% of them attribute the job recovery to the advice we've given them, which is actually twice as high as the baseline for the benchmark we have for public employment services, and also in terms of personalization. Of course, one thing that we do want to make sure is that by automating employment coaching, we're not trying to dehumanize a public service, but instead trying to really create a system where it is complementary to human coaches and can save also time, so that human coaches have more time for the people who need it most. But in order to make sure that we're not dehumanizing this, another key metric that we have is that we actually have 80% of people who find Bob's automated coaching as personalized as in-person forms of employment coaching. So that was a user testimony here. The really great thing and that we're very proud of is that we have been able to get really human type of feedback when people praise the coaching they received through Bob. You could imagine it would be related to more technical things, like, okay, I've gotten more information on the labor market, maybe I have identified some workshops I didn't know about. But in reality, most of the feedback that we get is actually a lot more personal, a lot more human. It's a lot more about helping provide hope, enthusiasm, motivation, and really helping every individual believe in themselves through the coaching. And that's something that we're quite proud of. As I mentioned at the beginning, so we are a nonprofit organization. Our model here is that we are funded through philanthropy. So we are an independent civil society group. All our IP is open source. I forgot to have the slide with all of our funders, but I'd like to thank organizations like the MasterCard Foundation, the Go.org Foundation, or the Gates Foundation that have been critical to funding this work. So that has really enabled us to kind of start from a blank slate and think with a fresh mindset. If there is a social issue here, how can we try to make it better? And then what happens once we build and test this technology is we find sustainability and scale through public service partnerships. And so one way to think about it is that we see our role as a nonprofit to de-risk social innovation. And that's also how philanthropy plays a hand into that. So we de-risk this innovation that may be kind of difficult to do from within government. And then once it works, we then collaborate with public agencies to provide that at a much bigger scale. And so that has been kind of a common thread with all the different projects that I've talked about before. It's the case with Bob. It was the case with Conodify, where we helped launch the community-based service by ourselves, and then partnered with the National Health Insurance System to scale that up. And overall, the big belief that we have here is that technology can be a force for good. We need all kinds of collaboration from different sectors, of course, from the private sector, but also from civil society, from NGOs, and of course with government. And that's only by working all together that we can make AI work for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. And don't go away. We'll be speaking to you later in the panel discussion. Next up, we have Andreas Cleve, who is one of 2018's innovators under 35. Andreas has created an AI-powered infrastructure that listens to emergency calls and patient consultations to help provide the most effective intervention as quickly as possible. Andreas.
Thank you for having me, and what a presentation to follow up on, Paul. Amazing work. So I represent Cordi, and we are a European-based company with roughly 70 employees, founded in 2016, on the premise that we thought it was time that medical staff got the assistance they need when they interface us as patients. The basic premise that we wanted to solve was the unfairness and inequality of healthcare. The sad fact is that at this point, misdiagnosis in the Western world kills more people than we know from gunshots and strokes and cardiovascular disease combined. And that is not because we have an incompetency problem, that's because we have a resource problem. At this point, this not only is a massive threat to our safety, but it's also a huge cost on our already strained healthcare sector. The major issue here is that we all as patients get smarter and smarter, and we want more and more from healthcare. That's obviously the right way to go forward. We want to deliver more, we want to get more. The problem is that we lack the people to go and be there and support us when we need them. Very soon, according to the World Health Organization, we'll need more than 18 million doctors, and that's only a couple of iterations away. Where we then wanted to start was to see where could artificial intelligence help buy back some time from these strained doctors, nurses, and medical experts and give it back to patients. And our basic premise when we started analyzing it was that a lot of the issues, the faults, and the time constraints in modern healthcare starts where the patient journey starts, and that's with a consultation. Today, we have found more than 86 billion consultations happening across the scope of the healthcare sector every year. The issue is that when you go to your doctor, very rarely will that consultation or the ones you have at the hospital or the clinic or the ER will be documented and quality assured. That means right now that less than 1% of the total amount of patient consultations, which in turn will inform the journey for the patient, it has any kind of quality control on top. The Mayo Institute, which is one of the premier medical institutes in the US, made an analysis of this and how great a care you could expect at your first encounter with the medical sector. And what they found was if they took 100 diagnoses made in primary care by an excellent medical expert, the problem is just the fact that there is so much to know about the body. And I think back to Nora's point, there's so much still to do that to think that in a casual conversation in early stage risk assessment can be precise. And what the Mayo Clinic found was exactly that 80% of primary care diagnoses at first turn would be wrong. And even worse, 21 of those would be radically altered if a second opinion was added. So that started Cordi on a journey to think, what if we could help provide some kind of second opinion in primary care to help take some of the workload and some of the risk out of patient consultations. An opportunity arose, which was digitization. And as we all know, healthcare is becoming increasingly digitized, especially as we see the advent of telehealth being rocketed during the COVID-19 pandemic. So just a few years ago, we would have few providers sitting on a large amount of the very physical engagement, whereas the opportunity that has arisen with virtual patient care is that we actually have a lot of very verticalized specific providers who help us or try to help us across our journey on different digital platforms. So what we thought at Cordia was that these digital platforms will be the advent of a platform or an infrastructure that could help reduce these mistakes, reduce misdiagnosis, and in turn help give medical experts time with patients and reduce the time they spend on administration. And that's why we build Cordia, and Cordia in turn build Audia. Audia is our voice-based assistant, a little bit like the technology you know that sits inside Siri or Alexa. And what Audia can do is it's specifically built for patient consultations. So it has not heard about Spotify. It doesn't know how to do fun stuff in a monologue. But what it does, it has analyzed more than 13 million patients talking to their GP, a nurse, or the emergency department, discussing their symptoms, coughing, describing background noises, having a rusty voice, or being anxious. And all of that, we've built a technology that's able to analyze in real time and help assist the medical expert during this consultation. Imagine sort of as an assistant listening in. How it works is that all of these platforms that we can video engage or voice engage our medical experts on actually provides us an access. That means if you are an emergency department operating a 911 or a 112 hotline, or you are a video app interfacing psychologists with patients, then you have an opportunity to implement Audio on top. What will happen is that Audio will in turn start to listen at whatever is said and shared by both the provider and the patient. And what it will do, it will try to correlate that to a graph we have built across 33 different ontologies within symptoms. That is from the opioid overdose to the cardiac arrest to the COVID-19 case. What we have on these is hundreds and thousands of patients where we've been able to build a bridge between the data of what is said inside a description of a stroke versus what was written in the EHR journal. So we can start building predictive models that during a consultation, we'll see if it can find a comparison between what I'm saying right now and what millions of patients has discussed before me. That allows us to be way more accurate when we discuss with the patients, we ask the patients, and we triage the patients. And even it allows us to do a lot of the documentation for the GP or the nurse, who can then in turn focus more on the actual symptoms and patient consultation. What the AI can do is it looks at 3 avenues in which it has a total of 21 different machine learning models running in tandem in one big ensemble of machine learning models. It will look for progress of a consultation. So what's to be asked, what is to be said, what is to be diagnosed. It will look for content like big platforms and infrastructures like SNOMED or ICD 10 or 11, which is how you document and code your consultation. And it will look at the service level. So is it a high or low paced conversation? Is the sentiment all right? Or is there some kind of anxiety going on? And is there anything correlating to low service level that means that the doctor might be in a position where they should be following up afterwards? The first place we started to add the technology was in emergencies, because we needed a place where we could clinically prove that by having this assistant, it actually works. And emergency conversations are highly critical. They're already recorded and they're documented very well to ensure that every second counts. What we did was we built a full-out RFP clinical trial where we proved that by adding Audia to a live conversation at both American and European 112 and 911 hotlines would allow the call taker, the dispatcher, the nurse, or the doctor to actually diagnose something like a cardiac arrest 25% faster, reducing their mistakes by up to 43%, and keeping them on the right path through the protocol, asking the right questions, in 92% of the cases, ensuring that liability is low, risk is low, and the structure of the conversation is high. This in turn will help cut cost, buy back time from the medical provider, give it back to the engagement with the patient instead of sitting there spending it on coding, documenting, and quality assuring the calls, because all of that is happening in real time in the background by Audia, who's automatically layering the right information inside the EHR, the patient journal, or the data lake or platform that's hiding behind, to ensure that the doctor knows that there's somebody there, something there, in this case, a machine learning platform that actually does some of the blunt, boring work in the background. Since we started our RFP back in 2018 and delivered in 2019, the top 5 emergency departments of the world joined the research and the RFP and the tests of Cordy. We're covering 15 million people across the world right now. And we've moved into primary care, ambulatory care, ERs, and GP care, which is among our latest developments as we're spreading Cordy out across the healthcare sector, and with a claimed goal to move from 15 million patients covered a year right now to 1 billion patients by 2025. This obviously is a daunting mission, and we're lucky to have amazing partners from across the globe helping us both on research. We work with some of the best research institutions in both Europe and the US, and have amazing partners, investors, and stakeholders around us to help carry the message forward, as we hope that everybody in healthcare will be able to access medical expertise and great care whenever they need it and wherever in the world they need it, and no matter what kind of country they live in or which kind of medical infrastructure they will be available. What we hope we'll see and what we think will be the next big advent, as we've proven here, is that not only have we proven that AI should be a part of patient consultations and the very open-ended engagements that's happening in healthcare. What we will see soon is that this technology will open up for the opportunity for the third world to leverage the data that we have now trained machine learning and AI models on, and allow that to be set free in a direct voice interface. So even the poorest regions of the world will be able to call, text, and engage healthcare expertise at a fingertip, only with the barrier of natural language, which we in turn will hope will be the advent of a new realm in global healthcare, where not only is healthcare expertise democratized, but it's also easily accessible. I thank you for your time. It's amazing to be here, and I look forward to participating for the rest of the day.
Thank you, Andreas. Next, we have Bo Lee, who is Assistant Professor at the University of Illinois and is one of 2020's Innovators Under 35. Bo Lee is researching how input data can be manipulated to compromise artificial intelligence, and by doing so, train AIs to be more resistant to this type of exploitation. Bo Lee.
Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to share my research about secure learning adversarial environment with knowledge inference here. My name is Bo Lee, and I'm from UIUC. So we have so far listened to a lot of great techniques from AI and machine learning perspectives. And here I may want to give a slightly different understanding and see like the other side of AI and machine learning, and see whether we can improve and develop so-called trustworthy machine learning pipelines for our world. So basically, we can see, of course, machine learning and AI has been ubiquitous in the world currently. It has been applied to different domains to make our life better. For instance, autonomous driving, intelligent medical healthcare, smart city, etc. And we have heard a lot about them. And also in a lot of safety critical areas, for example, malware detection, fraud detection, etc., has also been benefited from the machine learning and AI automatic techniques a lot. However, everything have two sides, right? So from the other side, we can see, even though machine learning and AI techniques so far have brought a lot of convenience for us, but still there are a lot of security and privacy issues brought by such like very powerful techniques. For example, in 2016, the Associated Press Twitter account was hacked with phishing emails, spreading the rumor that White House has been attacked. And then you can see within seconds, the autonomous trading bot dumped a large amount of stocks and swiped about $136 billion within seconds. And this is the real world threat happens in 2016. And similarly, from the privacy perspective, for example, the Australia airport have adopted the biometric recognition system for the safety screening, which have raised a lot of concerns. So based on these real-world examples, we can see that although we are living in a very convenient platform environment that provide us a lot of good platforms to help us develop powerful and efficient, effective machine learning pipelines, we're still living in an adversarial environment. Don't forget about that. And therefore, typical machine learners still have a very hard life to develop so-called trustworthy or safe or robust machine learning pipelines or algorithms. And therefore, we really need to try to understand the adversarial strategies near us, and then therefore develop the robust techniques and learning algorithms to give us a certain certification about the safety of the algorithms we are using. And on the very high level, people may wonder like what is such like reason to cause such potential vulnerabilities of machine learning models or pipelines, right? So we know that in say traditional machine learning approaches, there is a certain fundamental underlying assumptions called the stationary assumption. Basically means that the training and testing data should be drawn from similar or even the same distribution. However, in real world, we can see this may not hold true because sometimes the training data distribution itself could be manipulated in such a way that usually we call it a poisoning attack or backdoor attack or Trojan attack like that. And basically, for example, from Netflix recommendation or even like Yelp review online systems, you can create some fake account and manipulate the reviews or scoring you give, and therefore generate this very practical potential poisoning attack to poison the training data for the model, right? And on the other hand, it is also possible that okay, you can have a closed system to train a model with clean data, while the attacker during testing time can generate or manipulate the testing distribution. And such attack is usually called evasion attacks, meaning that given a well-trained model, I can still manipulate my test data and generate certain severe consequences. And later on, we will see some examples. And based on this fundamental understanding about the real-world adversarial machine learning and the potential vulnerability and the root cause of them, we can see it's very important to develop the so-called trustworthy machine learning, which is actually the final mission of our lab. So basically, given a pipeline of machine learning system with different types of components, we can see, first of all, it's very important to identify different vulnerabilities, including security, privacy, fairness, etc. vulnerabilities, and then therefore develop the robust machine learning algorithms or certification algorithms to certify how robust the given pipeline of machine learning is, right? And usually this can come through based on different robust feature representation, understanding or certified robustness and feature evaluation, etc. And also it can come from the game theoretical analysis in the later component, and also learn the inference through certain extraordinary information such as human knowledge or intrinsic and extrinsic information from the machine learning pipeline, which we will give some small examples later. And also explanation is important for us to understand and therefore debug the whole pipeline. For example, we can calculate the data valuation so that we know which data point is the most important for contributing to certain predictions we have. Either it's good or bad prediction. If it's bad, so we can come back to debug this data point, like clean up it or relabel it, etc. But if it's a good one, then we know this data point is the most contributional one, so we can improve our sample efficiency or complexity. And of course, later on, the whole paradigm can lead to privacy leakage and corresponding privacy protection methods. And in here, I will mainly give some examples from the adversarial attack and the robustness perspective to see what's like the current most state-of-art types of attacks, especially in real-world cases. So here's one quick example that we can generate the physical attacks for some road sign to attack, say, the autonomous driving vehicles. So one example is that very interesting here. You can see all the columns here shows different types of perturbation, like different type, meaning that there are some subtle perturbation and there are some letters and even such just white and black rectangles on the sign. And all the stop signs here, even though to human eyes still a stop sign, but it's targeted to misclassified as a speed limit sign 45. So this achieve this target so that it can lead to the most severe consequences because the car will not stop at such sign and it is quite dangerous. And the right turn sign here is misrecognized as the stop sign itself. So that means different roads actually shows different environment under different like lightning and angles and distance conditions. You can see they are consistently misrecognized by the machine learning models. And this is an example of like a static analysis. We can go to the real world and see this is autonomous driving vehicle driving on the left-hand side. It's a perturbed sign, as we can see before. And here on the right-hand side is a control experiment. And what we can see is that if you drive the car towards it, and if you look at the caption itself, on the left-hand side is consistently misrecognized at the speed limit, but on the right-hand side, the control experiment can correctly recognize it as stop sign, which raise a lot of like dangerous discussions about such physical attacks. And of course, this is one against like machine learning classification. And of course, in a more complicated environment, such attack can be used to attack the object detection as well, which is one type of model that is very widely applied to different machine learning autonomous driving vehicles. For example, in this stop sign, you can see all the rest of the object can be correctly recognized. Only this stop sign itself, you can never recognize it by the algorithm until you get very, very close to it. It actually recognizes letters, so you can recognize it. But this is too late for a car to stop, and we on purposely do not cover the letters, of course, otherwise it can fool human as well, right? And such stop sign itself is quite interesting, and itself actually is exhibited in the Science Museum of London currently, I think. So if anyone have time, can go to visit. So this shows that such physical like attacks or perturbation actually is a very severe concern that we need to consider if we want to develop so-called like safe like autonomous driving or safe machine learning. And based on such, physical attacks, a lot of people ask, this is only attacking the camera itself, right? And there are a lot of sensors like LiDAR and radar and all the different multi-sensor fusion systems. So like some people may have the hope saying that if we have the multi-sensor fusion system, whether it is possible to detect or defend against such attack and make our autonomous driving vehicle more safe, is that like that. But with a reasonable pipeline of the whole, considering the whole sensor fusion system, like the LiDAR and the camera and every sensor into consideration in both white box and black box access to the system, we can see actually, we can see some like simulation examples. Here on the bottom row is against the different types of like simulation environment, and we put such 3D printed out the real world adversarial object we called to this scenario, and we can see the car itself, even equipped with multi-sensor system in this simulation, it can never recognize this object and go past it. But if it's like a real object, it will stop here because it recognizes it. So by like a bare eye of human, such object, the adversarial object is quite similar with the benign one, but actually it cannot recognize it. And here is a real world demonstration, which you put this object 3D printed into the real world and drive a car in the highway towards it. And you can see this is a LiDAR result. And the LiDAR can never recognize this object, although it's clearly here. But if you look at the control experiment with a box of similar size in the same position, and then if you go towards it, you can see there is a green box in the LiDAR recognition, meaning that the LiDAR can recognize this box. So it means that on the high level, it's very clear that in the multi-sensor fusion system, it's still not safe, and we can easily print out or generate certain realistic 3D adversarial object and put on the road to fool the potential potential like autonomous driving vehicles. And more examples can be found later. And so far, given such potential vulnerabilities from different types of sensors of autonomous driving vehicles, there are many autonomous driving companies has collaborated and identified such vulnerabilities and start to investigate and try to improve their robustness or safety testing, etc. And so far, after seeing such real-world adversarial attacks and behaviors, we can see against such attacks, there have already been a lot of works to try to improve the robustness, defend, or detect such attacks. But sad news is that lots of such defense or detection methods are not robust enough, and which means it can always be vulnerable against the new adaptive attack, meaning that if I can know or access what types of defense algorithm you are using, it's very easy for the attacker to generate a new types of attack and form a so-called cat and mouse game to try to attack the system again. That means we really need certain certificate or guarantees for the robustness. And therefore, there are certain line of work to develop the so-called certified robustness for improving or give the certification. And there are a long list of it, and I give some examples. But the one drawback of such line of certified robustness is that it's not, most of them, like all the one work in this branch, is not scalable enough. For example, it cannot scale up to large-scale dataset, such as ImageNet. And only this branch, which gives a probabilistic certification, can scale up to large dataset. But still, so far, the conclusion is that there is still a large gap between the so-called certified robustness and real benign accuracy. For example, we can train a machine learning model and achieve, say, 97% accuracy easily, but the certification is still like 60% or even 50%. There is a big gap. And the certification here means actually the lower bound of the accuracy, given certain constraint of the attacks, for example. So to fill this gap, there is a long way to go, and a lot of important techniques need to be proposed. And one I personally think very promising direction to improve or fill in this gap is robust learning with reasoning component empowered by knowledge. So basically, we can see all the examples we showed before in the adversarial cases cannot fool human, right? It can only fool machine learning models. So this gives us insight about how we can leverage human knowledge or human inference or experience or certain things and map it to machine learning models to improve the certification of it. So here is a simple pipeline. We use a reasoning component extracted from knowledge, which can be realized by certain probabilistic graphical models like Markov logic nets or in Bayesian networks to have this end-to-end certification. And actually, it is very hard problem in the sense of reasoning is a Sharpie complete problem, but it is possible to certify it given the structures of probabilistic machine learning models. And of course, there are a lot of details that can be improved, but just briefly, we can see all the robustness improvement and benign accuracy can always be boosted by such pipeline with knowledge incorporation. And more details we can discuss during the panel as well. And thank you, everyone. Yeah, that's the end of my talk.
Thank you very much, Bo-Lee. We're going to talk again in a few minutes after our last innovator. And our last innovator is Danielle Pucci. who is a researcher at Istituto Italiano di Tecnologia and is combining humanoid robots and jet-propelled platforms to deliver food and medicine during natural disaster scenarios. And it sounds really interesting. Over to you, Danielle.
Hello everyone. Thank you very much for having me here. So as it was mentioned, I am Daniele and I am a research scientist working in robotics and more in particular in humanoid robotics. And so what we're trying to do at the Italian Institute of Technology is to understand how humanoid robots can help us face the next challenges. And in order for us to understand what are the next challenges, what we can start is to start with data and understand the current trends. And when you look at data and current trends, there are a couple of facts that really require close attention from the scientific community. First, aging. So there are basically estimation that by the 2050, 2 billion people will be 60 and older. What does that mean? Well, that means that we need technologies in order to assist us during the daily activities. And also we need technologies that can basically replace humans in all those tasks where an older generation of human beings cannot be effective. Secondly, the second data that is really interesting to look at is that one concerning natural disasters. So there are about 300 natural disasters that kill every year 60,000 human beings. So in this video, you see the city of Minamisandruko during the 2011 tsunami. And then the tsunami also hit the nuclear fission plant of Fukushima, where simply human beings could not enter and be effective in saving and secure the place. So in all those cases, we need technologies that can operate in place of human beings in order to reduce the risks of losing other lives. Then the other statistics, it's for sure around the current pandemic. So the current situation of COVID-19 clearly highlighted that we need technologies that can really operate when humans cannot be out there. So, and this technology basically has to act in an anthropomorphic environment, which means an environment which is made and thought and conceived for humans. And we have been doing that for thousands of years. So all these technologies basically should somehow look like humans and should basically use the power of artificial intelligence. So as a research scientist, the next problem would be, how can I use AI to face the next challenges? Well, if you look at the AI algorithms nowadays, so also the former colleagues showed some examples, the performance are incredible. So there are AI algorithms that are able to beat humans in very, very complex games. So probably most of us knows about the AlphaGo, so the AI algorithm by Google DeepMind, which was able to beat the world champion of Go. But when you look at this picture in particular, there are a couple of facts that clearly highlight the complexities that arise when trying to use AI algorithms in the real world. First, the game itself. So clearly, although games are really complex to solve, but although the computational complexities of certain games, for sure, this computational complexity does not match the real life of human beings involved in daily tasks. So if you think about it, games are defined by a set of rules. And independently of the complexity of the games, basically these are a finite set of rules. And the other big challenge that there is actually the other human itself. So if you think about it, all the powerful AI needed a human being to move a single stone and to place it in the right place. So the incredible, powerful amount of AI algorithm and performance did not match the simple task of moving a single stone. So what do we understand from here? Well, we understand that in order to make AI algorithms effective, we really need standardized bodies in order where to test these algorithms. And actually, if you think about it, and if you think about the human race, our intelligence developed on a standardized body. So the fact that we were able to become intelligent as creatures basically is intimately related to our body. And if you think about it and if you study, you understand that, for instance, the role of the opposite thumb of the hand had an incredible role in developing intelligence. So what does it mean? It means that in order to take the AI algorithms onto the real floor and to basically face the big challenges of humanity that require interaction with the environment, we need not only artificial intelligence, but also mechanical intelligence. And this is what we have been trying to do at the Italian Institute of Technology over the last basically decade. So we have been working on ICAB. ICAB is a standardized platform for developing AI algorithms. And ICAB is a humanoid robot, which basically which basically had the objective of being an artificial being that was able to learn by interacting with the environment. So the intelligence of ICAB basically exploits the many sensors that ICAB is equipped with and are basically bio-inspired. And the many sensors, for instance, are the skin. These tactile sensors that all over the body give us information about where we touch the robot, or even the eyes, which really reflects human eyes because they work only with variations of images. So over the last decade, the intelligence of ICAB has been polarizing around two main categories. And it's nice that we underline that these two main categories basically reflect the intelligence of any artificial being that has to interact with the surrounding environment. And these two intelligences are basically the cognitive intelligence and the motor intelligence. So what is the cognitive intelligence? Well, the cognitive intelligence is basically what is allowing me right now to make a speech. So all the capacity of human being, which is able to deduce information starting from incomplete data, which means that I am using basically my experience, it is basically a form of cognitive intelligence. And it is important to highlight that the cognitive intelligence of humanoid robots and in general of artificial beings really exploit the subcategories of the AI tools. So for instance, those of supervised learning and unsupervised learning. And these subcategories are somehow narrow with respect to the entire large variety of the AI tool, of the artificial intelligence algorithms as a whole. So when you implement cognitive capabilities, for instance, onto ICAB, behaviors of this kind can emerge. So ICAB can, for instance, recognize objects, understand where they are, and if he has to clean the table, he also understands how to move around in order to clean the table. So these tasks that may be really simple in front of human beings, which have been evolving for million years, somehow arise naturally from the cognitive intelligence of ICAB. So this is something that is important. So the other big intelligence that characterizes any artificial being is clearly the motor intelligence. So the motor intelligence is what allows us to move around the world, around the environment. And when dealing with humanoid robots in particular, if you want to make a humanoid robot move, you cannot simply neglect the human being. And here, well, we should dig a little bit into the evolutive biology that characterizes the human being. And so, long story short, 6 million years ago, humans somehow became started moving on two legs, stopped being quadrupeds. And the main two reasons for doing that was that we really wanted to minimize the energy while locomoting, and also we wanted to have the manipulation capability. So we wanted to basically use hands. So when you take these two principles and then you implement them onto humanoid robots, as a consequence of the principle, you have some behaviors arising from the motor intelligence. So for instance, here ICAB has the objective of being, of balancing. So he has not to fall, and also has to be compliant. So although you clearly have nowadays robots that do the backflips around, you cannot really touch them. So the power of the motor intelligence that we have been trying to develop was to endow robots with compliant capabilities for interactions, which is exactly one of the capabilities that was missing in the beginning of the presentation to the AI algorithms. Then analogously, here the leap is a giant, but just to long story short, analogously, if the robot has to look forward in order to walk, basically he has to understand to walk by falling. This is basically a paradigm that you understand when analyzing human beings. So we move around by falling. And when you implement this kind of algorithms onto standardized platforms, basically the robot starts moving as human beings. So basically you have this decomposition of the intelligence, and this decomposition characterizes any artificial being. One of the things that you may do when doing humanoid robotics is that the cognitive part of the robot can be delegated to the human. Because theoretically, what you may think is that, well, since human beings have cognitive intelligence, why do not I delegate it? And that's when we talk about teleoperation. So all the teleoperated robots, what do? We simply delegate the cognitive intelligence of robots to a human being. So there are nice applications nowadays with humanoid robots in terms of the so-called teleexistence, where we can even envisage to transport human beings using robot avatars, which can map humans on the other part of the world. So in this video, you see Mohammed, it moves around, and if the robot moves, if Mohammed moves, the robot moves. Clearly here there is a problem of projection, because the motion has to be projected onto the robot, which is indeed different from the human. And the nice thing is that when you project the motion of the human, you may attempt also to project not the motion, but the emotions of the human. So the acceptability of humanoid robots of the future really will depend upon this, on the capacity of transferring not only emotions, but also the psychological state. The story changes a little bit when you want to integrate human beings inside the loop, because when humanoid robots have to collaborate with humans, the task for sure becomes more complex. And it becomes more complex because, for instance, if there is the humanoid robot and the human being that want to collaborate, well, the humanoid robot has first to sense the human beings. So in this video, for instance, you see Claudia, which is helping the robot to stand up from a chair. What does that mean? Well, trying to mathematically translate the fact that the human wants to help the robot is indeed a challenge. But once you understand that, you basically can reverse. So humanoid robots can be allowed to help them to then help humans to achieve physically challenging tasks. And the nice thing is that all of these algorithms for motor intelligence complemented by humans really scale up nicely when you substitute the human with another human. So in the future, we can really envisage somehow humanoid robots which collaborate with humanoid robots that collaborate with humans that maybe have prosthetics, and then to achieve common objectives. Well, some of the open points clearly when you work with humanoid robots is how to use humanoid robots and their intelligence in order to go beyond humans. And the problem of going beyond humans clearly is a nice challenge, but let's try to understand why we need this. Well, this is Natori City, once again, after the tsunami. So what do you see here? Well, you see floods, you see fire, and then there are survivors to look for. So you really need platforms that can overcome and avoid floods and fire, can land onto specific places, and then can look for survivors. So you need platforms that combine aerial locomotion, so they need to fly. Then you need the platforms that can interact with the environment, because if they need to close a valve in order to avoid explosions, they have to. And then you need to do indoor inspections for looking for survivors. So when trying to combine these three capabilities, the exercise that I've been trying to do is to basically make and allow ICAB to fly. So we have been working on the so-called Iron Cup project, which has the objective to take jet turbines and then extend the locomotion capabilities of the robot to make it fly. So one of the big problems here clearly is how to extend all the control algorithms and more precisely all the intelligence of ICAP in order to basically develop something that is not bio-inspired. There is no flying human around. So try to understand how to make a flying humanoid robot is not an easy task. But basically, the overall robot looks like this. So you have 4 jet turbines that basically power the robot and then can give it the capabilities of fly. This is basically an ongoing work. And we are now at the stage of making the first flight. So if you want to know more, just stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Danielle. Okay. So we have 5 brilliant individuals, entrepreneurial researchers, or I guess entrepreneurs who research. But unfortunately, we've only got about 20 minutes. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to, I guess, cover more than just scratching the surface on the various areas. So we'll just jump right in, if that's okay. Do we have everybody? Okay, yep, so got everybody. Guess this was probably quite a nice session because it kind of summarized or reinforced a lot of the messages that came in the previous sessions. Sorry. Sorry, I heard an engine in my ear, it was distracting me. So it kind of reinforced a lot of the messages from the previous sessions. And particularly, I guess, as Nora and Andreas were speaking, I was taken back to the point that was made earlier in the cybersecurity talk, that we've gone beyond human scale problems. And I guess, Nora, I mean, if I'm right in interpreting what you said, it sounds like what you're doing with Neurotas, with the peptides, it could not have been done without the application of machine learning AI, or is it the application of pure mathematics?
Absolutely. For me, AI stems from pure mathematics, so it's all one. But what we're doing today could not be done with manual ad hoc research currently. That's worldwide, used worldwide by pharma, by consumer companies, etc. So I think there was no way to identify and accelerate the discovery of active molecules in nature without the use of new technologies.
Okay, and Andreas, I guess from a Corti perspective, I mean, it sounds like you're using insights derived from, I think you said something like 84 billion potential calls. Again, that's a problem that could never have been solved just by applying straight human intelligence, or certainly could never have been done effectively. Is that correct?
Yes, the total market is 86 billion, and we're currently looking at a little bit more than 13 million. And I think obviously the advent of machinery, or at least the use of machinery, is intertwined with the computing power available and the massive changes we've seen there in cloud computing and that enablement. And if you look at one of our cases where we can do the whole computation of a quality assurance case on a patient claim, that could take up to 90 minutes just for the first run through of a case. So 90 minutes of a nurse or a doctor doing paperwork, whereas we can do it in a few seconds. So I think that's the kind of scale we see. And obviously it's a compound effect of multiple technologies coming together.
Okay.
And could never have happened before we had the ability to stitch together these solutions.
Okay, and I guess it sounds like Corti is a good example of how AIs can work in collaboration with humans as opposed to replacing them in the scenario, be it, I guess, expediting emergency response, be it, I guess, providing greater depth of context to patient conversations.
Absolutely correct. And I think the vision for a no technologist in healthcare can be to replace healthcare professionals. It's called healthcare. And I don't think necessarily, although we will make massive improvements in automation, I think the role is very much still a human-to-human industry. It's just much more setting people up for the right kind of success, doing the hardest, most human quality-based work they can possibly do at every given point in time. I think that's much more about rephrasing what we think is work and what we think is important work. And I think that is actually much more of a framing transition that just happens way faster in this labor market and with this technology than we've seen historically.
Okay, and Paul, on a similar theme, I mean, what's your vision for the complementarity between AI-powered coaching and human coaching?
Yeah, I think it's really similar to what Andrew has just said. It's really about having some kind of blended model here where you use AI for what AI is best at, which is being able to do, I guess, the simple things with the heavy lifting very quickly and on a large scale. But then at some point you need the human touch, you need the complex stuff that does require empathy, sometimes also face-to-face contact. And that is something that cannot be replaced. But one thing that we have seen is that, especially now after COVID, but even before COVID, sometimes you had extremely long wait times for social services. So you had people, for example, who would sign up for unemployment benefits, and then their first appointment with a human coach would be scheduled in 4 months. So that's 4 months where nothing happens. They don't receive any help. And so here, what we have been advocating for is a much more virtuous system where we're not replacing anyone. It's just, can we provide AI coaching from day one to everyone as opposed to in 4 months? That in turn means that we save time for the human coaches, so that when they do see the person, some of the work has already been done, so they can go directly to the deep stuff that only they can do as a human. And furthermore, it can also mean that with AI, we can also identify those who may potentially need to be fast-tracked, because we've saved time across the overall system. Now we can say, okay, well, before in the older system, you need to wait 4 months. Now in the new system, if you're high risk, then you can see a professional immediately. So that's how we see the complementarity.
Okay. There's a much longer conversation around, whether AI is ultimately a net positive or a net negative for humanity. We'll assume that it's going to be an optimistic outcome for now. But I guess, Bo Lee, your work, I guess, assumes that AIs will be compromised, that they will be exploited, that there will be bad actors. I mean, how do you think that your work can be applied in other areas beyond, say, some of the visual work that you've done to date, in perhaps some of the more patient-centric or care-centric environments that your colleagues work in?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the nice question. So we actually indeed have some collaborations with the clinical hospitals about, for example, there are a lot of not only like MRI and vision recognitions from the hospitals, which from the medical perspective, we need to improve their recognition and improve the clinical outcome prediction. Also, there are a lot of electrical medical records from the NLP perspective, and those have a lot of privacy issues. Say we cannot just simply mask the names or the identities out, right? We need to have a more adaptive way so that we can protect privacy and make inference. Also, we hope these types of prediction will not be, attacked, as I show in the vision perspective from NLP. We also show that if you only change, say, one letter or small word, or just to change the tone of the sentence, it could have dramatically different outcome prediction. So how to avoid that and improve the robustness for such prediction is also like our ongoing work. In addition, we can say, how can we publish this data set, right? Like medical data set is very privacy sensitive. How could we publish them to different like universities and research institutes so that people can leverage such knowledge and the data to train models and try to explore the potential conclusion or associations within them? This is another like big issue. So we kind of also developed the high dimensional differentially private generative model, meaning that if we generate the data, we can guarantee when you obtain the generated data, you will not be able to recover the training data, which are sensitive, so that you can be like conveniently use the generated data to do whatever analysis and discoveries from such synthetic, but preserving the statistical association of the previous sensitive data.
Okay.
So these are some examples.
Thanks, Buli. Danielle, I mean, your work is fascinating. I mean, it's automatically attractive to an engineer like myself. But I guess, what are the challenges that you're finding, I guess, taking the fundamental research and starting to apply it in ways that have a real positive effect? And I'm not, I guess, unaware of the potentially negative effects of the technology as well, but what challenges do you have deploying it in a very positive impact way, helping people in disaster scenarios? What challenges have you had?
Yeah, so I mean, prior to be somehow positively deployed, you have the problem of deploying the artificial intelligence algorithms, because I mean, as long as you somehow stay inside the simulated world, somehow there is a sort of control. There is an entire branch that is called the simulation to reality, and especially for people doing robotics, trying to transfer AI algorithms onto the real world, especially when humans are put into the loop, there is really a big challenge. So trying to somehow deploy any AI algorithms for either cognitive or motor intelligence, especially when agents have to interact with humans. So this is really a big challenge. I mean, sometimes when we come back home, our wife or husband or basically understand our state by saying, "Hey, honey." So you can understand the complexity of then a robot has to somehow understand the human that has to eventually collaborate with them. So concerning instead the disaster response and trying to deploy the disaster response technology, that is a completely different field. So we're trying basically to do something that was never done before. And here the journey is exciting on the one hand, and somehow also risky on the other one. Because I mean, it's technology that is not easy to deal with, and there is no really clear path to somehow understand how the solution will look like. So yeah, these are the big challenges that we nowadays have in the lab.
Thank you. Nora, you've come quite a long way in your journey, I guess, to commercialization. I mean, what were the main challenges that you encountered? And I guess, what maybe surprised you most going from the fundamental research to where you are now?
That's a big question. Where do I start? A lot of challenges, from literally everything from the very beginnings of, this is impossible, to, starting it and proving that on a cell, this thing works. On a cell, we can actually identify things in nature that work in cells, to going then into, humans and making sure things are already available. I think the biggest thing when you're going from a pure tech area where things go really fast into life science where things are extremely complex and our knowledge as humans is limited and we don't even know how much we don't know. I think when those two industries clash, there are, delays and things because there are things you can't speed up. You can't speed up a clinical. It takes the time it takes. So it's interesting because life science is slow. You're trying to speed it up as much as you can, but there are things you can't still speed up. And I think biggest challenges really are, timelines. It's not, it's not an overnight solution. It takes time, and you have to take with you people that know that journey and know that these things take time. But when you create that IP and when you take it to market, it's superbly valuable, and you're transforming the health of people. So I think that kind of that whole case comes with everything from the types of people you pick, from the types of investors you pick, to the choices you make throughout. So everything's challenging, I think. It has been challenging throughout. But when you're seeing things go to market and you see individuals buying it, that it makes it all worthwhile.
Okay, and if you had one piece of advice for the young researchers, I guess, just starting out, what might that be?
I think for me, it has been always follow your passion, be extremely adaptable. So, listen to the right advice. Listen to the right advice, identify the right individuals that have, gone through the journey previously and have succeeded, and try and adopt as many of those decisions. Try and identify if you're, if you want to, for me, when I was leaving my academic career and going into a more industry career, that leap was hard to make. But for me, it was a question of, do I want to publish, and my research will be just limited to that publication, and then, get a few references from individuals that read that publication, or do I want the publication to go further into a product that individuals at the end will use? And that was the decision for me. That's what I wanted. I didn't want to stop at a publication. I personally wanted something that would transform human health. So I decided to take it. But I think the realization that things don't come overnight, that it does take a lot of work and a lot of grit and a lot of pushing and against the tide, because you're innovating and you're creating something you can't just Google and find. Everything's cutting edge.
Super.
It's not easy. So you have to, you just have to go into it knowing that.
Thank you, Nora. Andreas, I guess same question, a piece of advice for, the young innovators following your path?
I'm so boring. I'm going to double down on what Nora said. I think if you're never going to get through it if you don't love what you do. And I think finding the small wins and really celebrating them. I think I'm so bad at it. I kept being told by my people. But I think it's something I learned quite a lot from. And I think it's very important when you're with your team is to make sure to see them and experience them, because the path will be so long. So if you don't find milestones and you don't celebrate them and you don't enjoy the work, enjoy the movement, enjoy the everyday, then there is a lot simpler things to do.
Thank you. Paul, same question.
I'd say one is really to surround yourself with the right people. It's kind of similar to the advice being said before, but especially if you want to do something worthwhile and meaningful, it's actually really difficult. I think there is kind of this idea that because you're trying to do AI for good, you want to do something that has a purpose, you wake up every day feeling great, like you're fighting a good fight. This is not true. You have as many hardships as anyone else, and probably even more so. And that's something that you can only do, indeed, if you do love what you do, but also if you have the right people around you. I think everyone here will agree that the quality of the team is extremely important, but also the quality of your partnerships. having the right or the wrong partner can completely kill a project. We've done things, working with some government partners, for example, where we had everything lined up to have a lot of impact, and it completely derailed because people were not in for the right reasons. And conversely, we had things that were amazing, where just in the span of like 2 weeks, we did more breakthroughs than we did in 2 years. And so that boils down to really having the right partners and the right mindset.
Okay, thank you. Bo Lee, any advice?
Yeah, I agree with everyone just said. And also, I think one main advice is that don't be quite eager about your achievement, your progress, because maybe usually for the big achievement, the progress is not growing linear, it may be exponential. So at the beginning, you may not see a lot of like progress, but be patient, and if that's what you like and you have passion on, like just to keep going and keep digging into it, I think you will see like your achievement and your big progress in the end, definitely.
Thank you. And Danielle?
Yeah, so I share some of the comments that my colleagues did. I am a little bit skeptical about the follow your passion. I tell you this honestly. So why? Because sometimes, especially young people, don't know what they love. And this, may happen also to us, right? As sometimes we don't know when we fall in love with our wife. There is no exact moment that we fall in love with our fiancé. So sometimes you start doing something, okay, and you don't know actually if I love, because sometimes the young people tell you, I don't know what I like. I really don't know. So my advice actually would be to analyze, first of all, the micro routines that the young people have. So do not waste time. Time is really as high value. So do not waste time. Try to understand what you do daily. And if you integrate that in time, it will make a difference. And then there is another message I want to tell them. Perfection does not exist. So people that aim at perfections, so simply they block their productivity. Try to iterate and try to improve progressively by making small steps one at a time. So in this journey, then accept failure somehow as part of the learning process. So really failure, and as the AI community knows very well, reinforcement learning, for instance, indeed is part of the learning process. So take failure as part of the learning process and structure your micro routines so that you can overcome failures.
Thank you very much. Now, I'd love to continue this conversation, but there's a voice in my ear saying that we're out of time. If we can find a way to continue the conversation in another forum or vehicle, be delighted to do that, and we'll be in touch. But thank you very much, everybody, for making the time to come and speak to us. And the audience, small though it is in Titanic Belfast and across the rest of the Emtech community, is really appreciative of your time. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to be leaving you now. It was a pleasure to curate this part of the event. Well, it was a pleasure to curate the event, but particularly to look in detail at the intelligent future side. There's going to be a few short videos, and then William Crawley will be coming on to take over from me. Now, William Crawley is a BBC journalist and broadcaster. And when I first met William 30 odd years ago, he was studying philosophy and I was studying computer science. And at the time, I guess I thought I'd made the better choice. Now I'm actually not so sure. Recently, I've been advising parents that a philosophy degree actually is now a really good investment in your future. And that's because, I guess, as AI becomes more capable, I'm not going to say more intelligent. There's a whole different discussion on what intelligence actually means. But issues like morality, alignment, consciousness, values start to come into the equation. And engineers, technologists, while we're very good at figuring out how to build things, we're sometimes not quite as good at asking, should we actually build the thing, and what limitations should we put on it? And that is where I think disciplines like philosophy will come in to actually help us as a society, as humanity, usher in what we hope will be a utopia, but with a few missteps could easily be a dystopia. So, William, it's great to have you. Over to you.
We pick the best people and encourage them to be curious, collaborative, and courageous. Find out why they love being part of our team.
I love technology. I thrive on helping people, and I relish the challenge of a complicated problem. And I get to do all of that here at Kainos.
And what we do is amazing. We're transforming government services for citizens, revolutionising healthcare delivery for patients, and helping global businesses improve their finance and HR operations. It's big thinking, world-changing, challenging, and rewarding kind of work.
What I love most about working at Kainos is working as one team. We look out for one another, always have time for questions, and are happy to help.
The culture here at Kainos is pretty special. They know that there's more to life than work. So they've developed a tailored benefits package that's one of the best around.
Flexible working and generous holiday policy is the icing on the cake for me. And it's good to know that I've got a health cash plan if I need it.
There might not be such a thing as a free lunch, but at Kainos there's a free breakfast. There's cereal and fruit in every office.
There's a lot more, of course, and the benefits keep on getting better. In fact, they're some of the very best and most diverse that you'll find anywhere. Where else do you get an allowance to learn a new skill each year? Any new skill that you can think of.
My hard work is rewarded in other ways too. I look forward to payday drinks, summer barbecues, and our yearly kickoff event.
I'm looking at how our dedicated training program, MAP, can get me to where I want to be. The training can take me wherever my potential allows, whether that's across the business or around the world.
I know quite a few managers and developing leaders who have used MAP to plan their next move.
We've been changing the way the world lives and works for more than 30 years. From one person to many hundreds, we continue to grow rapidly. Today, we're a global business and there's always room for more talented, ambitious and smart people to join our team. Just think what you could do.
From project managers,
Exim consultants, experience design, recruitment. We're working together to create new and better ways of solving problems and improving lives. Ready to change the world with us?
Welcome back, everybody, and thanks to Tom Gray for his lovely introduction and taking me back down memory lane to, my goodness, you made me feel really old there, 30 years ago when we were at university. And it's wonderful to think that those old traditional disciplines, you know, academic disciplines, in many ways are eroded. The barriers are breaking down in a lot of these conversations around artificial intelligence. It's an old tradition, of course, as far back as Galileo, that philosophy would have a role within science, philosophical thinking, Schrödinger, and all the way up to today. Big, big existential questions which are accompanying these new developments. Artificial intelligence, of course, is not the future. It's already happening, and it promises a great deal of change in our future. No doubt there will ways that it will change our future that we cannot even currently imagine. We're going to explore some of that, the human relationship with artificial intelligence and technology more generally in this session. But first I want us to walk into this world in the company of a researcher, an ethicist and a futurist to explore some of the questions that are presented to us, the ways in which we can harness those emerging technologies for the potential benefits of the whole world and for humanity. So let's welcome Nell Watson.
The challenges of these times have obliged us to bring together the worlds of the physical and the digital. But this also provides us with a tremendous opportunity to build similar bridges between individuals, communities, and locations all around the world. Today, up above us, there are thousands of satellites which weren't there just 18 months ago. The cost of getting to orbit has been slashed. And now we can blanket the entire world with high bandwidth and low latency connections to every single corner of the Earth. Today we have ways of expressing locations in 3 simple words. We can say, I'm here. This is me, my community, my family. This is my property. And if I ever need help, you can send it here. And you can even send your mail to me here. These technologies are part of a suite which is bringing our world together. The world of machine intelligence is helping to connect us as well. The bandwidth required to send a video can be slashed by 1,000-fold for the same comparable quality. This means that those connections that break down and things get laggy and weird, very soon that's going to be a thing of the past. But it also means that ultra-high fidelity audio, visual, and 3D content can be beamed around the world in new ways. And it is this which is going to enable us the world of avatars, the ability to strap into a system just a few $1,000s in price and to be able to move into a new world, to be transported to another place, to do meaningful work, and to receive good pay for it. And it is this which is changing communities around the world. It is this which is about to restore hope to people who feel that maybe their only opportunity is to leave their own community and go somewhere else. But through these technologies, they can participate in a global market, and they can witness other places in the world and decide whether it's worth making a sacrifice to venture there. These connections between us increase in their value the more that people participate in them. That's what Metcalfe's law teaches us. The more nodes join a network, the vastly greater number of connections and things that can be shared between them increases. This way of harnessing the wisdom of the crowd, such as Unanimous's Swarm AI, enables us to make collective decisions, increases participation in democracy, and it moves us past polarization. Instead of yes or no, it's a maybe, but maybe this option, or maybe that one. What's more is that people can witness these processes in real time. And if they maybe didn't get exactly what they wanted, they can understand why and accept that the majority did indeed vote in a different way. C.S. Lewis observed that when people share a truth or they share a perspective on something, they are very likely to become friends. And these kinds of technologies can help us all to observe these kinds of shared truths, and that can cement bonds between us. This kind of participation goes further. We can change our institutions. Monolithic institutions have single points of failure. That makes them fragile. And it also makes them not very agile, not easy to respond to crises or to the specific needs of specific individuals. But through decentralization, we can enable people to participate more at a local level, strengthening our societal institutions. We can use the power of AI to optimize them as well. We can take horribly obfuscated legalese and make it simple so that anyone can understand it. And it is through processes like these that we can refactor our institutions so that they do the same thing, but in a much simpler and more efficient way that works more easily for more people. AI optimizes. The world of crypto helps to make things secure. And the world of Internet of Things and people and places helps to make things tangible and meaningful to you and I. The confluence of these elements is much stronger than the sum of its parts. These systems are decentralized, yes, but they also align incentives. They make it pay to play nicely in good faith. They can help us to share cryptographically secure truths that something did or did not happen, which is so important in a world where anything can be counterfeited so easily. From all of these processes emerges trust and coordination. And it is trust and coordination which enable societies to become more complex. Or put another way, it enables societies to become more sophisticated. And trust takes us further. Because happiness of any society in the world has no stronger correlate than trust. Plenty of people in the world are wealthy and yet also miserable. But if you can believe, rightly and fairly, that your neighbor generally has your best interests in their heart, you will sleep soundly in your bed at night. And that is the world that we are building today. A world of trust, a world of increased peace, for rational reasons. A world where more people have an opportunity to participate. A world where the wisdom and kindness of the human spirit has an opportunity to float to the top. That's what the challenges of these times is giving us. So take heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nell. Really appreciate that. It's fascinating. We're going to explore that further now. Many other issues as well we're going to be exploring with Isabella Convertini, who's International Markets Director at What 3 Words UK, and Lewis Rosenberg, the CEO of Unanimous AI in California, whose company was also just referenced there. Nell's joining us as well. You're still there. We can still see you. How are you guys doing? Welcome.
Great. Thanks for having me.
Good to see you, Lewis. Good to see you, Isabella.
Hi, everyone.
I want to dig down a little bit, first of all, with you, Lewis. And incidentally, go and see Lewis's TED Talk. It's a fabulous TED Talk. If you want to find out more about honeybees and hive thinking and all the kind of references that were just made by Nell there. This is about collaboration with technology, Lewis. It's often been seen as a kind of dystopian scientific vision, hasn't it? That something's going to come along, it's going to destroy us, it's going to overtake us, it's going to replace us. You are suggesting a way in which we participate in the change by collaboration. Tell us how it works.
Sure. So if you think about the kind of the barrier between humans and AI, there's been a lot of work looking at, how can you use AI to replace people with algorithms, automating decisions. There's been a lot of work looking at how can you target people with algorithms, influencing decisions. My interest over the last 7 years has been to say, hey, can we use AI instead of replacing people or influencing people to amplify human intelligence, to empower people to make better decisions, smarter decisions. And like a lot of technologies, I look to Mother Nature. And it turns out nature has been basically working on this problem for hundreds of millions of years. This issue of how can you take a large population and empower them to make good decisions, to amplify their intelligence. And in fact, biologists call this swarm intelligence, and it's why birds flock and fish school and bees swarm. They're smarter together than alone. And so if you think of a school of fish navigating the ocean, right? There's hundreds or thousands of fish. Each of those fish has a slightly different view of the world, different perspective, different experiences, different temperament.
Yeah.
How do you combine all those views into an optimal decision? Well, nature doesn't take votes or polls or surveys. Nature forms systems, these real-time systems called swarms. And so what we've been working on at Unanimous AI for the last 7 years is say, well, if birds and bees and fish can get smarter by forming these real-time swarms, why can't people do it? And so we started connecting groups of people together over the internet into these swarms modeled on natural systems, and it works. We can take groups of people and enable them to make smarter, better decisions using AI. We're using AI to combine their insights, but we're maintaining their values, their morals, their sensibilities, their emotions. So we're keeping people in the loop, keeping their intelligence and knowledge, not replacing them, but using AI to make people smarter and enable better decisions for the whole group.
We'll explore in a second some of the utilities of this one, and there doesn't seem to be any limit to that, actually, from politics and perhaps, I don't know, citizens' assemblies, looking at policies and the sort of things that we normally put to people by referenda, which can be explored this way, to forecasting in various areas, from financial markets to, I don't know, weather forecasting. Is that possible within this? We'll explore it. Isabella, big distinction between what you guys are doing and this is what you're doing is participatory technology, let's call it that, but it's not artificial intelligence, right?
Right, exactly. So what we do is basically providing anyone, everywhere in the world, easier way to pinpoint very, very precise locations. So you can still use traditional addresses, but there are so many places around the world that don't really have very specific traditional addresses with street numbers, street names, postcodes. So we use words. So we simplified talking about locations. So found a solution that is a lot easier than use it 16 digits, like in GPS coordinates and northings and eastings, and system that works well when it's machine to machine, but it's not that user friendly.
So where we're sitting right now could be Green Dog House. It isn't, by the way.
Exactly.
I do have your app on my phone, but it isn't. But it could be as simple as that, and that will identify this space. Is this a bit like what people often in America do with the phone numbers? We have letters on it. We don't do that very often, Lewis, over here. But, you know, instead of remembering a long phone number, you might have a word that you remember instead.
Yes, in some ways. Clearly, the system works a little bit differently, right? Because like when what you do with phone numbers is simply you're converting the numbers on your phones with letters corresponding to the keyboard on your phone. And yeah, a system that needs to cover the entire world is a lot more complex.
It's going to be a really big phone, that, isn't it? Yeah.
Exactly. And we use 40,000 words in English and 25,000 in every other language where we don't cover the oceans. So yes, there's quite a bit of work that goes into creating the system.
What comes to mind as the most obvious, the most successful use for that technology, Isabella?
So you can think of what 3 words as something that you can use whenever you need an address. So you can use it exactly like a traditional address, but it's a lot more precise and a lot simpler, a lot shorter. Anywhere you need to locate people, locate things, or move people or move things. Emergency services all around the world use what 3 words to locate people in distress. Whenever something happens to you, you have an accident or anything else you need to report, and you're somewhere, and you don't even know where you are, right? Your car broke up in the middle of the highway, or you're somewhere where there are no landmarks and no clear street addresses. That's one use case. But also, without being that, in that case, we hope people don't need go through words every day or ever. But if you think about logistics and e-commerce, which have been growing so fast and so much with COVID, for example, so something so precise as what 3 words allows parcels to get exactly what they need to get. So customers are happy. Companies, logistics companies get efficiencies. You also save carbon emissions. It's a lot more efficient and cost-efficient way.
How have you dealt with, every new technology has technical issues you have to get beyond and have to deal with. Words that are very similar, or one word which has an S on it, which looks quite similar but it isn't, or bits of the earth which might have, in the technology, the same 3 words. Have you encountered that yet?
So yeah, first of all, it's fascinating how all the language works that goes behind creating what 3 words for each language, because it's available in 48 languages at the moment. And every time we need to create the system from scratch, we need to find the best 25,000 words, and again 40,000 in English to cover all the oceans, that can be short words, common words, and the best way to combine them. So when we say that the words are random, it's really true. So if the word beach is by the seaside, that's completed by chance, but it's not, the algorithm is built in a way that is quite smart. So for example, to what you were saying, we eliminate all the words that are potentially offensive, sensitive culturally, but we also try to put combination of words that sound similar, and so they could be easily mistyped or misremembered quite far away. So when you're typing, we trigger a few suggestions, and it's really clear that one combination will be in Belfast, for example, and the other one might be in Australia or England. So you know exactly which one you meant. So that's absolutely one technical challenge that we had to face. Wow. We also try to use the shortest, best words, easier to remember in highly populated parts of the world. So the best Japanese words will be in Japan. The best Spanish words will be in Spanish-speaking countries, and also in populated places of the world rather than deserts or oceans. So these are some of many of the technical tweaks that we make in the background.
Lewis, in your case, I don't want to use this word crowdsourcing. I know it's a problematic term, but when you are bringing human beings together, their thought together, their expertise or their passions together, and you're producing this kind of collaborative approach to, say, forecasting, can your technology move beyond that to the natural world, like weather forecasting?
So the interesting thing about creating these swarms of people is that it's applicable to any application where you have a group of people who have knowledge, wisdom, insight, intuition about some topic. It could be any topic. It could be if you have a group of people who have. It could be climate change. Yeah. It could be. In fact, one of our customers is actually the United Nations, and they do something related to climate change. They use our swarm technology to forecast famines around the world. And so what they do is they bring together a group of people, and not a huge group, 20 people, who all have a different perspective. They know for a different country, they know the weather conditions, they know the political conditions, they know all the various issues that might impact a potential famine in the future, and then they collectively forecast, will there be food insecurity in that nation in the next 18 months? Will there be food abundance? And we see very, very accurate results because we're able to efficiently combine all these different perspectives. We've seen the exact same technology be used in medical areas where we have, in fact, we did a big project with Stanford Medical School where they brought together small groups of doctors, just 4 or 5 doctors, and had them work together to diagnose chest x-rays. And when they worked together as a swarm to diagnose chest x-rays, they reduced their diagnostic errors by over 30%.
Wow.
And we see this, everything from hedge funds forecasting market prices to to businesses forecasting the sales of products. If you have a group of people who have knowledge and wisdom and insight, you can use AI to basically turn them into a super intelligence.
Right.
But you're maintaining the human part of it. You're maintaining their values and morals and intuition. You're not replacing them, you're amplifying them.
Now, let me bring you on. This is fascinating, isn't it? I'm very excited by all of these developments. They're incredible. But with every new technology, there are ethical questions. You know, you can develop the telephone. Some people can talk to family members in Australia. Others will, you know, bomb threats through the phone. People will mess up new technology in all kind of ways. Do you see any immediate ethical questions arising from this kind of participatory technology?
Generally speaking, I actually don't, which might sound strange because I'm very much focused on the ethics of AI and how that can be used to deceive people, to manipulate them into doing something that they otherwise might not wish to do, to figure out the spooky aspects of someone from tiny, tiny little behavioral trails.
Yes.
But actually, these technologies are ways that we can protect against those kinds of excesses because they enable greater transparency. They enable more people to have their collective wisdom put in the pot. There's more opportunities to spot things that may be going wrong. And there's more opportunities to help to secure different parts of the world. And all of this means that what in philosophical terms you might describe as the epistemic crisis of our times, living in the post-truth world, these technologies are helping to deal with that problem and helping us to move past it. And I think that's really special.
In terms of utilities, though, I mean, whether you see this as a problem or I don't know, but I would have thought, in your case, Lewis, war strategy could find a use for this kind of technology, couldn't it, in the development of planned operations and strategies? And in your case, Isabella, of course, military strikes, that kind of thing, that's always a possibility in terms of the use for this technology. Lewis, are you concerned about any of that possible use for it?
So ultimately, you know, our hope is that people use our technology in the best ways possible.
Of course.
But when you know, what we basically do is we enable groups of people to make the best decisions possible. And so we consider the alternative use of AI as replacing people altogether. And so if the alternative is to have automated war decisions that remove people from the loop, I would still prefer AI technologies like ours that keep people in the loop. Because if we have actually more people contributing their values and morals and sensibilities to the process, then we actually have a better chance of achieving good decisions than the alternative.
Isabella?
So in general, when it comes to location and our product, there is nothing that someone would need watchers to do that they can't do with GPS coordinates when it comes to ethical issues. But we are very careful, especially when we give our SDKs and our APIs for integration into partners' products and services. We're really careful. We want to know exactly the use case. We want to make sure they are compliant with what we find acceptable and ethical.
Nell, do you think there's a kind of sort of existential impact of all of this participatory technology? If it doesn't change who we are as human beings, it may change how we see the world, and how we negotiate the world in a very radical way.
Absolutely. I mean, we all started off in small tribes, right? Our distant ancestors. And all of those people knew each other intimately.
Yeah, I'm still in that tribe. That's my family. Yeah. I'm Irish.
But those relations, those kinships, make it evolutionarily worthwhile to take care of other people or to care about their interests. But as we grew out of tribes and into settlements and small cities and eventually even nations, we had to create new technologies to help us care about other people, right? So shared things like religion or shared national interests or patriotism, etc., has bonded people together that otherwise might not have any evolutionary impulse to do so. And of course, there are trade-offs of that in terms of greater tribalism that can cause more trouble in the world. But we also have technologies to move past that, to be able to see each other simply as humans, or perhaps even help us to see beyond our own species and to empathize more with non-human animals. That's what these kinds of technologies can bring us, a way of increased empathy with others, of understanding, and crucially, the technical and governmental infrastructure to coordinate our societies better, in a more just manner, and to preserve trust and good faith. And that may change everything, just like the Industrial Revolution changed how we make things 200 years ago. This may change how we take care of things, including ourselves, including other people, other communities, and the world as a whole.
When it comes to politics, participatory politics, Lewis, what would you say to someone who says, well, that's a very interesting approach. Maybe we shouldn't be simply having people vote on things. Maybe there's a better way to come to political decisions, and that might be the beehive approach to it all.
So absolutely, in politics, the typical way we capture information about what a population thinks right now is to take a poll or a vote. And the thing about polls is they're polarizing.
Yeah.
We take a poll and it shows the difference in a population, and if anything, it forces them to entrench. Turns out nature over hundreds of millions of years discovered a better way, which is this swarming process where instead of highlighting where groups disagree, it actually highlights where groups agree. It actually helps groups find common ground and converge on solutions that they can best agree upon. And so we've been active in that space, looking at, can we take groups with very diverse views, even opposing views, and have them reach decisions using swarm AI. And what we find is that they can come together on decisions that they can better agree upon, that actually maximize their collective satisfaction, as opposed to our current methods of votes and polls and surveys, which ironically do the opposite of what we think. They actually actively polarize and entrench groups of people.
Would that be a usefulness? I mentioned earlier citizens' assemblies, which are developing in various parts of the world as a way of pulling expertise, pulling passion, pulling understanding and sensibility and everything else. Would that be in addition in your mind to the more traditional political institutions like voting? Or do you see the possibility that in a future world, people might say this could be a replacement approach to democracy?
So I think in the long term, it could be. It could be a replace, or it could be basically a better way to harness and understand the sentiments of a population. That said, as initial steps, enabling groups of people to come together and converge on, their priorities, their political priorities, it has two big benefits. One, it finds the solutions that the group can best agree upon, and two, it enables people to get empathy for the opposing views. And I say that because when you take a poll, you basically drop your view into a black box.
That's right.
It disappears, and then a number comes out, and if it doesn't agree with you, you just think, well, nobody cared what I thought. But when you're part of this real-time system, a swarm, which again is like being in a fish school, you experience the decision being formed. And so even if you don't agree with it, you understand it better. And we see groups not just landing on a decision that they can better agree upon, but having more buy-in to that decision.
And I guess the closest we have in the more traditional democracy institutions would be proportional representation, as opposed to first past the post, where you may not get your first pick, but the person who wins has the most support across the general population. Any concerns about all of this in terms of political ethics? No.
I think that these tools can help us to make better decisions overall. and to help us also to find non-zero sum outcomes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Conquest is all about, taking over something else and extracting value or taking control in a forceful or coercive manner. But really, those are not sustainable ways of moving the world forward. Sustainable ways of moving the world forward involve cooperation, involve trade, involve making everybody else a little bit better off through a transaction. And that's what these technologies can help us to find. They can help us to observe solutions that maybe have been under our nose, but we haven't noticed them before. But by collecting the wisdom of people all around the world, of all of these experts that you can consult upon, and you don't just get one opinion, you get the gestalt, the combination of all of their opinions together, that can move the world.
Isabella, let's come back to what you guys are doing, because I'm really taken by the uniqueness of the three-word system that you've come up with, in different languages, obviously. And that means if I know your three words, where you're seated right now, if I know these three words, I can identify where you are right now, uniquely in the world.
Exactly.
And that you could have three words in Chinese, you could have three words in French, three words in English. Would it be possible with your technology to come up with a kind of private language approach to those three words, whereby only the members of my family and will know what those three words link to? Can it be made that unique to one group? In other words, we can actually build secrecy into it as well, which is not the original ambition, of course, quite the opposite, where we can build that into it.
Right. I don't
As
think
you can tell, I'm a very
because-
sneaky thinker.
Yeah, no, I like your thinking, but no, I don't think you can do that, because anyone using our app on our website can check any 3x3 meter square in the world and see exactly what the three words are. The three words are pre-assigned, unique, will never change. We'll keep the system the same for the languages that we already created. And so no, it's really not possible to create secrecy or private groups or to change words or to buy your own words. So it's it's a pretty democratic system. So everyone can check the three words of any location in the world.
Will you have to have your app to be able to do that?
You can use our app, you can use our website, or you can use products and services of other companies that integrate our systems, but mostly to check the three words of any place, you will need to use our app, free app or open website.
And what would the benefit then of that be over, say, you mentioned GPS earlier, which of course, GPS and the military, or they're more likely to use that. What would be the benefit of what you're doing over that?
So first of all, it's, if you ever try to tell one of your friends, meet me at minus 25 point blah 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 north degrees, whatever, they will just think you're crazy. So it's a lot easier to use in human-to-human communication or human-to-machine communication.
Right.
That's the first thing. It's it's as precise as a 3x3 square, and it can be used by voice very, very easily. So
right, exactly. If you're calling in and you need to be rescued, it's easier to do that and memorability.
For example,
simply memorability.
Memorability. Also, if you are, and again, since it's available in 48 languages, you can use a three-word address of a place in Germany if you don't speak German, and use that in English, right? So and you can enter the location in your Mercedes car, for example. So by voice. So you can say apple, banana, spoon, rather than a very long and probably unpronounceable for me, at least like German address, to give you an example.
And then just hope you remember the keys. Yeah. What's the next stage in all of this? I mean, it's fascinating what you've done so far, but can you share, I'm sure some of this you can't share, but can you share any thoughts on where it might go next, possible new developments on this platform?
So I would say that our main next step right now is to make sure that the system is really known and used globally, and the advantages and benefits are available globally. So it's a matter of, we're very well known in the UK, in a number of other countries, Germany, the US, South Africa, Australia, but the system is ready to be used anywhere, and we want to make sure that people know about it and businesses know about it everywhere. So that's really the next steps. And yes, so there's so many people that don't have addresses. That's the other point. And it's something that we tend to forget because like most of us were born with addresses. We always had an address wherever we move. And we might forget that without an address, in many places of the world, you can't get a bank account, you can't get a SIM card, you're not able to register to vote, to get to your point before. You do not exist, basically.
Mm-hmm. This is the point you were making, Nell, earlier about the sort of democratizing dimension of both technologies, but you see an example here, because there might be someone in a developing world context, for example, way far away from roads, far away from a lot of infrastructure, and now they have a way of, if they can communicate beyond it, of signaling where they are.
Exactly. Here I am, and I need help, I need assistance, you know, like, and you can send it here, and thank you very much.
What about, Lewis, the areas you're trying to move into, press into with this technology? You've mentioned some areas where you're already active with famine forecasting and the rest. Wonderful work. Again, democratizing examples there. What's next for you guys?
Yeah, so for the last few years, we've been doing a lot of work in forecasting because we can make groups of people produce more accurate forecasts from sales to famines. More recently, we've been focused also really in decision making and trying to enable groups to make better decisions for groups of people. And it's really a reaction to the polarizing effect that social media is having on society. One of the problems that we see is that social media and kind of AI targeted advertising is causing groups to separate into bubbles and not cross-pollinate, not have their views tested against each other, but just everyone retreating into their own little information bubbles. And so we've been working on new forms of swarming that forces groups to combine opposing views. So we can really get groups to find solutions across these across polarized populations. We think it's one of the most important things as a reaction to how society has been separating. And so we are very excited about those potentials going forward.
So in situations of community conflict, where there have been many efforts over the years, albeit failed ones, to try to arrive at peace solutions, this might be a technology that could come in rather than the typical kind of ambassadorial visit from a politician.
Absolutely. In fact, we did a study, a research study last year in the UK looking at views towards Brexit, where we had groups that were very politically divided on Brexit, and we brought them together in swarms and had them prioritize solutions. And what we found was that when they came together in swarms, they were able to find a prioritization that they could much better agree upon than if you had just polled them.
Wow. Did you come to any conclusions? Out of interest, because my day job's a journalist. I've been looking for some answers in this one for a while.
Yeah, I mean, the conclusions that we found was that that bringing groups together in swarms was actually a lot more effective than the traditional methods of either having the group, polling a group, or even just having a group come together and just argue about it.
That's exactly what we've been doing for years. The different negotiators just sit across the table and they argue about it, whereas you might. It's kind of game theoretical approach, isn't it? And it's not just a focus group approach. Let's be clear, but this is not just a focus group. This is tugging and pulling and pressing and coming to an agreement ultimately. If we're looking at, for example, trade barriers or debates about how we might come to a solution around some aspect of international relations, this might come to an outcome. Would that outcome be something like the lowest common denominator outcome? The least disagreeable, or would it be the best outcome?
It's generally the best, and we see it, and it surprises us all the time because what we find and we've published lots of rigorous studies with various universities, MIT, Oxford. We just did a study with Cambridge, where we find that the swarm intelligence reaches solutions that are more accurate often than even the smartest member of the group. And we see that when we worked with Stanford and diagnosing chest X-rays.
Yeah.
But we also see it in political decisions, or really, ultimately, groups of people are smart.
Yeah.
But if we can combine their strengths in efficient ways, we can basically turn them into a super intelligence. And again, nature figured this out hundreds of millions of years ago.
Yes.
We're just bringing it to people.
We need each other, and we're all better for it. Yeah. If we can get the 3-word location for where we are right now from Isabella, and give this to Lewis. Lewis, we have a lot of problems we would love your help with in this political domain and in trade and everything else. A final word from you, Nell, on all of this. Fabulous, interesting, intellectually challenging, technologically inspiring, but politicians have to come into this too. And there is a degree of power involved in this, isn't there? Where a political response to this might be, I'm not sure I want to hand over that much power to technology.
Well, I think actually these technologies enable us a way to stand up against AI, or at least to help preserve our interests, as well as to help to teach AI, to help to put our collective values into AI, to help to align it with humanity. And I think that broadly that's going to help to protect us and help to secure our interests against these increasing, very powerful big tech monopolies.
Thank you for that. We've just worked it out. Gallons hurt giving. Isabella, that is where we are. Lewis, we'll see you at Gallons Hurt Giving sometime soon. And thanks to Isabella, Lewis, and to Nell as well. That was fabulous. Really enjoyed that. And that brings to an end, I'm afraid, our journey through these 2 days as we've explored together adventurously in many ways, emerging technology and how it is transforming our world. A massive thanks to all of our speakers here in this session and to everyone who has shared their knowledge, their experience and their passion with us over the past 2 days. Also, massive thanks to Conla McCann and her team who put together Emtech 2021, to the most brilliant group of people there, actually, because these have been very difficult, trying circumstances. As you can see, it's not ideal for all of us. We all want to be together. We hope to be together again soon, but the technology has been the solution yet again for all of us here. We owe you a massive debt of gratitude, guys. To our superb broadcasting team around this room here from Niovac, who have been just flawless in the way they've united us all together, and to our wonderful hosts here as well at our premier tourist attraction, Titanic Belfast. To you watching across Europe, across the world, we hope you'll be able to join us in 3 dimensions next year at Emtech 2022. Come to Belfast. We want to see you, and I can promise not just a warm welcome, we will absolutely roll out that technological red carpet for you. So from us here in Belfast and from Emtech Europe 2021, much love, best wishes, Slán go Fóill.